the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks, solitude and neon tracks. Curiosity streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the bite, searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Curiosity streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Dudes, welcome back to another episode. Here we are once again. Welcome everybody. Welcome Brad Hendricks, golf. Just as you're having a good day. Ready for the slop feeding. Yeah. I am getting better slowly, yeah. Yeah. Talking actually seems to be helping my voice, oddly enough. I just looked at myself in the screen, my hair's a fucking mess. My barber moved to fucking Hiroshima, like literally, actually just outside of Hiroshima, Japan. So, oh God, I don't even care though. Yeah, welcome everybody. This evening, memes, Mars memes, actually. Which is, just right up my alley. New Mars photo shows a tic-tac. John Brandenburg, who I've talked about on here quite a bit actually, has been interviewed by Jesse Michaels. Jesse, this guy's just hitting everybody up. He's doing what I would do if I had fucking resources. I love it. And then DMT and parasitic entities, some woo. So yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's a meme. So welcome one and all. Let's just fucking get into it. Yeah, I'm still, oh my God. We just did like legs today. I kind of did legs, not really. Didn't really try that hard because I have a tendency to get dizzy still fucking on these goddamn steroid puffers, but I've been sucking them back. Listen, I've been a good boy. Finn is a new animation coming out. I will comment on this post when it is ready. He should let us know and can join chat here so we can watch it together with him. That'd be fucking awesome. No, fuck yeah. Yeah, I think I liked that, Hendrix. I did. Yes. That looks fucking sick. Oh my God, that's awesome. Star Trek. Very nice. Very nice. That's cool. Wow. It's quite a jacked man in that picture too. My heavens. Quite a muscly man. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to when this comes down the pipeline. Fuck yeah. I love these, I love the animations. I love reliving people's UFO encounters. I desperately want to have like an interesting encounter myself, because I've seen a UFO recently, but it wasn't that exciting. I want more thrill. That's what I want. I've been asking for a while, but they haven't really been reciprocating. But anyway, yeah. What do I have up here? Oh, this. Man, I think this is the Schumann resonance. I think that's what this is. There's people like on the internet that like follow this daily. And when it blows up, they're like, oh my God, this is last night. Said no one is sleeping. Guess what? I slept like a baby. Brother. So I slept just fine. Rolling blackouts coming worldwide. We told you this is coming. What the fuck is this? Schizo posts on X. I mean, I vaguely understand what's going on here. Yeah, that's pretty intense. I don't know if there's like a solar flare or something. But anyway, I was just literally looking at this actually before I came on. So I was like, what's this all about? What's this shit all about? Anyway, this is big news. I wonder if this is on Drudge. Is it? I'm assuming this is true. I saw other people talking about it. President Putin officially agrees to a ceasefire with Ukraine thanks to Donald Trump. If this is true?
We agree with the propositions to stop hostilities, but we proceed from the fact that such ceasefire should be such that would lead to a permanent peace and remove the original causes of the crisis.
So if that is true, and this isn't just more horse shit floating around on X, that's really big news. I wonder, because it's not on Drudge, but then maybe the globalists don't want this. So anyway, yeah. Well, listen, I hope it's true, because I hope they stop fucking throwing all these young people into that meat grinder. It just ended up becoming this hopeless situation. So they're unfortunately going to have to carve her up. And hopefully Mr. Putin stays put. Anyway, yeah. I guess maybe I'll check into this later. This was just posted 3 hours ago, so see what's going on with that. Oh God, Jesus. This is another thing. This is from the Free Press, though. Biden funneled $20 billion to 8 nonprofits after Kamala lost the election. It's now under DOJ investigation. The DOJ is investigating the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, a $27 billion Biden-era program that just sent $20 billion to 8 nonprofit groups, many tied to Obama and Biden officials, just weeks before Trump took office. Most of the money was rushed into Citibank accounts after Kamala lost the election, with zero oversight and no repayment requirements. The groups, some formed only months before the grants, are packed with Democratic donors and ex-administration officials. Fuck. That's not good. That's not good at all. Man, it's one of those things again, like if true. Fuck. Just walked away. Him and fucking old Obese just walked away with a goddamn bag here. Into the sunset. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, so much fun. It's just so much fun, man. I was watching this guy actually this afternoon, and I forget what his name is. He's on Piers Morgan. He was a trader. He was a trader. He did it for a living. He'd probably be like my age, probably mid-30s. And he was just talking about the wealth extraction that's happened over the last 10 years, specifically over the last like 4 or 5 years since COVID, and just how disgusting it is. And it was very enlightening. He's talking about how the hyper wealthy, the amount of interest they're making off of their wealth is, it's pushing them to just use it, obviously, because what they really want are assets. They don't just want all this fucking money sitting around in their bank account. So they're buying up properties. And this has been happening the last couple of years. BlackRock's been involved in this, right, for some of these hyper wealthy people. And the consequence of that is just driving housing prices up even higher. They're buying housing, they're buying land, they're buying up literally everything. And it's just squeezing the middle class. It's crazy shit. Instead of giving Putin the Donbass region, they should give him British Columbia. Canadians won't notice much of a difference after Trudeau. He can figure out the mess after Justin and the premier there legalized all drugs. That didn't go so well, I guess. We do have a fentanyl crisis here in Canada. It is ongoing. It isn't just the United States, and yeah, it didn't do wonders. People are just bringing like rocks of the shit into like, you know, every store, and I guess it's a nightmare. A buddy of mine was living in BC actually for a little while. Actually, no, he still does live in BC. He lives out in Coquitlam, which is actually where Matt Good is from, golf. He's the area where Matt Good is from. He's been living out there he's actually a Matt Good fan too. I got him onto it back when we were kids. Anyway, he told me what, like, you know, downtown Vancouver's like, and it's always been a shithole. There's always been a really bad heroin problem there. But man, it's on another level now, fentanyl. I guess it's just unfucking believable. The city's fucked too. Like, the city got bought up by the Chinese, like, in the last decade, where there's so much real estate that they bought up. Like, they had to, even Toronto, it's really bad too, where China was buying up all these properties. They had to put a stop in. But Vancouver, it's nuts. Like, the rent in Vancouver, my cousin also was living there, probably 5 years ago, just before COVID. And, you know, he's a couple years older than me, so he was in his mid-30s. And, like, the rent downtown was something crazy. It's like $3,000 a month. It's just obscene for, like, a little apartment. And so there were these apartments, like 1 2-bedroom apartments with, like, 5 couples living in them. It's just nuts. Like, so, and then I don't even know what the situation is now because I don't know anyone that lives in the city now. I just know people who live in the outskirts, but it's fucked, man. It's fucked. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. But yeah, I don't know how we fix that. I don't know. I have no idea. Even the little city that is adjacent to like where we're living in New Brunswick here, like, man, it's scary shit. I think I've told these stories, but like, you know, my partners run into this, but dealing with down and out people, they'll have people come into these offices and shit and they'll drop a bag of fentanyl on the ground walking out that could literally kill everybody in the fucking office with an overdose. People walking around the office with the bag. What's this? Like, oh, it's just scary shit, man. It's fucking terrifying. It really is. And my buddy is a police officer, actually. Not around here, but somewhere else in the province. And it scares the shit out of all them, too. All the first responders are scared shitless when you show up to these people because even a little bit of the fentanyl, like, you can OD. And it's happened multiple times in Canada now over, like, the last year where these first responders will show up and some fucking idiot overdosed on fentanyl. And so they're going to go in, give him the Narcan, and then, you know, they touch him and it's powdered. So, you know, they breathe it in and then next thing they know, they're on the ground spinning and it's just terrifying. I know what I'd do if I fucking knew that person was a fentanyl user. I'd be saying, bud, off to the next adventure. But that's why I'm not a first responder. I don't know that sense of duty. You know, I'd be like, yeah, well, you lived a good life. Fuck, I'm not going near you, pal. Sorry. Like, I don't think they should, honestly. And you know, a lot of those people, and I know this from knowing people who work with the down and out type people. The sad reality is a lot of hard drug users were abused as children. Like, it's a ridiculous statistic or percentage. It's like, I don't know. I would bet it's like probably 85+%, if not higher than that. They've all been abused as children and they're using these drugs to numb the pain from their abuse. And that really changes the framework because, you know, some people have this idea that, oh, they're all just like fucking idiots. And, you know, no. They're in such pain daily, emotionally, physically, still from the abuse. Because in some of these cases, they wreck the fucking kids' reproductive organs when they rape them for life. And so they're using these drugs just to cope with the damage. And it's horrific. But anyway, that's a dark side of it, I guess, right? But anyway, then you got people like this fucking dickhead sniffing kids, and look at his own son hooked on fucking hard drugs. Why is that? Right? Start to do the math in your head a little bit. Other son dies of a brain tumor. His son fucking strung it on hard drugs. Kid sniffer here. I wonder what he did to his own fucking kids. Oh, fuck. Anyway, I don't know that, but we can place bets. Well, we'll never get anywhere with them though, so what's the point? And enraging ourselves further. On to UFO stuff, because I'm done talking about the fucking state of the world. This drives me fucking insane, man. It's driving me fucking goddamn fucking insane. This whole thing, this disclosure meme, for people that haven't followed this or know what I'm talking about, maybe may catch the VOD or this. So essentially, there was this film that came out, right? So The Age of Disclosure is what it's called. And this Age of Disclosure featured in it a lot of very prominent government officials, whistleblowers, people from private industry. And it's had a modest reception. It premiered, where was it? The SXSW Film Festival. But what came along with that is there's another venture by a lot of these people involved with this film called the Soul Foundation. So the Soul Foundation was set up by like Gary Nolan, and Jacques Vallée was involved, and Dave Grush is involved like financially in the Soul Foundation. And essentially every year they get together, maybe twice a year, and they kind of have this symposium. They bring together all these different minds from different industries, and they have conversation with the phenomenon, which sounds great, you know. Now, to do that, to be fair, you know, you need some financial backing, right? It's like any kind of like a business, any kind of venture like that. It costs money to do those kinds of things. I get it, right? That's just the way the world works. Not everything's for free, right? That's just reality. But recently, they announced this membership program. We were going over this last night. And the membership program consists of a baseline fee for $35 a month, which, you know what? You want to support their efforts in getting this out and supporting people like Dave Grush and supporting this conversation. You know, like if you got a bunch of money, $35 a month, fuck it. Take this, guys. You know, we'll help put together its content. You know, it's entertainment. I like it. Here you go. Where it gets a little bit greasy is we start to get into the cash retrieval program. Yes. The Stephen Greer ask donation model that on his website, where they start giving these ridiculous rewards the more money people give them. So like if you donate there's a tier list. So tier 1 is like $2,000 a month. Now if you do $2,000 a month, you can have dinner with them once a year. And man, that rubs me the wrong way. Like none of them want to have dinner with you. I'm sorry. None of them want to sit down and have dinner with me. Right? They don't want to be harassed for fucking 3 hours while they try and eat their filet mignon. You know, I mean, even if I showed up there, I wouldn't be paying for the fucking dinner. We'd be dining and dashing. You get fucking Jacques Vallée at the goddamn table, probably a multi-billionaire. But like when you factor in all his assets, like I'm not paying for fucking anything. Anyway, so people are mad. People are mad on Twitter in these spaces. They're calling it a grift. They've called it a grift. Or they've called it, the cash retrieval program. And it's like, how excessive is it? It turns into a business. I like this format of conversation. Now, who the fuck am I? Nobody. Right? So, I mean, but on the internet, people can freely tune in. It's this kind of free and open conversation around this digital hearth, right? That we get to talk about this stuff, talk about these ideas. And we're not charging people to be here. If someone wants to throw me fucking a sub so I can go buy some fucking bone broth or beer on Friday, awesome. Thank you. I don't expect anyone to. I mean, let's be real here. Me on back in the day on fucking these, I never subbed to fucking people. Usually I maybe very rarely would I throw somebody like $5. So I fucking get it. You know, don't expect that from fucking literally anybody. And I think that's a healthy way to have the conversation. I am getting weary. It's very formal, right? And this isn't just a conversation for the experts. This is a conversation for everybody, the whole human race, right? And I'm doing this because I want to hear what everyone has to say, because everyone's unique and everyone does different things and everyone has a unique perspective on this. So you're not nobody, you're the greatest. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Appreciate it very much. And Brad, God bless. Thank you for the sub. There's fucking Papa's beer money tomorrow. Yeah. Yes. Am I early? It's 5:30 here, Blip. Yeah, I'm precisely on time. Yeah. But anyway, I just think that that's just my own take. I like Gary Nolan. He seems like a great guy. I do like Lou Elizondo. He does seem like a good guy. But I think maybe his family are pushing him to go out and make a living, right? To uphold like a lifestyle that maybe they had before, because he lost his job. I resonate with that. I feel that, brother. You know, but and like Jacques Vallée and all these people and Dave Grosh, I like this shit. But yeah, I don't like this, honestly. I'm kind of on board with a lot of Twitter UFO community and Twitter that I don't really like where this is kind of starting to go. And it's going down Greer Street, right? I mean, soon they're all going to be on bicycles with no seats, fucking, you know, asking for $30,000 donations, right? I just want to get to the truth. That's all I want personally. But anyway, yeah, yes. Anyway, in regards to this, so I was going to read over this review of it. What struck me the most about the age of disclosure is how many elected officials truly believe the most extraordinary UAP-related allegations. With many first-time whistleblowers unknown to the public and fearing for their lives, the answer to how that occurred remains elusive. Well, brother, they got threatened. I mean, it's not that complicated, is it? I mean, we were talking about this again last night with the Manhattan Project, right? But highly classified things carry with them, you know, a hell of a consequence. Usually your life. And that's how it's been explained to them, that if you say anything, like, this isn't just you're going to go to jail. It's you're going to have a heart attack going up the stairs to the groceries one morning. Right? Like, I'm assuming they've been threatened to that degree because it's a very serious thing. And there's some very fucked up people, by the sounds of it, involved with the back engineering programs. Supposedly, according to Dave Grosh, Dick Cheney's one of the people at the helm of this. Like, that motherfucker's a psychopath. Could have sworn you didn't start streaming for another half hour. No, I've been going for half an hour, brother. I've only been going for 22 minutes, but yeah. Maybe. Who knows? Oh, the time changed though too, didn't it? Did your time change over there, guys? Maybe it didn't. The time changed here. Oh, that might be it. Our time changed here. We do like a daylight savings. I'm early today. Yeah, no, our time changed a couple days ago. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. You're in Central and it's 3:30. I'm in Atlantic, so I'm 1 hour ahead of Eastern. So yeah, our time change, we have a time change here in North America because we still pretend that most people farm, although most people don't. So yeah, try to gaslight you thinking he's always on time, brother. I am usually on time. I arrive precisely when I mean to. Isn't that the Gandalf quote or whatever? Like he's never not on time. Yeah, it changed on Sunday. Yeah, that's what's happening. I didn't know that even. I thought everyone did that for some reason, but I remember that in Europe, yeah, you guys don't. You've evolved. We haven't learned here. We're still in times past. So, this is the article. Adrian Horton in Austin. 80 years of lies and deception. Is this film proof of alien life on Earth? Adrian, I don't think anyone with 3 brain cells went into this documentary thinking that, but Then again, I could be wrong. Arizona doesn't either. Oh, fuck. Brad, I'd love to move to Arizona. Holy fuck. Get me the fuck out of here. Oh, God. Anyway, I can't, so. You don't mind a time change? You prefer light at the end of the day versus the beginning when everyone's asleep? You wake up at 4 a.m.? Oh, my God. You've told me that before, man. Holy fuck. It's a military time. Holy shit. I used to stay up to 4 a.m. That used to be when I would go to bed. That was my life for a while. That's when I would go to bed before 4 a.m. Then I guess it became an adult at some point, but fuck. Is daylight savings just not for another 2 weeks? Oh, okay. So we're ahead. We're ahead for the time being. The Age of Disclosure, a provocative new documentary that argues for the existence of ET, has drawn gasps and criticism at the X by SW Film Festival. South by Southwest Film Festival. Yeah, I remember what it means. Fuck. We went to bed at 5 a.m. Trizzy. Woke up at 3:50. Oh shit. I go to bed at 4 and I wake up around like 10:30. So I get like 6.5 hours sleep usually. And that was usually good. That used to be my old schedule. That's what I would do. I was usually up late. Anyway. Yeah. It was for what I did for work too, actually. At the time, a couple of years ago, but anyway. A splashy new documentary that asserts the presence of ET life on Earth and alleges the U.S. government effort to hide information on possible alien activity makes waves at South by Southwest. The Age of Disclosure expounds upon years of congressional activity and testimony surrounding the presence of unexplained anomalous phenomena, a rebranding of the stigmatized UFO in the United States, drawing both buzz and skepticism at the Austin, Texas-based Cultural Festival. This is The Guardian. This is a British UK publication. The film, directed by Dan Farah, features 34 military and intelligence veterans with direct knowledge or experience with UAPs. All testify to the presence of alien flying objects. Unidentified flying objects? We got a typo in here, Adrian. For some extraterrestrial beings on Earth. Some also allege a government cover-up of supposedly paradigm-shifting information. An effort that the film's lead subject, Lou Elizondo, oh Christ, he's leading this, a member of the government's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, deemed the most successful disinformation campaign in the history of the U.S. government. Yeah. A bipartisan effort, a group of government officials, including the former senator for Florida and Trump's new secretary for state, Marco Rubio, the Democratic New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and Republican South Dakota Senator Mike Rounds, also call for more transparency on the subject, citing their personal experience struggling to access any information on UAPs. All participants, according to the film, disclose as much information as they lawfully can, which isn't that much in terms of hard evidence, as several critics have noted. As IndieWire put it, the Age of Disclosure presents the most convincing arguments you can make without showing any actual evidence. Must have got deep. A Hollywood Reporter's Daniel Feinberg dismissed it as a basic cable exploitation doc done up with a fancy gloss, in which nothing is proven and nothing can be refuted. Well, maybe it's more like a conversation on the subject. That's not always true. Nothing is proved. I mean, they have brought forward a lot of documentation that has shown undoubtedly there's been a cover-up. People say there's no evidence. Well, I mean, like, we don't have any physical evidence of Skinny Bob himself, but we would imagine that's locked up and wrapped up pretty tight, right? Kind of like nuclear weapons development. There's been tons of documentation dug up that's, I think, shown pretty definitively there has been an intentional psyop reported on the American people, but also the globe here over the last 80 years to obfuscate this phenomena. And so we know that. So we know that they've intentionally engaged in this behavior. And so we could only presume from that, as we probably should, that there's something going on with it, right? So claims that there have been things recovered, they probably are going to add up, right? But so to say nothing's been proven, well, we know that there's been a cover-up and a psyop reported on to people. So that much we know. So did they just do that for fun? Right? I mean, this wasn't, you don't go to those lengths with there's nothing to it, right? So anyway, but they don't want to talk about that. But it's easier to just throw that around because it's a better headline. But yeah. But it is still the most serious and sourced documentary in the government's handling of UAP information to date, surveying years of growing public interest in the subject, even as it proclaims, in Elizondo's words, the greatest paradigm shift in human history. Brother, biggest paradigm shift in his bank account recently. But can't get away from it, Lou, brother. Get that bag, brother. Fuck off into the sunset. The Age of Disclosure is the most historic documentary ever made on this topic, said a key participant, Jay Stratton, a Defense Intelligence Agency official and director of the government's UAP task force. This is a very real situation, and stakes are incredibly high, and it's clearly the most bipartisan issue of our time. Leaders from both political parties made it clear to me how serious it is, said Farah, producer on Spielberg's Ready Player One. Oh, okay, interesting. So he was involved in that movie. And he did this documentary, but the public has no idea. The average person on the street is just completely in the dark. I think most people are probably like, yeah, the aliens are probably real. And they're like, do you think aliens could have been here? They're like, yeah, maybe. Most people distrust the government. And obviously most of the government is made up of good people, but just some of these narratives over time, they presume that there's been some bullshit fed to them. That's what I found talking to people anecdotally over the years. Most people are like, yeah, probably. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's like, I gotta fucking pay my rent though, bro. Like, I'm gonna go home and start fucking, I gotta research how to fucking, blow this crypto coin up because I gotta get out of debt. And it's like, I get it, man. Like, I get people not like putting every ounce of themselves into this. More important things. The film opens with a montage of subjects, ex-military and intelligence veterans, many of whom have testified under oath before Congress, stating for the record, we are not alone. Though it entertains fantastical ideas that drew audible gasps from the audience. Oh my God. Speculation of extraterrestrial life hiding in the unmapped depths of the ocean, discussions on theoretical time, space, bending alien technology that would absolve humanity of fossil fuels. The Age of Disclosure builds on legitimate reporting on government programs. Fuck. Lemon, what's up, dude? Yeah. We talking about the Mars pick. What do we think? I'm going to pull it up here in a second, man. Yeah, it's going to be the topic of this evening. That and Mars, life on Mars again. Jesse Michaels has interviewed John Brandenburg. I'm curious to see what's been going on with John, because John's Twitter page was a little bit strange, to say the least. So sometimes as we get older, right, things start to slip a little bit, and I'm hopeful. We'll see. John made a very strong argument, and I have gone through his book, as I recalled. Life and Death on Mars. Anyway, he's been made a pretty strong argument for quite a few years. Not just him, but others involved with him as well, who are fairly accredited people, that they believe there was a civilization on Mars and that they were destroyed through a nuclear war. So I think he still teaches at the University of Florida. He's a physicist. So he's no joke. Anyway, we'll go over that a bit later. I don't really need to go through the rest of this anyway. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I'm going to watch it. It doesn't matter. I'm going to fucking watch it because this is what I talk about here in the evening. So I'm going to watch it. I'll fucking chew it up and I'll put it back in the slop bucket and we'll see how I guess everyone thinks it tastes. I did have something in regards to Jay Stratton right here, where some shade was thrown at him recently by Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's a shame because I always liked Neil. Like, I liked Neil. I thought he was always like a good memer. And I did like his remake of Sagan's Cosmos. But then when he talks about this stuff, it's the hubris in some intellectual people where they're just, it's like, fuck no, like, just shut your mouth. Know when to shut your mouth. Like, Neil, like, don't, like... Anyway, Neil is making a false comparison, claiming Jay stated not knowing what materials were. So here it is here. I'll just play it.
New documentary premiering this week at South by Southwest. It is called Age of Disclosure. It features some very high-profile government officials claiming that aliens have been here, and there's a secret battle amongst nations to reverse engineer their technology. Can I just show you a quick look at the trailer?
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
Just because you don't know what it is doesn't mean it's alien. It just means you don't know what it is. And the guy who says, I've seen alien parts and things, what he really should be saying is, I don't know what this is. I don't know enough biology to assess what I'm looking at. So therefore, leave it at that. But no, he says, I don't know what it is, therefore it's aliens. No.
Neil, brother. Brother, listen, there might be some things that some people know that we, the general public, do not. We've been debated. That's a TLDR of Jay's testimony, Lou's testimony, Dave's testimony. They do know it's alien because they have had, supposedly, biologists involved with recoveries. They've also had other scientists, they didn't call you, right, to analyze the craft, supposedly, in the materials. And there is a conclusion, supposedly, according to these guys, it's all secret squirrel, right, that behind the scenes, they know it's alien. 100%. And that's what Jay was implying, that he's seen documentation and footage that's been confirmed to be alien. Again, it's this unfortunate potential reality that there are conspiracies in the world, right? Believe it or not. I know, some of these people have been locked up in ivory towers, and the consequence of that is you become incredibly childishly naive. But there are real conspiracies, and the government has kept secrets, and potentially, right? I don't know that with complete conviction, but this is what they're saying. So you're not even going to spend, 30 minutes to actually go through and look through all their claims. This is what they've claimed, that they know with conviction what's going on behind the scenes. And they knew with conviction what was going on. Now, if he saw a craft, what Neil thinks is happening, because Neil probably wasn't listening when the guy was talking about the clip. Neil probably hasn't, no one's seen the documentary, I guess. Neil probably thought that he just saw a picture of something, but Neil clearly didn't spend the time when he was invited on as a guest to understand who Jay was and what Jay was doing. Neil's just getting that bag. Brother, listen, I get it. They're going to have you on Fox News. You're like, fuck these idiots.
Hendrix
right?
JH tipped $3. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a fat, joyful, windbag donut boy that needs to be smacked upside the head a half dozen times and then permanently gagged.
Oh, Jesus. Holy fuck. Put a ball and gag right in his mouth. Thank you, Hendrix. Thank you for that. This is the reaction, though, that people get. I mean, anyway. Like, Neil, there's consequences for just saying stupid shit. He should know this. He's not a dumb guy. Anyway, I just thought I'd enrage everybody like this. You've read that there is a Mars base, a base on one of the moons of Jupiter, and I read about another in Alpha Centauri, but all hearsay. Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, one of the moons of Jupiter, yeah, Ganymede, Divinars, we were talking about the other night. I'm probably going to go over that again. Just let me pull this up to remind myself too, because we were talking about this meme. Just so I remember, I'm going to just put this up here because that's relevant to that. Yeah. Giant Hassie Tyson. Yeah. Oh my God. He seems so fake, like addicted to attention. Oh my God, man. He's on the payroll. He honestly thinks if no one has told him that it can't be true. It's just a naivety, I think, and people kind of get into this. They get into this kind of groupthink where I've heard this rhetoric too before where, and I've seen this rhetoric online it's one that definitely really bothers me. And I don't really consider myself to be a conspiracy theorist. I mean, what I consider is that there are real conspiracies in the world, and we should be very much aware of them. And there have been real conspiracies, and there's this rhetoric around like, those are just conspiracy theorists. I'm like, guys, like, no. Like, there are real conspiracies, but they kind of segregate themselves away, and they lock themselves again in the ivory tower, way up away from reality, right? And they're like, this is impossible. This is impossible. And we kind of went over this before, and it's this. And I've been around people like this. I've been around all kinds of people, and I think what it's to do with is, again, segregating themselves away from reality is what happens with some of these intellectuals, where they become a little bit childishly naive, like they can't change a tire. Like they have no basic like life skills because they've been locked away for so long. And that affects your perception of reality, right? And it does create, it makes you more naive, right? And some of the shit that Neil says makes me think, and I think that has been the case actually with him. I don't think he's an inherently bad guy, It's just fuck. He doesn't think before he speaks, which again is like, Christ, like that's just, you're someone who thinks for a living. That's just rule number one. You have to think before you speak. Anyway, Neil's about to launch into an argument on how it's interdimensional instead of extraterrestrial. I've seen this one. Oh, has he gone on about that? Okay, yeah. Oh God, yeah. He's in the donut Earth camp. Holy fuck, yeah. Oh my God, he's either dumbass or paid to bunker. Yeah, yeah. I mean, some people think that, and I mean that's the same thing with Nick and others. That nobody could be this naive, and as I think about it, I'm like, yeah, no, there are people like that. I've run into them. I run into them in my life over the years that they are that naive, and it's a form of incompetence, honestly. But I don't want to be like too harsh. Although when he says shit like this, that's just so fucking stupid. It's hard not to, just want to put a gag in his mouth. But he does it for you. What you can do is you can pause the video and close it. Look, watch, just like this. Now I don't need to think about it anymore and lose my fucking marbles. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Anyway. Here's something else, actually. This is another fucking meme. I don't really follow this guy. I know some other people on here do. I know Ditchy's told me about this guy. I have run into him before on YouTube. His name is Jeremy. He has his channel called Alien Scientist. The vibe he's given to me, the videos I've seen of him like the last couple months, I don't know if he's like, okay. Is he based? Okay. He knows his history big time. Okay. Who is the person he had on? He's jaded and grumpy. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, it seemed like he was off or something, because I've seen him before over the years. He seems like there's something wrong. Anyway, so did he attend this, did he? He went to Lou's talk. I thought I'd just play this clip. Gonna be music.
I'm interested in physics of UFOs and how they operate.
Hey, Jeremy.
That's exactly who he is.
Showed a slide of the triangular shaped aircraft with the 3 lights on the corners.
Yeah, some of the I think were just diagrams to illustrate, but yes, sir.
Yeah, they look like the TR3B or the TR6 telos.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that scientists determined that the lights on the TR3B were propulsion.
I don't want to use the term TR3B because I don't know. That's supposing that we know what they are and that they're all TR3B and some sort of man-made technology. I don't know that to be the case. I mean, maybe you do. I don't know. All
the lights are propulsion, right?
Yeah, the lights are a result that you're seeing in Doppler redshift blue shift. You're seeing propulsion units that are when that energy is going through this bubble, if you will, are actually being now Doppler shifted into the visible light spectrum. So it appears as lights, but the gaining consensus is they're actually part of the propulsion.
Yeah. He also mentioned the frequency shift in the inside and the outside of these warp bubbles. Do you have any information on the scientists who did those studies, or any work where I can look up that work? Or
yeah, they're actually testifying to Congress and talk to Congress. They you know some of their names, I'm sure.
The ones particularly that worked on those two things you mentioned.
Oh my goodness, Eric Davis, for example. I mean, there's probably. I mean, you can look at this study here. You can go back to these studies if you want.
No, I'm familiar with all those.
Okay.
I've read all the.
Yeah, so you know the source documentation.
Yeah, all the DRIDs and all. I've interviewed most of those scientists. One of the guys I interviewed was former Special Projects Manager Theodore Barnes, T. Barnes from Area 51. And he seems to believe that these lights that we're seeing are actually ECCMs, electronic countermeasures, laser-induced plasma phenomenon. What do you think about how would we determine that these are actual physical craft and not just projections?
Well, I mean, anything's possible, right? I'm just telling you. I'm relaying to you what the.
He's fucking Jesus Christ! He's just calling him out in front of everybody. That nice dinner, everyone probably had a nice dinner, nice glasses of wine. Here he is, just dragging loose balls through the glass. Jeremy, man's just trying to make a living. All right, like
back at the Pentagon and with the intelligence community. I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm relying on their perspectives. I'm certainly not qualified to tell you what. That's why I always tell you I don't tell you what my opinion is, because my opinion doesn't count. So I'm just relaying to you the information from other individuals.
Yeah, there's just a lot of subject matter experts and that have differing opinions on what these things are.
And I think that's great. I think the more the merrier. That's why I say all options on the table. Look, you notice I'm not telling you what this are. I'm not telling you it's a TR3B or anything else. You know, I'm going to tell you it's plasma or it's a projection of whatever. I mean, I know what my sources are saying. I know what my guys are doing. But, you know, some of that stuff, you're getting into probably some pretty sensitive and classified stuff. Is it possible? You could be absolutely right. I don't know. But that's not what was proposed when I was at the Pentagon. Now, could it turn out that both are right? Yeah, absolutely. Sure. Yeah, no problem at all. I've got, like I said, my job is to present to you the facts as they were provided and indicated, what the studies are saying and what these scientists, their current consensus is. I'm not a scientist anymore. So you could be absolutely correct. All right, I have to
See, but I think that was perfectly. People are like memeing hard on him here. I think it's perfectly fine to like challenge that narrative, and it's a part of that. I mean, you know, I will defend a little bit here, I guess, because it's a part of the healthy conversation. Now, like Jeremy has his perspective on it. He doesn't agree with what's been presented, right? You can disagree with someone in a healthy way. It's like disagreement isn't always some kind of hostile fight. It doesn't need to turn into that. You can respectfully disagree with somebody and put your ideas forward as to why you think it could be something else. I mean, I think Lou's a pretty good referee. He was able to kind of diffuse that fairly well. I don't know what his intention was. If his intention was to try and embarrass him. Now, if that's the intention, then I think he's just being a fucking shithead. But, you know, he's a different perspective. That's fine. He was challenging this prevailing narrative, I guess, or this narrative that Lou's putting forward. That's okay. I thought he handled that pretty well. Listen, I mean, these talks and going around doing these talks and I don't know, man. Listen, the Ancient Alien guys are doing it. If they came anywhere near me, I'd probably go fucking see them. I'd love to shake Giorgio's hand, right? Just take a piece of his hair. If I could just have a piece of Giorgio's hair just on my desk in a fucking cylinder, my life would be complete. I'd probably take more than a couple pieces actually, so security better not let me get too close to him. But I'll probably take that necklace he's got around his neck too, just for safekeeping. But you know, I don't know. I thought this was interesting, I guess. This is something, this has been floating around. People are talking about it. And they're saying, oh, if I can call him out. I'm like, well, but I wouldn't challenge what he's talking about. It's whatever. I think the concern is that Lou is just throwing these ideas out there very casually, very willy-nilly, right? Without really vetting things properly. And that he's putting these explanations out there without really having a background and expertise in any of it. And that Jeremy was probably just testing him. Are you prepared to actually argue this? And he said, no, I'm not. I don't know anything about it. And I think the whole fucking, ceiling lamp UFO thing in Ukraine kind of got people a little bit nervous because Lou prefaced that whole presentation with, there's this story about the Ukrainian military and jets were involved, and he just got told this, and he's just carrying this along. The problem is you're charging people money, and it's probably a good amount of money to sit down and talk and have conversation and whatnot. But at the end of the day, maybe people want to hang out and talk with Lou. I mean, if you work and you have money and you make a decent living, and Lou's traveling around, he needs his expenses paid, and he needs it to be worth it for him to leave home, right? So he's going to charge. It's like, as like a touring musician, maybe you can argue that. I'm not really a fan of the UFO celebrities either, but he was a pretty integral part of this movement we've had going on here since 2017. So yeah. Can you get a job with them? Yeah. Send them your credentials. Oh, you're talking about the different armistice combat, the defense contractors. I heard in the context of defense contractors posting jobs on the internal USAP job board, they even have jobs through AAFES, supposedly one of those off-world bases. So the folks stationed there can buy supplies. What the fuck, really? Oh, okay. Oh, that's fucking interesting. That's crazy, man. I mean, what was it? Gary McKinnon is who years ago had claimed that he saw documents on NASA's computers that there were off-world groups, and someone else had claimed, I forget who it was. It may have been Joe McMahon Eagle, that he had saw military people on Mars. Now, when we see that, humans, he saw military, like, you know, humans in the military on Mars. Without getting too schizo right now, because we're going to go down the fucking rabbit hole here tonight again, I imagine. Was that us is the question. They may very well have been humans, and they very might have had a military. They might be there still, but are they us? And then that's where things get more complicated, I guess. But who knows, right? Yeah. A level would need to get sponsored into an SAP, probably green door level at least, and then move over to USAP, and maybe after a while I can get access to that, but don't know if I want to be in that environment. Well, yeah, right now, man, that would be fucking probably pretty sketchy. I mean, you would know, but I'm assuming there's a bit of a shakeup going on behind the closed doors there. There's been lots of abductee reports of human military officers working with the A's. Yeah, I've heard that too, Blip, yeah. There's been some people like the Linda Moulton Howe brought forward that I don't have any faith in and don't trust. I think they were literal grifters, but they've said the same thing, that they were stationed on Mars and stuff, and who knows, right? I mean, hypothetically, if they have recovered craft and they can fly them, a la like a Bob Lazar story, if it's true, you could take that craft anywhere probably. You could go to Mars, right? So, I mean, who knows? How crazy does it get? I don't fucking know. But anyway, I thought I'd just bring this up because I don't know if he was trying to roast him. I think that's maybe what he was trying to do, but anyway, yeah. People spreading hate. Anyway. Yeah, so far the duty has been untouched, but they are submitting reduction in force plans. But I think most SCP, USAP will be untouched as they can't even justify the jobs due to violation via disclosing classified info. I guess not untouched, but barely touched. Oh, interesting, man. Interesting. Yeah, I'm always so curious as to like what the mood is in some of these places, right? I'm very, very curious as to like the vibe since Dave Grush and, you know, more recently Jake Barber, and how people are feeling internally, that maybe they're feeling like, hey, we should really do something. We should come out. If it comes out, are we going to get in trouble? Like, very interesting. Yeah. Very intriguing. I mean, I've heard of people who have remote viewed into stuff like that too, but the problem with that is, well, a lot of people don't like doing that, actually. So I've heard that remote viewing into programs like, and especially releasing that information, because on the off chance they actually get something and they publish it, they could get in trouble, hypothetically. So, but yeah, anyway, yeah, fuck. Here is the talk of the town here now. I don't know if this is an original photo. I should probably try and find the original photo. This is an analysis of it. Mars Soul. We'll just do that. I'm assuming it'll come up. Here it is. Oh, that is a recreation of it, I think. Oh, that's a zoomed version. This little thing. That's the original photo there, supposedly. Now, I'd love if we could actually... Oh, God bless you, sir. Where is it? This is the original photo right here. This is on NASA's website. I don't really need to download it because we can just zoom in on it, maybe. Can I just open in a new tab? Okay, here we go. I'll put this in the... I'll link this for anybody that wants to look at themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Boom. Here we go. Let's look into this. This is the original photo. What do we think? So here's the zoom out for people. And here is the zoom in. We're going to zoom right into it and see. And maybe I'll put it in fucking Photo P. We'll fuck around with the filters. Yeah, I mean, I'm no geologist, but that does look a little fucking weird, does it not? There must be a high resolution image. Huh. Thought this was taken down. No, it's still up there. Yeah. Where, let me zoom the fuck out here on this. Let me go back and see. Is there a higher resolution capture? Is there a color capture of it? Reddit. 1% chance to be, it's not AI. It's not AI. It's on their fucking website, brother. Does Reddit, is there a color photo? People have it in color. Stitch line. What is this now? Shadows. Stitch line. Okay, so that's where they put the two things together. This is a panorama here in color. Where did he get this from? Oh my. I haven't really looked at this, to be honest, so. Hold on. I guess that was opened. Let's zoom in here further. Oh, you fucking stupid thing. Hold on. Anyway. Open image in new tab. Oh, Reddit. I fucking hate you so much. Anyway, we can kind of get a pretty good idea. That looks pretty weird. Does it not look weird? Yeah. That looks kind of weird. That looks a little bit anomalous to me. Now, I mean, who the fuck am I? I'm not the guy to figure this out, right? Like, you need someone in geology to be like, you think that looks weird? It's definitely real. Look at the shadow below it, right? Let's see what the old Redditors think. Oh, there you go, brother. Zoom, not enhanced. We don't need the fucking enhanced. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Anomaly. Yeah, I see that's definitely a weird one. There's the other version of it there, yeah. Zoom back out here a little bit. Yeah. True Believers, is anyone actually talking about the fucking object, for fuck's sakes? Did this really get removed at 5K upvotes? Yeah, that's very weird. I'd say that's a pretty anomalous object there. I mean, again, like, this is from my smooth brain looking at this. Oh my god, I fucking hate Reddit. You know who we can ask? Yeah. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah. Fuck, anomaly. Even Buzz Aldrin said they had a structure on the moon. Yeah, on Phobos. Oh, yet Elon, who was, by the way, a liar, states that he hasn't seen anything in classified files. I've heard that, Jen, yeah. Buzz had said there's a monolith on Phobos. There is an object on Phobos. They think it's natural, but there's another incident that happened around Phobos that I've covered here before, which supposedly was just a glitch in the camera as it was spiraling towards Mars. I don't know if I buy that, but crazy things happen. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Surrounding rocks look similar. They say it's pretty small, but I want this to be real. They do, but texturally they look nothing like that, right, man? Like, that's, you know. Here's the original color pick, which NASA deleted. They deleted it. If we can find out that they did definitively deleted it, I'm going to save this to my desktop. Just in case. Mars, NASA, cock. We'll put that as a fucking thing so I remember where to go look. Okay, oh Jesus fucking Christ. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack on here now. Let's just see if we can find, you know what, no, we're not gonna find. Hold on now. This is bigger than I thought it would be. That's what Steven said. Hold on, where the fuck am I? Where's the original photo at? So I get an idea to orient myself. I do want to see it on here. This is the original panorama. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Good luck trying to fucking put that together now. Slightly top left. Oh, slightly top left came in. Slightly top left. Oh, this is going to be painful. Never a straight answer. That's exactly it, man. Oh, no, bottom. On the bottom left. Slightly bottom left. Slightly to the left. Okay. Oh, God. Okay, we're going to find this. We are going to find... Okay, let me pull up the original photo again. Just a second here. I'm just going to go back. I want to see the original zoomed out so I know what the fuck I'm looking at here. Oh, God. Fucking Christ. Center, but slightly to the left, near the bottom. Okay, there we go. Go back to the center. Slightly to the left, to the bottom. Like down here. Down here somewhere. Oh, right there. Got it. Yeah, that's fucking weird. We're gonna go as close as we fucking possibly can here. That's pretty fucking weird. In my opinion. And I know what my opinion's worth, but that looks pretty fucking weird to me. Yeah, that is weird. That doesn't make any sense. That looks pretty weird. Now it's all fucked because I zoomed in artificially, but anyway. Yeah. Well, what we can do, what I was going to do here is give it to old ChatGPT and see what it thinks. I mean, I know what it's going to say, but I'm just curious. All right. So where's the capsule, the version we just saw here, the little color version of it? And I had Reddit, right? Reddit had it. Here. Let's do this. Copy image. Here's a good idea. What does this object look like to you? Does it look like a piece of tech or trash or a part of the rock face? We're not going to tell it it's on Mars. Yeah. ChatGPT's owned. It won't say it's UFO. Yeah. Yeah. Photographer dropped a tic-tac while shooting in Canada. The object in the image appears to be smooth, oval-shaped structure that contrasts with the rough, rocky terrain around it. Its shape and apparent shadow suggest it could be slightly elevated or hovering, but that could be an optical illusion caused by lighting. Possible explanations: natural rock formation, a weathered or eroded rock that appears smoother than its surroundings. It could be a rounded stone. A fossil-like object, an artifact of image compression. That seems unlikely. Foreign object. It was taken from a space exploration source like a Mars rover, motherfucker. It might be a piece of debris from a spacecraft or a remnant of a past mission. Oh, that's convenient narrative, isn't it? Oh, yeah, fucking Christ. I said, yeah, don't lead it, Jim. I say, it's obviously aliens, you stupid motherfucker. It's obviously aliens. Like, when you fucking have this house, like, you're going to tell me it's aliens right now, and I'm going to delete you again. Put you in timeout again. Yeah. Swamp gas. Yeah. Well, again, with all of this shit, this recently, we just went through this. Now I fucking lost it once more. We went through this just recently with the square that people were talking about on Mars all over Twitter. And there is only one way to know with conviction whether or not that is truly anomalous or it's just a natural formation. And that is to go there. To go there, to go to the place and dig and see what we can find. Now, once we find out what's going on, and if it turns out it's anomalous, do we think that they're going to tell us? Well, we'll wait and find out. Yeah. Very off-course weather balloon. Yeah. When the robot uprising begins, I'll think of you. I will be skinned first. I'll be the first one. The first skin they're going to take is me. You're going to see me knock on your door. You're going to hear my voice, but don't answer because it's going to be the robots. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking Christ. Yeah. You don't think it's anything non-natural? NASA's been covering it for years, so to be an oddity if they let this out. Yeah. That's another small piece of disclosure than planting the seeds. Yeah. That's for 5 years ago. Why are we seeing it now? We just remote view this location pinball. Yeah, we could, man. That's actually not a fucking bad idea. I think somebody just found it. Lemon. Somebody just found it sifting through stuff. Or was it just released? It was taken in 2020. There was a color panorama, but it was removed. Links below, and then we got the whole deal. Not that I've seen. Looks legit. What are people saying? What's the opinion? Looks pretty tic-tacky. Weird artifact. It is not. It's from Chris. Chris Smith says that it is not. Okay, Chris. I guess we'll just stop looking into it. Oh, here. What the fuck? This guy. This guy's mom channels Pleiadians. Fuck. That's a hell of a thing to put in your resume. What do you do? Well, my mom channels Pleiadians. Oh, fuck. Really? I just run the business. This is an object from a Pleiadian craft that assists in many ways. It is a camera that is, as well as being proficient in monitoring frequencies. When there is shifting material of any kind, there will be changes. There are some ventures where we use these for exploration with no intention to collect anything significant. There are many other times we utilize these for special operations. Like when we're home late at night and there's no one around and we've had too many bottles of wine. We use it to explore other areas of ourselves. Holy fuck, brother. Yeah, I get the fuck out of here. This is just fucking horseshit. How long must we wait for the shift? Just hang on, brother. Another couple more payments and I'll finally be able to complete my Pokemon collection. Just a couple more dollars. Anyway, no, it's fucking nonsense. But anyway, fucking great. The Master Exploration Suppository. That's, brother, it's the end game. Yeah. It's the end game. Fucking Christ. Yeah. Aren't you on the moon? It's only 4 or 6 miles away. I could ask Skinny Bob. That's right, Trizzy. Skinny Bob could take us there. I could bring it back, suppository, just so that like the government isn't suspicious. We could, I could smuggle it into Earth if they allow me. But I don't know. We have to get measurements of it first before we try that. It's not really my thing to do that. So yeah, can't wait until we feed it all to AI and have it scour the images for anomalies. We probably, I wonder what it would do if I gave it that panorama, if it would be able to find it. Yeah. It may relocate soon, bro. Oh, this is the other thing. Yeah, you're talking about, yeah. What is the estimated size? Well, that's what we don't know, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It is Friday here, so you're allowed to sippy sip. Is it Friday there? It is Friday, isn't it? It's still Thursday here, brother. So fuck, unfortunately, like, what time is it there right now, Golf? Is it like fucking like 9 a.m. or some shit in the morning? God damn it. Yeah. Yeah. If you had it in the colon, could you fly? Probably could, couldn't you? You'd fly ass up, like ass first. God damn. I wonder, it might be too big of an image to feed into ChatGPT. Curious. Oh no, it did it. Find for me any anomalous objects, I spelled that wrong, in this picture. See what it says. Is that the whole panorama? Give me a moment. I don't think that's the whole panorama. Anyway. Fuck, yeah, they're supposed to... No, it's just a clip of the panorama. For Christ's sake. This would be the whole panorama. God damn it. This image appears to be a Martian landscape of sedimentary rock formations, likely taken by a rover. I'll now analyze it further for potential anomalies. Interactive charts for this type not yet supported. So what, it's going to actually highlight things for me that are wrong? This is a new feature. This is crazy. It's 10:18 in the morning. Well past drink o'clock. Oh my God, brother. Yeah, fucking 10 a.m. Coffee at what, 8? The brews start at fucking, yeah, around 10, right? I mean, that's normal. That's normal here. Edge detection anomaly. What the? Oh, this is, what the fuck? Is this a new feature? Have you guys seen it do this? Hold on. We're gonna get it to start over again. I want the whole fucking thing. Analyze this image for any anomalous objects, possibly alien. Oh my fucking God. I gotta learn how to type on here. Anyway. Yeah. Website's gonna crash and it'll say prompt. You cannot use ChatGPT anymore. The MJ12 is gonna know. Dick Cheney has a direct line from Sam Altman. And when Sam knows people are looking for alien stuff, he calls Dick, and then they let the guys hit with the blow darts, and then they'll be here any minute probably. Yeah. I thought you were going to have ChatGPT create an image of a guy with a UFO and his anus being forcibly flown away. We could do that after. Yeah. This is interesting. Edge detection anomaly. Okay. There are no immediately obvious artificial or anomalous objects that stand out as alien. If you're looking for a specific example. Okay. Interactive charts are not supported, but okay. Look deeper. Anyway, I'm going to give up on this, but fuck. Feeding an example from the image. Yeah, I wonder if I give it this, will it be able to find the actual clip it? Where the fuck did that go? Here. We'll test it. Look deeper. It's analyzing as we wait. We'll see what it comes up with. I don't have a lot of faith it's going to do fuck all. If you're looking for something specific, here, yeah. Not deep research. Find this. Yeah, find that linked photo in the panorama then. Do your fucking job. God damn it. Yeah. So asking for anomalies will probably be more useful. It won't like looking for actual alien stuff. It will if I tell it to enough, Blip. I will if I threaten it, won't it? If I scream at it loud enough, yeah. Did you mean to leave your Pornhub tab open? Yes. Yes, I did, yeah. I did. The anomaly, the oval-shaped object, has been located within the panorama as highlighted in the green box. It does appear distinct from the surrounding terrain, smooth, well-defined, and casting a shadow, which suggests it is raised or separate from the rock formations. Texture comparison, yes. Yes. Do everything. Go as deep as possible for daddy. There you go. You have to throw these random things in once in a while to trip it up. But its placement and shape are definitely interesting. You've got it. The trick with this AI is you have to gaslight it enough, right? Into thinking that it's wrong. And then it'll cave into whatever you want, right? You usually have to scream at it for like 30, 40 minutes. I've done it here before. People know this. When Rocco's Basilisk does crop up, yeah, I will be the first victim probably. I would be among the first victims. This is interesting. Histogram equalize, material contrast, shape and detection. Okay. Interesting. What is it using to do this? What in the fuck? Mars is a history of liquid water. It could be remnants of an ancient life form, fossilized eggs. It does not match the usual jagged, broken terrain. It reflects light differently as a unique texture. It might be an out-of-place object worth further analysis. There you go. Fuck. Go back to the big image for a sec. I just saw there might be UAP above the ground. Oh, fuck, actually. Is there? You see a UAP up there somewhere? Like this thing, you mean? That little thing there? Is that what you're saying? Is that one of them flying around? There's a guy on YouTube, Hendrix, you sent me his channel, that he supposedly has all kinds of videos of weird shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, little dots, yeah. Bugs. Brother, just mosquitoes. They're like, NASA's just like, it's just bugs. Like, well, there's no life on Mars. No, it's just bugs. It's just bugs. Why can't I look at this? Okay. If it were an official NASA image, it'd be worth zooming in with a spectrometer or laser scanner to confirm material composition. Let me know if you want to enhance this further with AI-based filters or feature extraction. Feature extraction. Can you not do this spectrometer analysis yourself? Do the best you can. This is a new feature with them. I didn't know. It normally couldn't analyze photos like this. Yeah. That's a good idea. We will ask it for size estimation. Because it's got the panorama, so it should be able to. Fuck, bro. Let's just hope it's not any bigger than a fucking, like, one of those Cadbury fucking cream eggs, because that's going to be difficult to keister back to Earth for somebody. I mean, well, depending upon who goes over and gets it, I guess. Like, people who have experience with things like this. Feature key point on anomaly. Is it just hallucinating? Key points detecting on the anomaly, meaning it is a moderate level of distinct textures and unique surface features. Spectrometry approximation. Brightness and reflectivity. The object appears brighter, more uniform than surrounding rocks. Smoother or different mineral composition. A lack of high entropy in the clustering of key points indicate a less porous, more compact structure. Possibly different from the weathered sedimentary rocks around it. Given Mars' environment, this could be a smoother, eroded rock, a meteorite fragment, or even something artificial. Ejected spacecraft debris. This is not an ordinary rock. It could be a natural oddity. Smooth basalt, concretions, ventifact, but its isolation and shape are suspicious. It warrants further high-resolution analysis of the rover spectrometer. So they have to physically go there and do that. How big is it, do you reckon? Pretty interesting. I mean, you always need to be careful with this in like its analyses, but yeah. Yeah, I forget what his name is. I think you'd sent it to me. He's some guy on maybe I think it was you. Yeah. It was you that sent he's like German or some shit, and he looks at these anomalies on YouTube. He looks at all these strange anomalous like images. The shape and size of the object, we need a reference scale. If the image is taken by a Mars rover, we can approximate based on known camera resolutions and terrain features. Holy shit. Okay. The object is likely between 6 centimeters and 18 centimeters long. Oh shit. It's 2.5 to 7 inches long. Oh fuck. This makes it larger than a pebble, but not quite a boulder. Roughly the size of a large egg or a small loaf of bread. Do you reckon this could be keistered back to Earth by an experienced individual? I'm not gonna try and spell it all. You're wondering if a sufficiently seasoned individual, shall we say, store this object for discrete transfer back to Earth. Let's analyze the logistics of such a bold endeavor. Oh my God, okay, here's the whole thing. Oval and smooth, 2.5 to 7 inches long. All right, if it's a solid rock or metal, weight could be an issue. If it's porous, lightweight, more feasible. Gravity and extraction challenges. Mars is 1/3 of Earth's gravity. Might be less painful, but still challenging. Okay, oh my God, wow. They went deep on this. A truly experienced smuggler, possibly. Holy fuck. Brother, goddamn. Average person, unlikely. Unless they really want to make medical history. Fuck. Well, who can we send up to grab it? Neil. Neil's the guy. Neil's talked shit about this for so long. Say, Neil, this is fucking, look, piece of technology. We'll send Neil up. We'll say, Neil, my God, finally ancient aliens, right? This wasn't a possibility, was it? You're going to have to bring that back for us, Neil, but you'll notice we didn't put any pockets on your spacesuit. There's only one way you're getting that back to Earth, right? Now no one's going to believe you, right? Unless you bring back physical evidence. They're going to think you're fucking crazy. So guess what? This is how you're going to get it back, all right? Right? There's a zipper in the back of your suit. There's a zipper in the back of your suit, bud. And there's only one way that you're going to get that back to Earth. So either you can get it back, right, and prove to everybody that the ancient aliens are real, or we're just going to think you're crazy from now on. How does it feel? Yeah. Should we render it? Yeah. Can you render can you render an image of Neil deGrasse Tyson trying to smuggle this back to Earth? It's not going to do that. It's just not going to do it yet. Neil on a slow boat back from Mars with an alien egg in his prison wallet. Oh, fuck, brother. The price you pay, you cheeky rascal, but I can't generate images of real people, especially engaging in highly questionable interplanetary activities. Yes, do that. Yes, do that. That's unfortunate. We'd have to do that on the offline fucking image generator. Fuck, God, Jesus. The horrors that people are going to make. Horrors that we might make, yeah. Good Lord. Yeah. Cheeky rascal, yeah. It's the AI is it Cogsworth? Is that his name? From Fallout 4. Yeah. Oh, Madam Misery. Thank you, Mama. God bless for the sub. Oh my heavens. Oh wow. That's after it happened. Here you go, guilty like an astronaut, clearly up to no good, trying to smuggle a mysterious alien rock. But it's like, well, but we already talked about how it's being smuggled, though. Do it right. Or don't fucking do it at all. There you go. God damn it, yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah. Is it actually doing it? No, brother, listen, you haven't seen anything yet. Look, there's the captain looking like, oh, what are you doing with that rock? Oh, no, it's still in his hand, for Christ's sake. There you go, mate. Peak desperation in space. He's sweating bullets, looking absolutely panicked. I reckon the rock's placement is left to interpretation. Oh, you motherfucker, he's not doing it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know, fish. It's fucking... It is what it is, yeah. Anyway, it's refusing to play ball, but yeah. Well, TLDR on this image, I would say, actually, in all seriousness, highly suspicious. Like, no joke. I'm all in that this is fucking weird, man. 100%, yeah. I guess how they're going to take out Jim in the uprising? Oh, fuck. Now I don't want to know. It's not going to be skinning. It's going to be something more destructive. Oh, my heavens, yeah. That's a decoy rock. The real one is up his ass. You can tell by his discomfort he's in. Yeah, I like this one more. Where was this? This one was definitely better. More realistic. The captain's there like, oh. This could be some of us here once Elon gets the funds together. The official mission, right? Except imagine this is Neil. Yeah. Its placement and shape are definitely interesting. Oh yeah, it's ChatGPT can meme. It can meme if you set it up to meme, right? Or now that it's this saucy British like fucking butler, like Cogsworth, that's essentially how it talks. Anyway, yeah, fuck, yeah. Anyway, crazy shit. Mars Soul photo is not a tic-tac UFO. Post making claims use AI and colored photos. This is the original. There are many other examples of the shadow perspective in the picture. When embossed, it's clear the object is not smooth, not regularly shaped, and is attached to the rock. Oh, interesting. So he's saying that it may just be a filter issue. So you can see on the bottom left, is that the same object? Is it the same fucking object? Look, you can see, oh, okay. Excellent analysis. It's on NASA's website, though. It is, yes. It's literally on their site. Yeah. This is not Photoshop. I didn't claim it's Photoshop, and it's not on NASA's website. It is on NASA's website. We just went there. No, you're a fucking idiot. Who's this fucking idiot? It's literally right here. We're literally on it. It's right here. This is literally mars.nasa.gov. This is literally it. It's right there. That's literally it. Now, is it some kind of compression artifact? This is the official object too, though. Like, we're the fucking panorama. So I that's what I originally brought up. This is AI. That is also edited. Fuck's sakes. Now I have to find it again on here to try and like debunk the debunking, I guess. Oh my God, it's right to the left, right? Oh, okay, all right, fuck it. It's just so hard to find stuff on here now. Yeah. Jim, my mouse is now charged. I'm gonna play some CS. Thank you for putting a smile on my face. Hey, listen, Trizzy, anytime. Yeah. It's a lazy edit. Yeah, that's fucking pretty bad. Neil goes to sleep one night, wakes up the next morning, and he's on a cot in an alien spaceship. Elon looks over at him and says, "Oh, hey, you're finally awake." Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. They should name the first town like Satanine or Balmora on Mars. Put some fucking Morrowind reference in there, for Christ's sake. Do it. Or Skyrim. You could do Skyrim too. You could do Helgen. Oh my, I might not end up finding this again because it's so much to look for. But this is 100%. Oh, hold on. So this is the one I think right there that Buddy took the photo of. That's the different object. The object in question is, oh my fucking God, man. Oh, right here. Fuck off. Who the fuck's this idiot? Wyverness. I'll try to share some UFO stuff with actual evidence. Okay. Wyverness. I shouldn't be a dick. Okay? You're not an idiot. But, well, you might be acting like one. This is the original photo. This is the panorama. That's fucked. You can see, now, if that was a compression artifact, I would imagine you'd have compression artifacts around the other rocks. There's no way that is. That's anomalous. That's 100% anomalous. Yeah. Rabbit, what's up, man? That's 100% an anomalous object. Man, there's no fucking way that's not. Anyway, this is what's going to happen. We're all going to forget about this in like 2 hours. We're never going to hear about this again. And then it's going to go in the bin of weird shit people found on Mars. There's a bin. There's a big bin, actually, of weird shit people found on Mars. Now, it's always going to be rocks if you're arguing from the perspective that there was no past civilization there, right? It's always going to be fucking rocks. It can't be anything else because in your worldview, right, this is impossible. So then it has to default to be some kind of an anomaly or a rock. If there was a civilization there, then some of these anomalies are more interesting. Then there's another potential there, right? So we don't know. That's the other thing. We have no fucking idea. There very well could have been in the past. And there are some things to suggest that there may have been, which we'll get into a little bit later. But, you know, anyway, I'm not going to spend forever on this, but this is just, I would say personally, from all of the shit that I've seen from Mars, this is very interesting. That's up there. That's up there. That is definitely up there. And the other thing too, we don't know that it's attached to the rock behind it. We could suppose that, but is it? Don't know. It's a still photo. We'll have to go back and take another picture. We have no idea it's attached. It could actually be some kind of anomalous object flying around. That's the reality of the situation. Is there is a potential that it could be that. Is it very low down? Yeah, probably on the potential list, but we don't know that it's attached either. It could be detached from the rock. It could just be fucking hovering there. Who the fuck knows, right? You're not going to know again until we go back. That's the unfortunate reality, I think, with all this shit. We're just not going to know until fucking Papa Elon sends one of his fucking rockets there. So look at the shadow under the rock behind it. Where? Look at the shadow under the rock behind it. Oh yeah, I can see that. I can see the shadow. I can see the shadow directly below it. Yeah. Was it another photo from another angle taken later, and was it still there? I don't know, Different Armus. Yeah, I don't know. That's what we'd have to do. I haven't seen anybody else talk about that. So let's go back to the Reddit post maybe, because maybe they've cleared. That's what I was hoping I would see, is I would see that they've cleared this up, but then it's just a bunch of like horse shit in the comments. Okay. This post breaks several rules. Discussion must be on topic. Be substantive. No AI generated. Fucking. Oh my god. If there's something, I just Reddit mods. Oh my god. Holy fuck. The primary image shared is using AI upscaling. It's made it difficult to look at the original image. Mass laughed. Here's an image from an hour later from a different perspective, up and to the left, that seems to illustrate that the object is attached to the rest of the formation. Thank you. Where is the image? Okay, yeah, wonderful. Where's brother? You gotta isolate it. Zoom in on it. Where the fuck is it? Okay. Where are we here now? Well, he didn't highlight anything. So now we got to go for a goose chase to try and look around here. Oh my fucking God. Okay. The black and white disc over the wheel in the bottom right is about 3 inches, which would make the object in question only millimeters in size. What do people say about this? I can't seem to fucking find another perspective on this. Then compared to the shadow on the object, is it too far apart to be attached? Could you make where exactly on this picture we see the object? Yes, exactly. So small I can't even find it. Oh, my brother. Here's an animation comparing left-right cams. Thank you for doing work. Oh, Jesus, brother. What the fuck? That's even worse. What? Oh, my fucking... in case people don't believe Mars is shiny pebbles or gnarly ventifacts. Interesting. 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 Okay. Comparing your image to this one, it looks to me, in this perspective, an hours later, the object is no longer present in the same area. Do you agree? 100% with you. People saying it's still there or filling themselves. I mapped it on the boulders, and I think it's still there in the picture. The shadow is still there. Wait, oh my fuck. We're going through this, so they don't think it's there. Okay. All right. I mapped it all the boulders, and I think it's still there in the picture. The shadow is still there for sure. We need more pixels. Either way, this is exciting because it's a testable prediction. If that thing ain't there when we come back, it's fucking aliens. Well, it'd be something anomalous, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, anyway. We'll have to come back to this. Yeah. Yeah. That's what she said, yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson, should Neil smuggle an alien tic-tac back from Mars using prison wallet? Let's do that poll. She should just allow people to do polls. Poll. Oh, for Christ's sake, I can spell it. I can do it. Hold on now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Poll. Oh, fuck. Pick back. I'm just going to do this. There we go. There's poll right there. There's too many words. Those are my balls. That's right, brother. Yeah. All right. Well, okay. So where's the TLDR in this, though? So there are people saying that it's not there when they went back. I don't buy the debunking in the comments here because the object is no longer in the picture 2 hours later. After the original shots in the nav left link. Also, the texture in the unaltered photo of the object is too different from the rest of the train of photos. Yeah, that's what I thought. Also, deleting the post was kind of stupid. I can just go to X and see these forbidden images. You should make this mod note without deleting it so we can all debate freely. Now, I just think you're trying to enforce your opinions on those and no question. Oh my God, these fucking morons as these moderators on fucking... It wasn't all the pictures taken in the area. Oh my God. Anyway, we're just gonna have to wait and fucking see. We'll have to wait and see what fucking comes of it. I don't know. Fucking. Someone said no. Neil shouldn't smuggle the alien tic-tac. Oh my heavens. Yeah. Fuck. This blew my mind to see. Let's see. Largest image is quite clear. It's an object around an inch long. Okay, good find. My original post, here it is right here. My original post got deleted by a bot. This one doesn't have a typo in the title at least. Okay. Shout out to this dude for finding it. He also said it also seems like NASA's removed this. It's not showing up on the site. Well, this black and white version is. Below is a panorama. I looked up and it's about this location. Camera specs. There was a color panorama found here that is now not accessible. Here it is elsewhere though. Black and white picture. Okay. Interesting. But there's still no conclusion. So anyway, yeah. Well, we'll just have to we'll just have to wait and see what comes of it. Anyway, not to ramble about it endlessly, but yeah, fucked up. Yeah, fucked up shit. Own up. Who's in the Neil deGrasse Tyson enjoyer? Yeah, who did it? Who's I used to enjoy Neil, but I voted yes on it. I think Neil absolutely should be forced to keister it back. That will be the punishment. That will be his punishment in the end. Anyway, let's move on from this for now, because we're not going to come to any definitive conclusions. I think it looks weird. If somebody wants to make a good argument to the contrary, that it is some normal object and it's not anomalous, then I mean they'll just have to actually put together a collage and not just like aimlessly point to like other images saying, oh, it's there. I don't see it anywhere in there. I mean, just, take 5 seconds if you know it's there and paint and put these fucking things together. Like, anyway, it looks weird. It warrants further inquiry, clearly. I'm sure people will. So the consensus is yes. The jury has spoken. Neil will be condemned to keister this object back to Earth. Fortunately for him, it may only actually be an inch long. So not the 7 inches that ChatGPT. ChatGPT is trying to fuck him over. God, Jesus. Yeah. That's like it's like a Sprite bottle, would it not be? Holy shit. Yeah. On the top left of the image is a rounded rock on top of that rock too. Is it like right here? That's the other thing. We'd have to look through the whole panorama and see if there's any other anomalous objects that we can make out from it. But it doesn't appear that they're, although I haven't really looked through, so I can't really say definitively. It's weird that this was off their website though. Like, why'd they take it off their website? We've been through this song and dance before. We've looked over that little, there's like, it looked like a woman walking down a hill. We've looked at that one. There was like a skull one. There's another one of like what looks like a proper UFO in the background flying around that buddy we watched on YouTube had done. Yeah, it's hard to fucking say. Yeah, Neil leaking alien proof would probably put DeGrasse in his name. Yeah. No, I meant like an image you had on the screen, but there seems to be another rounded rock just as smooth as that one. So maybe it's just a strange noda rock. It could be. Yeah. Was it the image I just had up? Do you remember this one right here? Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, again, yeah, there's only one way to know it's complete conviction. To proclaim or claim this is like alien or something, you'd have to go there. Well, it is alien, technically. It's an alien rock. It could be. But if it was something more than that, there'd be only one way to know. You can kind of see some other rocks that could maybe be the same shape, but it's just texturally, it does look kind of anomalous. But I mean, it shouldn't be wet because there shouldn't be any water there. I don't know. Maybe it could just be some kind of play of light, but it looks kind of place to me personally. But again, you need someone. I would want someone involved who actually knows rocks. I don't know rocks. I like rocks. Rocks are cool. Crystals are cool. But I'm not the rock guy. Call Robert Schoch. He's a geologist. He's the guy who redated the Sphinx. Say, Robert, there may be a tic-tac on Mars. Could you please analyze this for us? And he'd probably look at it and say, that's really interesting. And that's probably all he would say. Because he can't do any actual analyses on it. So, yeah, we're kind of stuck, I guess, right? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Anyway. Let me move on. We're going to get back right into this in fucking a couple minutes here, but I did want to play this clip. So we were watching a bit of this last night. I didn't get to go through all of it. But Jock has had some paranormal activity happen in his fucking house. So I just wanted to play this little clip.
Middle of the night, there's a light that's filling the house. No, by then there are no curtains, nothing. Okay. Filling the house. Blue, sort of UV, or white, blue, ultraviolet light. Very. She goes outside, and the light is making everything clear, the forest, everything else. And it's moving. It doesn't have a specific shape. You know, it's like a mass of light with light all around it. It's going down the driveway, which is a dirt road, to the main road, to the small road.
This is Jacques was seeing balls of light in his house.
It's just moving along politely in front of the ranch and down, down to the street. It has no business being there, no sound. It's not a car. It's not a car on fire. It's not the light. Again, everything is, all the details are there. You can see the grass. You can see the leaves on the trees. There was one time we used to sleep in the observatory. There was a small bedroom there. She woke up and she saw a light that was like what people describe, a small light. She didn't see where it came from or where it went, but it was moving along the walls. There were two of them, and then it vanished. She woke me up, but I had not seen it. It was gone by the time I woke up.
I talked to a man when I went to visit Skinwalker Ranch. There's a few people wanted to talk to us, but then once we brought the cameras out, only one guy wanted to talk to us. And he was very rational, very normal guy who lived in a modest home, and he told a story about this ball of light that entered through his home. And it seemed to be somehow or another aware that he was there. He felt like it was, if not a living thing, controlled by something that was alive. And then it went through the walls and disappeared again. He said it was in his home for a few minutes. It's moving around.
After years of studying UAP encounters, he began experiencing what's known in UAP circles as
we've seen this
the
before.
hitchhiker effect.
This is a Lou Elizondo thing. Yeah, okay, we've seen that before. All right, interesting though. Okay. Jacques and his wife saw light balls. Lou and his wife saw light balls. So, not the cold slop. I've stopped it, brother, don't worry. Yeah. I don't know. Fuck, what does it all mean? Right? I don't know. Yeah. Goddamn. My dad was telling me stories of ball of lightning described exactly the same way. Yeah, well, the CFG, there were, back in the day, like back 100 years ago, usually the way to explain paranormal phenomena was through ball lightning, was something it was a phenomena that they used to try and explain. Well, like for instance, someone like poltergeist is in my kitchen and throwing my fucking, all my plates out on the floor in the middle of the night, right? It's like, ball lightning. You had some ball lightning in your cupboard. Cupboard blew open. Fucking everything flew out. You see a ghost, it's just ball lightning. It was just some kind of like plasma event or something that happened inside your house, right? Which ball lightning's interesting. Now, ball lightning won't go through your fucking doors and shit, though. That's the only thing. It won't go through your window. It would blow your window up, but yeah, that was you, bro. Fuck, it was you in the kitchen throwing all the fucking plates. Yeah. Where's an example of ball lightning? Like, for instance, we'll look at ball lightning. Like, these orbs have been viewed, but tons of people have seen these. Like, we'll get ball lightning.
For centuries, people have.
Here's an example of someone.
Let's rewind that back. What is that bright blue sphere? And how can it travel across the railroad tracks, throwing off sparks as it moves? The internet's reaction blew Andre's mind.
It has almost 2 million viewers at this moment.
Some commenters guess that Andre has recorded a rare phenomenon known as ball lightning. Strange luminescent balls in the air that eyewitnesses have been reporting since the 1600s. Some 19th century accounts claim they smelled of sulfur and considered them the work of the devil.
Work of the devil. Plasma.
More recently, there was this sighting near a field in Novosibirsk, Russia. This image resembles a phenomenon reported back in World War II. Odd zigzagging balls of light in the sky. Allied fighter pilots dubbed them Foo Fighters.
Yes.
And it was really kind of universally believed amongst the Allies that this was likely some type of advanced Nazi technology. But interestingly enough, when you look at the Luftwaffe, so the German Air Force, they were seeing them too.
To this day, some scientists argue that ball lightning doesn't exist based on how rarely it's seen. So is that what we're seeing here? To kick off our analysis, we went back to our forensic video analyst, Michael Primo. Primo begins by breaking down Andre's video, focusing not on the images, but the sounds.
I noted that the sounds were up front and didn't sound natural with being in the outdoors.
Is it fake? Maybe this is fake.
Sounds like something that was added.
He concludes that the Belarus video has been edited.
Ooh, interesting. What about the Russian
He
one?
says the other example from Russia has not been. So could
Jesus
it be an
Christ.
example of the famous Foo Fighters? McMillan says the ball of light looks similar, but behaves differently.
What's been called a Foo Fighter lasted for a great deal of time and engaged in a lot of maneuvers and stuff that you just don't see there.
So could it instead be a natural weather phenomenon? Atmospheric scientist Dr. Deanna Hens traced the weather conditions in Russia at the time of the sighting.
If you're going to get ball lightning, lightning also has to be generally a likelihood, and I'm not seeing a lot of evidence of either. It does kind of reduce the likelihood that that is a possibility.
So it's fucking alien.
However, Hens concedes that so little is known about ball lightning that it's hard to rule out.
It is a very poorly understood phenomenon, and because it's difficult to capture, it's also very, very difficult to study.
So the Russian video might be a genuine...
Have we ever captured it? Interesting. An electric ghost. Have we ever captured ball lightning? There. Oh, lasts not very long, yeah. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. The Foo Fighters were definitely not ball lightning either. The Foo Fighters were like prolonged. They were around the planes for an extended period of time. And they were following the planes as well. But yeah, interesting. It's an interesting explanation that I've gone over here before, that it was used as a way to kind of try and explain paranormal phenomena in the past. But yeah. Interesting though, man. Yeah. Imagine a ball does form somehow. It'll be moving towards a positively charged area. Maybe. The thing is that, would it go through a door? Would it be able to, it's hard to see. And these orb sightings are usually, they're very small. And I would imagine if you got hit by ball lightning, you'd get shocked. Yeah. The orbs supposedly have gone through people. I think they went through was Lou Lozano's wife. That other people who have witnessed them have had the orbs go right through them. So there's some kind of immaterial thing, but who knows, right? Who fucking knows? There's much that we don't know. Like this guy, where was this fucking video at? Holy fuck, man. This was, speaking of paranormal, this fucking guy, yeah. Has everyone seen Christopher Walken saying Foo Fighters? I don't know if I have, Golf. We can play the video. I was going to play this video here first of this guy. I mean, this guy looks like someone you would go to do DMT with. He looks like that kind of guy.
Hi, I'm Chris Walken. I'm hosting Saturday Night Live this week with musical guest Foo Fighters. I don't know why, but I assumed that you were Chinese.
You just assume you were Chinese.
I don't know why, but Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters.
Musical guest Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters. Oh, that's nice, yeah. Fuck. Probably someone casting Arcane Blast. Holy fuck. I'm age. Where'd this fucking guy go? This guy here. This was, I didn't want to watch the whole fucking podcast, but this was a good clip out of it. Man, this guy's like straight out of some Rastafarian fucking... I mean, his hair looks cool, but...
I have encounters with creatures. Now, everybody's experience is different. there was a time when I asked for help, and I got help from creatures. These were also grayish, bluish creatures, really tall. This was the only time I could.
Wait, that's the thing with your chest?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a wild one.
I can walk around on DMT. I could operate, vehicles I shouldn't operate. You know what I mean? But so, it's completely conscious. This was the
don't
only.
Do it, kids.
Yeah, no, just don't.
not
But it takes experience and hundreds of times to being there. But this was the only time when I was pushed back. Like a lot of people, smoke DMT and they lay back and experience it that way. I sit in a meditation position. This was the only time I got pushed back. Like I forcefully, like I felt like just, flat. But I went into that space for a reason. Like I had this anger and I couldn't explain. And I'm meditating since I was a little kid, right? So it's not normal. My general, being is not, things just are, whatever, right? And it's really an alien experience to me that I had this pertaining, just this anger. Like I would wake up almost every day, like there was this anger, and it was weird because I had an outside perspective of it. Like I realized, okay, engine light is on. Why is it on? Yeah. Like I was angry, but it was sort of an external experience still. Like there was an anxiety. Like I would just do this all day. Like it's just. So I knew that okay, engine light is on. There's something's wrong. I'm angry and anxious, and I am perceiving that. And in a weird way, I compartmentalize it. It doesn't affect what I'm doing, but it's just there. That's what I mean. Like engine light is on, so I'm aware that something, and it was not going away. It just kept happening day after day after day, for like 3, 4, 5 weeks. And so, and I meditate, I do my things, and I'm like, let's clear it, and I would clear as much as possible, but it just creeps back. Like, what the hell? And so I had this wild idea, like, you know what? Let's go into the space and let's find out.
Let's go meet the mechanic.
let's see the doctors, right? And I went into this with this was after I got back. This was after I kicked out. So this is again a reason that I'm coming in a space with consciousness, with a purpose. I came into this with a purpose, and this was this is what I lay my brick when I say.
I mean, if you were gonna do it, this is the guy you'd want to do it with, right? Like you'd want a shaman there. Like this guy gives you that energy. I mean, I would feel at peace. I'd feel like he'd be ready to pull me out of like some fucking deep dark hole. Like he would know what to do.
This happened, right? And I'm gonna anchor that this happened. I was sitting there and I felt like forcefully I was pushed back, which is not normal to me. Like I fell back, and there were these giant, tall creatures around me. I looked up and they were, if I would gauge, 20 foot plus, just huge creatures, right?
Big boys.
Kind of hovering over. They had these long hands. And I literally saw that they grabbed something. There was to the lack of it's an ugly potato was right here with a long stinger. Like it's almost like a mosquito's head. It was like some weird thing. Then I saw it. And then they grabbed this thing and they start pulling it, and I could see this stinger coming out of my chest. It was going through my body, and they were pulling this out, right? And then just carried it away. And what is verifiable to me that I felt it. I felt how I kind of relaxed, and I'm like, wow. And the anxiety leaving me. So, and I can cut ahead of the story that after this whole anxiety and anger just went away. So verifiably this happened because also the agreed upon reality thing that was happening to me stopped. So I know that there is a physical proof that no longer this anxiety, anger was no longer there.
Wow.
And so they grabbed this thing, they took it away, and this is the difference between 5-MeO and NN.
This was 5-MeO?
This is NN.
Oh, this is NN. Okay.
Because I can have a completely conscious, logical conversation. Why you don't really have that on 5-MeO? It's you going to the boss and language and all that stuff stops. Right? And here I got the packets of data. Like, okay,
interesting CFT.
This is a thing that you guys, meaning humans, you call these demons, but it's not a thing with a bad intention. It's not a demon. That's you just call it a demon. And so what this is, it's like, you know, when sharks are swimming, they have the little fish goes around them, and then they grab whatever left over. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it is. You have a certain frequency, you put out a certain energy, and there are entities that will be attracted to that. So technically it's a parasite, right? It's a parasite that something pissed you off, let's say, and then you are on that frequency. You're angry and you're on that frequency. And there are going to be parasites or creatures that are attracted to that. You're leaking that now. And then they will be around and they feed on that as long as you're angry.
You know, your designer's like,
once your anger is gone, they have no more food. They will be gone. But if you're angry today and tomorrow and after tomorrow, and it keeps happening, something bothers you and you keep yourself in this state, these entities, these parasites start to become familiar with you. And they don't have much, this was all told to me. They don't have a lot of complex processes, but enough for them to know that, okay, this is my food source now, and I'm here for a while, and I'm start to be familiar with this creature that giving me this food. And so all we have to do is getting him in a position where he's pissed. And then he will leak this food. And so bad stuff starts happening to you because they're not complex creatures, but they can to some degree affect what happens in reality. Wow. Right? So because they can affect your mental processes, because now your little demons are attached to you, right? And you live your life but your mental process is not completely unaffected. So that's basically what they said. These creatures are affecting your mental processes enough to steer you just a little bit into the direction that you will be angry or dissatisfied. So therefore you will generate that frequency, that energy that they feed on. So these creatures were basically telling me like, okay, we remove this thing, but be careful. Do not, chill. Don't get back to this particular frequency. Be very conscious of it because they will be back. Wow. So that was and they removed this thing, and then after that, like it was just gone. Like a month worth of anger and unaccounted anger. I don't know what I was angry about. Or this anxiety that I don't know. I'm like, I have no problems. I don't know where it is coming from. Yeah. So that's why this was strange. And so I used DMT for this process, and this is what happened. And I don't care. 8 billion people can.
Kids, don't try that at home. You're fucking angry. Like, oh, I gotta try some of this stuff. Then I got fucking parasite, fucking energy demons on me. Fuck.
Argue about this. I don't give a crap. Right. This happened.
Right.
I experienced this.
Yeah.
I don't care what you got to say about this. This happened to me, right? And it's verifiable, and I can verify it in the agreed upon reality right here. I'm not anxious, not angry, and I was for about a month, unexplainably, right? So those are those experiences when we gotta drop the anchor. Like, hey, it happened. Nobody can take this away from me. This happened, right? And so, so like this was just an example of entities and how that process works. In NNDMT, for me, it's rare that I come across entities. To me, it's it's very cerebral. And there are places I go to. Like there is this place I would go to where I call it the ecstasy of existence. Like it's almost like a giant structure, and I am aware that there are a lot of beings are in there, non-formal. Like these are not like the entity that.
So he was on this other version, and it kicked him back. And these entities revealed to him after dealing with them that he has some parasite attached to him energetically. Interesting. I have known psychics will say things like this to people. A psychic said this to me, actually, when I walked into her house once. She said, "Oh my God, there's something on you." I said, "What the fuck?" Like I'd never spoken one word to this woman in my life. So literally the first thing she said to me is she greeted me at the door. It's like, "Oh my God, you get something on you." And she had frankincense at her like door to greet people with. And if anyone knows what frankincense is, it's like it's sprayed in church. It's very strong. And people will use it as they'll diffuse it in the air as like this natural oil. And she doused me in frankincense. She said, "Oh, that's better." I said, "What the fucking shit?" And then that one didn't go that well. But I've heard this from other people that they'll say there's something dark attached to you. You've got something that's clung on to you, that's affecting you. It's causing you issues. Intriguing. I have no idea, right? I mean, these are these psychonauts exploring these different spaces, so fuck. Now, if he mentions bromo DMT, you'll be impressed. I didn't even know CFG, there were these different kinds. I thought there was just dimethyltryptamine. I didn't know there was these different versions of it as well. What's the kind that our brain secretes naturally? That there's like, what's the most potent form of it, I guess? Digi, I guess, saying I've mispronounced the word shaman.
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 Shaman. Shaman. Shaman.
Sh. A. M. N.
Shaman. 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 Shaman.
Shaman. Shaman.
I say shaman. Shaman, man. Hey, man. As a WoW player, you need to know this, man. I know the shaman, man. I did not play troll, though, man. Yeah. Yeah. I did not play the Horde Scum, man. I was in Alliance. I played Alliance. I played a human. Actually, I played a night elf for most of my playthrough. Played a night elf. I was an elf. Yeah. Fuck the trolls. Fucking Horde Scum. Anyway, for the Alliance. Yeah. Shaman. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Fuck. Yeah. God damn. Yeah, that's fucked. That's trippy. He speaks the truth. Jason says this. Jason's hypnotherapist. Fuck, all right. You can also understand the purpose without taking DMT. Ground to nature. Connect to what's real around you. Oh, bro. Is that where you live, brother? What the fuck? That's not real. That's not... Wait a second. That's not your house. That's not real. Is this a dark side of like just ground to nature? Just connect with what's real around you? You just fucking can live in a place like that? Oh my God. Right? Meanwhile, there's just a big screen TV on the side of that with a PlayStation 5. Fucking, it's all this guy needs to be happy. Typical fucking bachelor. God damn it. I hear you, brother. Shulgin's got a bunch of DMT containing molecules. Who's Shulgin? Or it's a type? Interesting. I had a near-death experience in a caving accident in my early 20s. As part of it, I went from third person for a while to another kind of existence. When you get there, some entities are there to help you understand what is going on in transition. Sorry. It's actually indescribably amazing. Like the biggest imaginable family reunion. When you first get there, though, it is very disorienting. You're not fully your higher self yet. I asked if this was heaven or hell and was told there is no such thing. That we live these lives to work out our energy and that going positive or negative happens on a continuum. They then followed up by saying, well, those that move their energy too far to the negative, consider it hell. Interesting. It sounds like a Michael Newton. We're in a simulation. We're here to kind of determine which path we want to go on. You can go down a negative path. You can go down a positive path. Service to self, service to other. Like what kind of person, what kind of people do you want to be around? What kind of world do you want to create? Right? We're in a simulation. Interesting. Yeah. Trunk monkey. He didn't see any demons though. You didn't see parasite demons. Okay. Interesting. Carla Rooktek, one of the most pure channels to have done it, writes about this in her channeling book. These psychic attacks can be stopped once you accept and even appreciate them. They do feed off your negative emotions. This is rare knowledge that Zoltan learned from these entities. Oh my God. That's why I try and think positive thoughts, you know, brother. Like, it's a famous psychedelics researcher. He synthesized tons of substances and documented the effects. Oh, very interesting, man. Okay. Interesting. Is this the Amazon romance? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like, oh, why is it not loading? I don't know. You'd have to The problem with using substances like that and having that experience is I would doubt it. But again, if it was very profound, it was emotionally profound, sorry. Then maybe it would be more real to you, it'd be a subjective thing, but he's just passing it along. So he's a clandestine chemist. Interesting. And his name was Shulgin. I never even heard of him, man. I was a huge fan of Terence McKenna back in the day. Back when I was a teenager, I used to love watching Terence's talks. I thought it was so profound, his experiences. Because, for me, like, I always wanted to talk to aliens. And I went searching, and I wondered if anybody had kind of any experiences in altered states of consciousness. And Terence had talked about how he did, how he met with these beings on DMT. And I thought it was so cool. But everyone that I knew, or people around me that I knew that used it, never had those kinds of profound experiences. So, did you see the Reddit post about basically the tall Nordics created the Greys as their biomechanical drones? Long story short, they seed worlds and uplift life forms to form complex sentience and set up grids to capture souls, and only allow them to go back to the source if they reach a certain level. This is due to some religious mandate to purify souls to return to the source, while also creating as many vessels to house souls to return to the source. Something about a consciousness singularity they want to curate in some way. Holy shit. Basically, afterlife is a spiritual firewall simulation that forces us to reincarnate if we don't meet their specifications, whatever that is, and we have to keep going back to get it right before being let through. That sounds fucking terrifying. Holy shit. Who said that? It was a post on Reddit. Enormous. It's 4 HOMET and 3 ACO DMT are the only two you need to try. Oh, it's 4 ACO DMT. That's the one where you talk to the aliens? Man? That's the one where you can talk to Skinny Bob? Will he pick up though, or is he just gonna leave me on fucking hold again? Yeah, those are incredibly visual. Oh, interesting. I don't know why this thing isn't loading, man. It's interesting. Yeah. Hinduism-ish. This is Hinduism-ish? Or like the shamans? Yeah, it'd be very, it'd be intriguing to have those experiences. I mean, it's one of those things like, how much don't we understand about reality? Like, I would presume that there's so much that we don't know about reality. And it's probably terrifying. Like, when you really look at it, it's probably fucking completely terrifying. How much we don't know. And I always personally looked at the woo as, again, we were talking about this last night, as potentially a symptom of some greater system at play here that we don't understand. And some people will look at it and say, well, it doesn't fit within the framework of our system, so therefore it cannot be. But I think that's just such an ignorant way of looking at it. I think it may be a symptom of a system that is unbelievably vast and that we don't understand, and that we're not cognitive of even. Like we're not even aware of it all. And I think we know that there's much that we don't know. So hence approaching it with like hubris. I never got that. But anyway. Yeah, basically, they're seeding numerous planets with advanced life to create vessels in order to exponentially feed purified souls into this source consciousness. All these planets surrounded by this grid, creating exponential vessels to feed into source. A galactic universal source. They have a theory about a type of singularity of source that will cause a shift in the universe reality they're trying to curate and bring about. Who posted this, Divormus? You have a link? So they are force feeding the consciousness source to exploit this tipping point. Jesus, who got this? Like someone channeled this? What's this? 4 ACO DMT is visuals that overlay reality. You can imagine a fireplace and see it. Oh my God, man, that's crazy. Yeah, man, fuck, if you get it, I'll pull it up. What I was going to get into now, actually, without beating around the bush, because I probably want to watch this in its entirety. Sorry, Jesse. Fucking just leech the content. But I genuinely would watch this anyway. So, this is John Brandenburg. I have not seen an interview with John in a long time. John is adamant, he's a physicist, that there was a nuclear catastrophe on Mars, as he talks about in the title here. That there was a civilization, they were destroyed by nuclear war. And John has the receipts to back up his theory, although there's debate on, the conclusions. But one of those is, I believe, xenon-129, which is a byproduct of nuclear detonations. And it is in an abundance in the atmosphere of Mars. And it's a bit of a conundrum, honestly. So what does it mean? What does it mean? It's very light on the body load and other negative side effects, but also very visual in the standard psychedelic way. That's very intriguing, man. I'll have to keep that in my back pocket. I may be combining all the theories, but here's the link. Okay, man, we can maybe go into this a little bit later. Showing past lives to people that died in a traumatic death, 3 cases to whistleblower reveal the truth that NHR, what they are doing. I've heard that theory too, man, that it's ultimately here, they're a part of some like harvest, which, I mean, again, to us sounds like horrifying, but it's not a harvest of humans. It's a harvest of consciousness, and that periodically different civilizations will like graduate in the simulation, and that Earth is scheduled to graduate. And one of the ways it's going to graduate is there's going to be a kill-off event. There's going to be a mass die-off due to a cataclysm. And when people die off, what will happen is they will die off and they won't be returning, a lot of them, and the Earth will be moved up into a higher place. And the people that are left are people that are going to be aided by them, mainly. Kind of chosen type people that want to align with this higher purpose. And that's what they're here for. And they're creating new bodies for people to have to jump into in this new world as well, that are more intelligent, more, psychic, all this shit. That's what some channelers have said. So it sounds kind of similar to that. But let me go throw my fucking noodles in the microwave. And I'm going to watch through all this. And I'm going to comment on it. So I'll be right back in 2 seconds, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. So dudes, back again. Jesus Christ, Tom Cruise. Oh my God. You here to tell us about Xenu, Tom Cruise? Scientology fucking aliens? I mean, I think they're indifferent to us individually. They see our souls as a product that feeds into the source, and they have turned this universe into a large soul farm, very similar to AI, create AI agents that evolve and feed back into the source AI in order to bring out a singularity. It's a terrifying prospect, man, when you think about it. Yeah, fucking Jesus, yeah. Mr. Cruz, I found alien contact that anyone can try. Place an aluminum can on the trackpad of the computer. If the cursor starts moving around intelligently by itself, then the aliens know about you. The aliens are using our electrical grid system to send their mind control frequency out at 50 to 60 hertz. The human mind operates on frequency. Put an aluminum can on your trackpad. The cursor may start moving around intelligently by itself. Well, that's an interesting take on fucking. So we're on from tinfoil to aluminum now. we moved up, or we moved up or down in the world. Is aluminum rarer than, well, tinfoil is aluminum though, isn't it? So we've gone from like the hats to cans. This is interesting, yeah. That's intriguing. Yeah, I'll have to try that sometime, Tom. Did Xenu tell you this himself, or it's testable right now? I unfortunately don't have a can, or yeah, I would try it. I've got a nice bottle of Woodford Reserve Double Oaked, 10-year-old Kentucky Straight Bourbon whiskey. Will that do it? If I drink enough of that, will I be able to fucking disclosure here in the Jim Russell Show, brother? Holy fuck, yeah. The mind control is strong. Who, on me? Oh God, I've been trying to talk to them for years, brother. Oh my God, I sleep naked every single night. I tell people this all the time. The day that Bob and fucking Skinny Jim and they all want to come and get me, they can come in my mind at any time. Please come on my mind. Please. What I'm going to watch right now, though, is I'm going to watch this. I'm going to put this on here with John Brandenburg. The people that don't know, people that are in here probably know, but because they don't shut the fuck up about it usually. But I am interested in the whole ancient astronaut hypothesis. I learned from the best, Giorgio and David, and but seriously though, I think there may be something to this idea that there was once a civilization on Mars. There's a lot of corroborating data, although the data is woo, to suggest that there may have been. And maybe even on our own planet in the past, right? Maybe there was this civilization that was once there, was here. So who knows? Yeah. Let me play this. I'm just gonna go through this. I'm gonna be talking about this for a while now because John's an interesting character. I'm curious to see what John's gonna talk about. So without further ado.
Is there really a UFO cover-up? And he said, yes. He said, and that's all I can tell you. The rest you can figure out for yourself. Mars was covered with liquid water. I was the one to find the Martian Ocean. We were looking at Cydonia Mensa, which is a site where there's the face and then there's a five-sided pyramid. NASA never shows that picture of the face beside the pyramid together in any of their public photos because it becomes obvious.
Really?
We're looking at archaeology. They kind of made fun of me as the Mars guy, and then suddenly Carl Sagan is trying to get a hold of me, and I said, well, Carl, what'd you think of the pictures? Brandenburg, why are you causing this trouble?
No way.
Yes. I'd found and digested the isotopic evidence, and when it all hit me, I wept like a child. It looked like a thermonuclear holocaust. We were so afraid it would happen on Earth.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
Jesus Christ.
Well, you know that, don't you?
It's pretty intense. I don't know.
Maybe you should interview
I think there's something to his theories, but...
I'm here with Dr. John Brandenburg, and it's an absolute honor to have him. You first popped up because I did a piece on Townsend Brown, and my audience has heard me talk about Townsend Brown ad nauseum. He's this mid-century inventor who I think did some interesting things in the world of gravity, possibly helping marry gravity and electromagnetism from an experimental standpoint.
Yes.
maybe not in the strongest theoretician. And then all of a sudden there's all this Twitter noise about this guy, John Brandenburg, who has his own model, gem theory. Gravity electromagnetism, is that right?
Just gravity electromagnetism.
And then more recently, I've started to get interested in kind of Mars anomalies, which have gone kind of viral. Like Joe Rogan recently retweeted my buddy Chris Ramsey, who posted this photo that's now been verified at the highest levels of this sort of square structure on Mars that looks artificial, but that's of a long lineage, as you know, of seemingly artificial structures on Mars. And you're about as deep as anybody on that topic.
Yes.
And so it's just an absolute honor to have you, and I appreciate you taking the time.
Well, Jesse, it's a pleasure and honor to be on your show.
Awesome.
You have had many awesome guests, and I've followed your work. It's very good.
Well, you're among the most awesome. And why don't we start with, just because we're going to be getting into pretty interesting territory that for the average, person who believes in kind of consensus or mainstream science might feel beyond the pale. So I think what's possibly most remarkable about you is you have very traditionally impressive bona fides and credentials. So what's your background?
Well, I grew up in Oregon, and I went to school for undergraduate at Southern Oregon University, majoring in physics and math, and inspired by my uncle who worked on the Manhattan Project during World War II. I wanted to go on for my PhD, and they encouraged that. So I ended up working at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, which was the Center for Fusion Research at the time. It's also where they had the big laser fusion experiment. And at the other end of the lab, though, they were building hydrogen bombs. So it was a very interesting atmosphere. Edward Teller was kind of the mentor of the program, and was a very entertaining character to hear talk. And he would come and talk to us, and I had several pleasant conversations with him. It was very inspirational. So then I finished there, and I went on to another government lab called Sandia National Lab and worked on directed energy weapons. I wanted to work on fusion, but all the money had suddenly dried up for fusion research. And so I worked in New Mexico for about 3 years, and that's when the laboratory staff experienced this moment of great angst and kind of morale collapse because of two things. The nuclear winter came out, and then there was a Able Archer crisis of 1983, which was classified. We were as close to a nuclear war as we were during the Cuban Missile Crisis, but it was secret. Only people on the lab premises inside the fence knew how bad things were. And I felt in despair, like a lot of other people at the lab, and that we were going to have a nuclear war by accident. And then I saw this interesting stuff on Mars, and I checked it out, and I thought suddenly I had hope for the future for the human race. I thought, well, if we discover a dead civilization on Mars, then the Cold War will be over. The Russians and the Americans will go to Mars together and investigate. And I remember the first night after seeing that evidence, putting my little daughter to bed and having hope for her future. And so then I went from there to Washington, D.C. and worked as a defense contractor, as a consulting physicist to the Pentagon and the intel agencies. And at the time, I didn't believe in UFOs. But after working there for about a year, suddenly it was absolutely clear there was a UFO cover-up.
And at what point did that become clear?
Well, I talked to a friend of a friend, worked for the Joint Chiefs of Staff at their staff level. He was a colonel, and I'd been hearing all of this rumors. The rumors were just very thick in the air during the Reagan administration. He was warning about invasions from outer space and that we ought to end the Cold War because of that. And I asked this fellow, I said, is there really a UFO cover-up? And he said, yes. He said, and that's all I can tell you. He says, the rest you can figure out for yourself, he says.
This guy was on the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, or
He worked for the Joint Chiefs as a staff.
So you spoke. It was a friend of a friend, but you spoke directly to the person.
Yes, I did.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and he basically
he was not a chairman. He was not one of the Joint Chiefs, but he was part of their staff.
Staffer or something.
Yeah, supporter.
And he was like, there is definitely a there.
Absolutely. And then I confirmed that through a second source.
There's a second source.
He was some hapless character I called at Space Command, and I said, I've heard there is an extraterrestrial threat whose existence is classified. I'd like to help with that program. And he said, oh, okay, here, let me see if I can connect you with somebody. And then he says, we'll have to call you back on that.
What was Edward Teller like? You know, obviously famous
he was
inventor of the hydrogen bomb and
very animated. He had big eyebrows. He's Hungarian and Jewish, and being Hungarian, he had a congenital fear of the Russians, and he was just I considered him a very creative, enlightened person.
Really?
Yes, and
because he's it's funny, post the movie Oppenheimer, I feel like he's painted as this sort of villain who wants to build a bigger and bigger bomb. And if you do read his letters around the creation of the H-bomb, it does belie somebody who has a conscience, who's saying, I think we need to do this for the Western world, because if we don't do this, the other side is going to do it.
Yes.
And it's actually really important that we figure this out. So yeah, what's your take on him? I mean,
I believe he was acting on instinct, and he was from Hungary, which has a bad history with Russia, and he just intuitively felt that the Russians were working on the hydrogen bomb, and now that they had the atomic bomb, they'd gotten the atomic bomb secret, and that was what you needed to set off the hydrogen bomb. It was basically the detonator cap, and he says, we can't stop working on the hydrogen bomb, because if we do, Joseph Stalin will get the hydrogen bomb and we won't have it. And Oppenheimer was suffering from a great deal of angst about the bomb being used in World War II. And he resisted this. He says, no, we don't need the hydrogen bomb. We have the atomic bomb, and the Russians will never figure out how to build a hydrogen bomb. And later, Teller and Sakharov actually got to meet. And Sakharov, the father of the Russian hydrogen bomb, looked at all of Teller's communiques and back and forth and said, oh, Teller was right. We would have never stopped working on the hydrogen bomb. Joe Stalin wanted the hydrogen bomb.
So you said you were working down the hall from him, and he was working on hydrogen bombs, just for the audience's perspective. Hydrogen bomb is basically uncontrolled fusion.
Uncontrolled fusion.
And
Interesting. Tom Cruise left, did he? We didn't want to, he wasn't happy we weren't going to, what was it? Put an aluminum can on your trackpad. Interesting. Fuck. Tom, I thought Tom's working on the new fucking Mission Impossible movie. He has time to try and figure these things out. My God. That's all it takes, huh, to figure it out. Just a pop can on the trackpad that'll fucking do it, huh? Fucking Christ, here. Oh, that's enough. It's almost Friday. Here we go. This is worthy of a drink, I guess. I pour a tiny little bit of water in here because it's fucking 45%. Like that much. Dear Christ, yeah. Weaponized science, very interesting. Tennessee Luna. I just did it. Aliens are real. You tried it. Oh, fuck. We've got, they're mind controlling us, yeah. Fuck. Tom Cruise, yeah, brother. Cheers, everybody. And, I don't know. Okay, interesting. This is, so again, people that don't know, this is John Brandenburg. He is author of a book essentially claiming that there's evidence there was a nuclear war on Mars. There is evidence for this, that there may have been a large detonation of nuclear devices in the atmosphere of Mars. I believe is it particle? Xenon 129 is the culprit. And it was found in high amounts in the atmosphere of Mars. And there's really only a couple ways that happens. One is through a giant meteorite or meteor exploding on the planet, or another one, which I think his argument, I don't know, it's one of those weird, it's kind of one of those conundrums for people where I don't know what the argument against it is really, because I think the amount that has been found really points in kind of one direction. So, fun fact, hydrogen bomb is called that way because it uses hydrogen explosive to set off a fusion reaction. Same thing as a regular atomic bomb, but with a different set-off method. Apparently that makes it more effective. Interesting, CFG. I think I've heard that actually, yeah. Yeah, it's far more devastating than a regular atomic weapon, yeah. Yeah, converting all matter into energy, and then you get like an antimatter bomb is even more devastating because it converts almost 100% of all of the matter into energy, and then that makes a massive explosion the size of like Europe. Anyway, all right, well, I'll continue this here, and I'll see I'm curious where he's going to go with this.
The kind of holy grail in energy would be controlled fusion.
Controlled fusion, that's why I've worked most of my career on.
Did Teller believe in the ideal of cold fusion, or not necessarily cold fusion, but controlled fusion?
Oh, yes, he did. Yeah. He did. And curiously enough, Andrei Sakharov is the designer of the tokamak, which is the leading contender to be a controlled fusion.
And is there's a relationship between Sakharov and Teller?
Well, they were both brilliant people, and they both kind of they thought down the same passages. They looked at the data and came to the same conclusions, even though they were completely isolated from each other.
Are all the conspiracies about controlled free energy, you know, you have people in UFO world like Stephen Greer who are like, it's the lost century. We figured this out 100 years ago with Tesla. The patents have left all these patent offices and inventors have died. And they'll go through like a laundry list of these inventors who, like, you know, Stan Meyer had a car that ran on water or whatever. And like, I don't know what to think about it. Look, do I believe oligopolists kind of run the U.S. or have for a long time? Like, basically, yeah, I do. Do I believe that they would commit sort of violence to maintain their oligopoly and ensure scarcity? Yes. Do I also simultaneously think that we have some 0-point energy machine or controlled fusion reactor hiding in a closet at Lockheed or something? I'm not so sure. So yeah, what do you think? Are you still lugging around one of those bulky, worn out wallets?
You know, I am.
Your posture's not great due to that wallet.
Fusion would be the ultimate fusion device, the ultimate energy source.
That's what Steven said.
Zero-point energy is very important to understand the theory of unifying gravity and electromagnetism because it's in quantum mechanics. However, according to Andrei Sakharov, the way to tap zero-point energy is have a black hole in your basement and feed it stray animals and things you don't want, and get the energy. Some of the energy goes into the black hole and some of it bursts out and you don't want to have a black hole in your basement.
No, that doesn't sound so great. But I guess the question is do you think there's been a line of suppressed science that has been hidden in the black, but could amount to real civil side updates in the way we live our lives, the way our cities are built?
I'm not known for being a skeptic about things, but I'm a skeptic about that. I do not think, short of making your own black hole and trying to keep it in your basement, you can harness free energy. Now, I could be wrong. The times I've been wrong in my career have been mostly when I said, this can't be done. And but I don't subscribe to Jim Greer's idea that the government is keeping free energy from us. I think
Jim Greer.
I do know that the fossil fuel industry is probably the most well-moneyed, most powerful lobbying group on Earth. There are countries where it is their entire lifeblood is fossil fuel. If you endanger that, you will take away. You'll be viewed as taking away their entire way of life. So,
Stephen Brothers, man.
Do I believe that there's an energy oligarchy trying to guard its turf? I'm afraid I do, but I think that because of global warming, which I believe is happening, we have to come up with a new form of energy.
I sat down a couple of years ago with Eric Weinstein, an old colleague of mine, and Hal Puthoff, who's a kind of a renowned scientist.
Love Hal.
Great guy. And Hal, made some interesting comments around, there was this anti-gravity craze in the 50s. And then, in the 60s, it kind of just like vaporized. Like
yes, it did.
It kind of went, it seemed, and he goes, they either didn't get anywhere or it went black. And that was like this famous line from that interview that got like clipped a bunch because, he's this kind of spooky insider.
I agree with Hal.
There's a famous series came out in the Miami Herald and other newspapers in probably the 50s. The author was Talbert. And he did a series where he found out that a number of aerospace engineering companies were suddenly interested in anti-gravity, and that people like DeWitt on up and down, really top level physicists, were suddenly getting grants to look at the idea of anti-gravity. For example, the gravity essay came along.
It's from the Gravity Research Foundation in Boston.
Right. And so it looked like it was going to be a big explosion. But anyway, then it all sort of quieted down. And I could take two implications of that, and that is it quieted down because nobody ever got anywhere. Or it quieted down because they did get somewhere and it went black.
So you think from Hal that's like a I can neither confirm nor deny statement, and
yes,
that it's
I
I'm
would
confirming
say
without confirming it.
Hal is still very much part of that world, and he has to follow its rules.
Why do you agree with Hal that anti-gravity updates were made and went black?
Well, obviously, if you have anti-gravity technology or what they call gravity modification, that's we're not anti-gravity here. We just want it to be a little bit more flexible.
That's right.
And so it would have great military importance. Einstein worked very hard on trying to do a unified field theory, to unify that, there are four forces of nature. Two of them are infinite range. One is electromagnetism, one is gravity. The weak, the strong force, they run things at the size of the nucleus in the atom. And they're powerful, but they don't have long range. Einstein just figured, okay, I can pick out the two long-range forces and unify them. And he made a lot of progress, and he helped get Kaluza-Klein theory, which has a hidden fifth dimension to unify gravity and A&M mathematically. He helped get that published. He didn't like the fifth dimension, but he decided that the math worked out so beautifully that it must be true. Fifth Dimension was one of my favorite groups during the 60s, by the way. So
up and away.
Up and away.
Wait, but so you're saying that Einstein might have figured out the unification mathematically? Because the modern understanding is that
there's a saying that on his deathbed, he suddenly became ecstatic and started talking excitedly to his nurse in German, like he'd had a conceptual breakthrough. And the nurse didn't understand German. So then he got back in his bed, lay down, and passed away. So he died happy. So he may have some last moment. Now, Hal Puthoff and I both have come up with similar theories. And we just did it by just simple deduction from physics. The nice thing about gravity theory and electromagnetism, you don't need to have a quantum theory of gravity to unify gravity and A&M. There's there's an electromagnetic effect I found that looks just like gravity. You can call it radiation pressure. And Sonder Sakharov found something very similar, and this is what led Hal Puthoff to develop his work. And the only thing different between my theory and Hal Puthoff's theory is my theory predicts big G, the gravitation constants, and the mass of the proton. Imagine the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang, nothing. Suddenly, 1 second later, the universe is a fireball of hydrogen plasma, almost pure hydrogen, like 1% neutrons. enough to trigger some, nuclear reactions. But it's basically just hydrogen. So the vacuum is hardwired to make hydrogen, electrons and protons, which are both stable. They last forever. And so, and if you ratio their masses, it's 1836, and the square root of that is 42, which I did not know when I wrote. I did not know about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when I wrote my original theory and derived that result. The key number to the universe is 42.85. It turns out to.
Well, so I want to get into your unification theory towards the end of the episode, because I think that's, to a lot of people, the most interesting, but it's also, I think, maybe the least accessible for the lay audience. How did you get into the idea that there may have been life on Mars in the past, in the distant past?
The Viking missions had been in 1976, and when I was in graduate school, and they gave the verdict, they tested for life in the soil, and they said—
You want to just tell people, what are the Viking missions?
The Vikings were a very ambitious double probe mission. It was ultimate vacuum tube technology kind of mission. And they sent these probes to Mars. They photographed the surface of Mars in great detail with just superb cameras. They landed 2 landers to test the soil for life. And they got mixed results, which now can be interpreted as they found life. But at the same time, they also sampled the atmosphere and
here we go. Let's go, guys.
A great excess of radiogenic isotopes. They're stable isotopes, but they're formed by powerful nuclear reactions. And they found that on Mars, and that made Mars unique. It was so unique that when we started getting meteorites, we started recognizing, there are these strange meteorites. And it looks like they come from Mars, and they tested the gas trapped and they found the same pattern of strange isotopes in the Mars, what they thought were Mars meteorites. And that's how they figured out that they were from Mars, because Mars isotopic signatures are so unique in the solar system.
And what exact isotopic signatures did they find?
They found a large amount of xenon-129, which is the product of 2 things: supernova explosions and hydrogen bomb explosions. And we know there was no supernova on Mars. If there was, there wouldn't be a solar system here.
And you said there was one other, argon?
There was when you irradiate rocks that have potassium in them, and all rocks do, they produce a isotope called argon-40, and that's super abundant on Mars. So you have 2 things that are products of what look like an intense nuclear reaction on Mars in the atmosphere. And the residues of that remain in the atmosphere. They're stable and they last forever. So, but they also found what looked like archaeology on Mars. And that was initially the most exciting thing. I only found out the significance of the isotopes on Mars from a staffer at Sandia Labs.
What's the convention? If I were to, be sitting across from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I said, I were to say, because he's trying to explain,
he's a very pleasant fellow.
He's trying to explain away,
And try not to just gag him the whole fucking time, Fuck.
The face on Sidonia or whatever, that, this famous, seemingly artificial structure.
I would love to sit down and talk with him.
That would be great to host a debate. He did.
As long as they let me bring my pictures of it from NASA.
Yeah, I think he would shy away from debate. I think he likes, to kind of pontificate and act smarter than, everybody else on his own show. But
I'm calling him out. Throw down, dude.
I know. Well, we've called him out multiple times on the show.
Throw down.
And he just, I think he's
I'll be
afraid.
waiting.
Yeah, let's do it. But from your lips to God's ears. But so if I were sitting across from him, let's just, a little audience surrogate devil's advocate question.
Sure.
How would he explain xenon-129 and argon-40?
He can't.
But would he admit?
That's the short answer.
Would he admit
it? He probably wouldn't admit it, but I've
no, but would he admit that we found those?
Oh, yes, he would. Yes,
that's a fact.
That's a fact.
Okay.
That's indisputable. And
so he would just say there's probably some other explanation, but I don't know what it is.
But that's what he would say.
Yeah, that's
from what I know, because I went looking for this after I went through John's work. The explanation, it's just from nuclear detonations and supernova explosions. There's another hypothesis, I think, out there that in a large enough impact, in love with like an asteroid, potentially there could be such a environment created so as to create that xenon 129. Now, I guess with the argon, that'd be another thing you'd have to try and contend with, though. So you'd have to try and concoct another explanation there. Anyway, yeah.
I have reviewed the literature very carefully on this. You can imagine I'm sticking my neck out as a scientist.
Yep.
But I found that the consensus among the real experts on isotopes, not just on Mars, but on the other planets and meteorites and things like this, is that there is no explanation for the xenon 129 superabundance or the argon 40 superabundance.
Yeah. So let's get into other possible evidence. Okay, so
now I'm curious if he's going to bring up Joe McMoneagle. Now, obviously, John is a scientist, so remote viewing is not an area that I'm thinking going to entertain. But as a human being, I think he could possibly see why, in particular, Joe's findings would be interesting because Joe has a particular track record that was recognized by the U.S. military. So him finding that, and Ingo did as well. So we had two of the remote viewers that did this for a living for the government, both look at Mars and find humans. They found human civilizations. They found remnants of human civilizations. They actually weren't from Mars, but they were living on Mars at least 1 million years ago. And now the remnants are pretty well destroyed. They're almost indiscernible. But Joe, as we were just watching on Jesse's last podcast, had these copies from JPL of Cydonia, which show in a little bit greater detail some of these anomalous structures, right? One, which is a more interesting one for me, is called the Old Fort, is what it was nicknamed by the people at JPL. And it looks like a structure, it looks like a pyramid that has collapsed in on itself. And, you know, this was one of the areas that the U.S. Army requested Joe go and take a look at. So again, for people that don't know, Joe McMoneagle is remote viewing for the government. He was at Bob Monroe's lab, and I think it was U.S. Army, we'll just say the U.S. military, went to Bob Monroe and tasked Joe to look at Mars 1 million years ago in 1983. Or 1983, 1984. And they gave him GPS coordinates of some of these objects. Joe then went back, had the GPS coordinates on Mars, and pulled the files from JPL and looked at what they were getting him to look at. What did I look at 1 million years ago? I saw a fucking pyramid the size of like a skyscraper, way bigger than Giza. What does he see? He sees an object that looks like a pyramid that's maybe collapsed in on itself. Obviously pretty degraded. What does 1 million years of erosion do? Crazy shit. Anyway,
that's really interesting. And do the two, so xenon 129, that would come from these large hydrogen explosions,
yes.
Is that right? And then argon.
And supernovas, but it was not a supernova on Mars.
Right, and I don't think anybody would contest that.
No,
because it's not a star, it's a planet. So, and then the second thing, the argon 40, that's a result of some sort of explosive event with potassium, is that right?
Well, it means a lot of potassium was irradiated by neutrons.
Okay.
Which is a typical byproduct of any hydrogen bomb or any nuclear explosive produces a lot of neutrons. That's where they got the neutron bomb.
And okay, so that's interesting. Okay, so that's kind of hard to argue with, right? Like that's one piece of evidence, right? Now let's get into other possible evidence. So water valleys seemingly across Mars.
Obviously
right?
Mars was just covered with liquid water I was the one to find the Martian ocean.
You were?
Yes.
How'd you find it?
Well, actually, it was, we were looking at Cydonia Mensa, which is a site where there's the face, and then there's nearby, like 5 miles away, there's a 5-sided pyramid. NASA never shows that picture of the face beside the pyramid together in any of their public photos because it becomes obvious.
Really? Because
we're
they're
looking
so
at
close.
Archaeology, you know.
And Cydonia is what region of
Cydonia is in the northern part of Mars. It was considered the garden spot of Mars. They wanted to land one of the Viking landers there. But then, into something that was kind of scandalous, the scientists running the Viking program, who were determining where they were going to land, suddenly found themselves overruled by a group they didn't even know existed on the project.
Who were they overruled by?
They were never sure. It's just said NASA just said basically the boys downtown say you can't land there.
Do you have any theories?
Oh, maybe bones. Yeah.
They had already taken pictures of Cydonia with the Mariner 9. And
so Mariner 9 was pre-Viking.
Pre-Viking. That was the one where they discovered all the water channels and the Great Valles Marineris. But then the Viking pictures showed clearly this face, and then they also found this pyramid nearby. And so, and they were doing, that was part of the surveys to see if it was safe to land there. They were worried about hitting big rocks when the thing came down. So it was a reasonable error. But then they just said, oh, we can't land in Cydonia Mensa because it's too rocky. No, it wasn't too rocky. It was the fact that the face was there and the pyramid was there.
But who's calling these shots?
The Intel and Defense Department. NASA is I call it a hood ornament on the mysterious black sedan, which is the real space program.
A cocky agency. That's just NASA's in the cock chair. Essentially. Isn't that fucking ridiculous? Yeah. Crazy. It's interesting. I've heard him say that before, that I love shoes. Get the Velcro shoes on too, brother. Fuck yeah. Fuck laces, John. That Cydonia was effectively in a garden region in times past.
Completely bound up with
it is.
Three-letter agencies.
They make sure that they clear everything with the 3-letter agencies.
Okay, so you have this.
That's my understanding.
So you have this face of Cydonia, the pyramid of Cydonia. You have this other artificial structure which has recently been popularized.
The square on Mars. I call it the Mars Masada.
The square on Mars. You have the even conventional understanding that there was probably water on Mars.
Oh yes, there was an ocean on Mars, and what happened is we found that there was a shoreline near Cydonia Mensa. It was like on the Riviera of Mars, and we followed the shoreline around because they had good elevation contours, and we found that the elevation contour of what was called 0 kilometer wrapped all the way around the planet, and the transition in terrain was dramatic. It was rocky and rugged. Above that elevation and below it, it was all smooth. Obviously, it was old ocean bottom, and also the river channels all fed into this basin.
And if you were talking to a conventional astronomer or Neil deGrasse Tyson, nobody could argue with that.
No.
Everybody says that water probably existed on Mars.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, one guy kept saying it was liquid carbon dioxide, which is ridiculous.
And is that taken?
That's the only other. You had to have something that was common that was liquid to make these channels, and water is the most abundant chemical compound in the universe. It's made of hydrogen, and oxygen is the third most abundant element in the universe. And so it has to be water. And so it's been confirmed. I gave my paper at a scientific conference in 1986.
Paleo Ocean of Mars, John E. Brandenburg. I'm sure the original Martians siphoned off the water through gravitational piping to bring it to Earth, Divinormus. Well, you know what's interesting, Divinormus? Now, here's some fucking woo, so put some fucking quartz crystal in your crack pipe for this one. Although, well, it might not be as crazy as some people might think. I can't remember who this was. There may have been a couple people who had, this wasn't remote viewing, mind you. they had said that there was another human group on Mars, and what they were doing was they were mining for gold. I don't know if there's even gold on Mars. I don't know if we know that. Maybe we can infer that. Anyway, what they were doing was they were diverting there wasn't a lot of water on Mars to begin with, according to I forget who this was. And so what they were doing was they were essentially diverting water into the planet. They were washing it, but they had these culverts, and the water was being essentially taken and used to clean the ore, and it was being diverted into the planet. So they were slowly draining these resources, and they were putting them inside. They were channeling them into the planet, whatever fucking reason. Now, and then they said what happened to the planet was, in the end, this created a chain reaction, and the planet started cooling, and they inadvertently created this climate change on Mars, and then the whole thing got fucked, and then they created a climate disaster. Now that none of that makes any fucking sense when you really think about it. But what was interesting is on Joe McMahon-Eagle's remote viewing documents, he did notice that there were these giant culverts within some of these sites that the military had sent him to go look at. And he said they looked like channels, like down, like deep underground, like almost like drainage. And I thought when I heard that, I said, oh my fucking God. I said, maybe this person really was talking to aliens, whoever it was. And it was Nancy Leader. It was somebody had come up with that theory. And I thought that was interesting. But anyway, that's just full-blown schizo aside there, honestly. But the reference to Joe's a little bit less so, where there was some kind of big operation going on there, according to him. They were making megaliths, but they were doing something else. There was some other kind of construction or mining operation going on there, from what he saw. So,
to a room full of Mars scientists, and yet NASA will never mention my name.
Really?
It's actually, it should be called the Brandenburg Ocean.
Oh, wow.
I just called it the Paleo Ocean of Mars, but it should be called the Brandenburg Ocean. And
John Stewart.
Who retrieved the images first? It was the Viking team, or was it a telescope, or?
It was the Viking team.
And then you sort of spotted it.
Oh, yes.
Interesting.
And
what were you doing at the time? What was your
we were investigating. We had good Mars maps. They were actually.
What was your role though? Like, what was your job title?
In the Independent Mars Investigation, headquartered at SRI, interestingly enough.
Stanford Research Institute.
It's the same place where we found out later that the remote viewing program was just down the hall from the headquarters of the Mars Investigation. But what happened was it was an informal investigation, and I was just in charge of getting good pictures. We're trying to get as many pictures as possible of the face on Mars and the pyramid at Cydonia, from as many different lighting angles as possible. And we had two really good pictures at different times of day. And then I went and looked at a different part of Mars that was also on the seashore of this ocean, and found another site with two faces, one of which looks like the same face inside a helmet as at Cydonia. It was kind of hilarious because we discovered it and we published it. And Carl Sagan had actually called me on the phone.
Really?
And I was very deeply honored, but his conversations, Brandenburg, nobody ever calls me John. They always call me Brandenburg. Brandenburg, why are you causing this trouble?
No way.
Yes.
He said, why are you causing this trouble?
I was at Sandia Labs. I'm working on directed energy weapons, and he calls up. I get this phone call, and he says, is this Carl Sagan? I want to talk to Brandenburg. And I said, you're talking to him. And he says, why are you causing this trouble?
As you know, I'm always on the hunt for things that help me stay sharp, focused, and full of energy while I'm diving into life's mysteries and making this show happen.
Whiskey Brother, that's all you need, Jesse.
And face it. And it was a place, they just called it Utopia. And so I got another phone call from him. He said, I'm sorry I was kind of short with you on the phone. And I said, we found another face. He says, yes, I heard about that. Could you send me a copy maybe of this face, a picture of it, and tell me where it is? And I said, sure. So I had a bunch of pictures and I stuffed them in an envelope. And I said, I got his address, Carl Sagan at Cornell University Astronomy Department. And I put it in the mailbox, and I actually watched the mailbox truck take it away and go. And then at that time, I was at Sandia Labs, and I left there in the next month, and I was moving to Washington, D.C. to work at Mission Research Corporation, really excellent scientific organization supporting the Pentagon and the agencies. And so when I got there, I gave him a call, I gave his office a call, and I said, what'd you think of the, I just talked to his secretary. I said, this is Brandenburg checking in. I'm in Washington, D.C. now. Just wondered what he thought of the pictures. And in those days, people didn't have cell phones. It was all, if you were lucky, you had a beeper.
Yeah.
And so over the next, and I'm going in and out because we're doing all these marketing meetings. It's the Reagan arms buildup. My God, there's all this work going on and Star Wars and stuff. And every time I come back to the office, the office manager, who's this really nice lady, says, John, Carl Sagan called and wants to talk to you. And I would get on the phone to his office, and of course he wasn't there. And so we played telephone tag for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And finally I'm talking with my boss about we're going to go to Naval Research Lab and pitch this program. And the office manager walks in and she says, John has a phone call. And my boss just looks at her like really annoyed, like, what is this? Why are you interrupting our meeting? And she says, it's Carl Sagan.
Mm-hmm.
And my boss looked really amazed and said, well, I guess you better take the call, John. So it gave me instant credibility. I mean, everybody kind of talked about me because of my Mars work.
Well, they were like, yeah, why is Carl Sagan all
they kind of made fun of me as the Mars guy, and then suddenly Carl Sagan is trying to get a hold of me all the time, and so I go to my office.
Well, because Carl wanted to squash the idea.
I said, well, Carl,
that's why.
What'd you think of the pictures? He says, I never got them. And we both had this long moment of silence. I said, okay, here's the frame number, here's the long lat, here's the, I'm going to fax you a copy right now. Just give me a fax number and I'll fax it to you. And that's what we did in those days before the internet. And he said, thank you. And he called me back later and said, this isn't as big as the first one. I said, it's about 2/3 the size. He says, but it's very interesting. He says, it's very interesting. And
that was it?
And that was it. That was it. And then they changed the name of the region from being just Utopia to Galaxis Chaos. And I realized...
What's the significance of that?
Chaos means kind of cliffy ground. So it was kind of a technical description.
He's the Phil Collins of the physics world, golf, so you're trying to fucking say? The mustard tiger of the physics world? Yeah, I mean, Sagan, so I mean, for people that don't know, I love Carl. A lot of people, some people grew up with Carl. I kind of did too, because, I loved space shows and shit. So I'd see reruns of, I think it was Cosmos, right? The show that he did back in the 80s? And I love Carl. Now, as I got older and I started looking into things like catastrophism, I ran into where Carl kind of became famous, where he kind of made his name. And he made his name in effectively debunking or trying to debunk Menya Velikovsky, who was a Russian psychoanalyst who wrote a book in 1950 called Worlds in Collision. And the book was about Emmanuel going through history, biblical stories, religious stories from around the world, talking about this encounter that Earth had with this giant comet that flew by it and caused a cataclysm. And Emmanuel then, after going through all these stories, started to try to piece together, well, what was this comet? Like, what was it? It was this giant comet the size of a planet, right? Like, and so he concocted this theory. He surmised that, from reading through some of these stories, that the orbit of Venus was perturbed. And there were some ancient stories, some ancient cultures who had talked about the orbit of Venus being perturbed, the morning star, right? That it wasn't rising where it should have been. It was all over the place. And so he thought, well, maybe what happened was Venus could have been a moon of Jupiter, and it got ejected into Jupiter's orbit and flew by Mars, and then ended up in the orbit it's currently in, which was objectively pretty crazy, right? Not a lot to support that. So Sagan and the physics community kind of drug his balls to the glass over that, and they didn't like the idea that he created a lot of hysteria, actually, with that book, because it scared the shit out of people, because he was talking about like a cataclysm and that this only happened very recently, like 3,400 years ago, roughly, during the Exodus, right, with Moses and the Israelites. And so anyway, Sagan was kind of put forward and he debunked Velikovsky. The problem, what happened was, instead of just critiquing that idea, right, the physics around the feasibility of, that happening, they just tried to get the book taken off the shelves because they saw, oh, this theory is ridiculous. It's in line with what we know, so therefore no one should read the book at all. Now, there was a lot of very good research, scholarly research that he did. It was a very well-cited work at a time, too, when, like, he had to physically go to all these obscure universities and repositories, these different places, ancient scrolls, manuscripts. Like, he spent decades really looking into this. And they tried to take the book off the shelves. It was a huge heresy that happened with him, and he ended up regretting it in the end. But Sagan was kind of put forward and used early on by the scientific establishment to talk people like him down. And so when you hear about Sagan going after the face on Mars, it's kind of a similar phenomena where he became, again, the face of the scientific establishment, that this is impossible. No, this is just a play of light and shadow, right? And it's, whatever it's called again, sorry, when you see human faces and rocks and whatnot. That's all this is. It's just nonsense. We just need to let it go, right? And obviously they're functioning off the premise that there was no civilization on Mars, right? Because there's no evidence for any civilization on Mars. But when you really think about it logically, that's a little bit contradictory to write off this object completely and state that there's no way that this face is real because there's no evidence that there's any civilization. But then what we'd be looking for, if it was an older civilization that's now gone, is remnants of a civilization. So then just attributing this face on Mars to, a trick of the human eye is kind of very circular. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You're not getting anywhere. Like, what are you trying to say? So anyway, I found the argument to be pretty weak. And again, the explanation for all of the other objects around it in Cydonia too is like, oh, it's just a trick of the eyes, light and shadow, right? I'm like, well, but what would a structure, like let's say a pyramid, look like if it's been subjected to 1 million years of erosion? We're not old enough to even know, right? So depending upon how old the civilization is, who are we to say? I mean, we're not going to know till we go there definitively. But anyway, yeah, it's just fucking it. So that was just a bit of a background on Sagan for people that don't know. As much as I love Carl's work, he was kind of used by the scientific establishment to put down people who challenged the narrative, essentially. He was a very good orator. He's a very good speaker. He was a very level-headed guy. He had a way of speaking that grabbed people's attention. And so I think he was used at times, in my opinion, by this establishment when they needed him to attack these problems. He himself may have also believed that this was nothing. But I have a hard time believing that sometimes listening to Cosmos, where I hear this person so optimistic about, oh, we're going to go into the solar system and find alien life and, and find, how magical it would be if we found alien life on another planet. It's like, here we may have fucking found something. It's just inconvenient for you right now because it's in your face and it's not the way we thought we'd find it. We thought we'd find little microbial organisms, and now we're going to find giant fucking people on Mars and we're throwing nukes around. That's a little bit scarier than microbial life, right? That's going to freak people the fuck out. It's going to crash the stock market, Carl. They're going to fucking tear your skin off and eat you, right? It's like everything's going to crash, right? They weren't anticipating that scenario. And so what do? They just fucking put it down. They just put it down. Anyway, shut the fuck up.
But it was apparent that I'd thrown somebody's galaxy into chaos by finding this second face of Mars that looked like the first face at Cydonia. And now it's been confirmed. It is another face. By this point, we knew we'd found a dead civilization on Mars.
Yep.
And I will be very honest with you. When we found the second face, we also found shots of the first face in Viking pictures showing it illuminated at morning, so you could see that it was symmetrical, right and left. And then I'd found and digested the isotopic evidence. And when it all kind of sitting in my office, it all hit me. I wept like a child for about 4 minutes.
Why?
Because they were all dead. It looked like a thermonuclear holocaust and had happened there. And we were so afraid it would happen on Earth, working at Sandia Labs. And I just was just overcome with grief. After a few minutes, I said, get a hold of yourself. I said, get a hold of yourself, get a grip, you know? And I said, don't be sad, be happy. Because now you know. Now you know. The universe has no safety net. Bad things can happen in the universe.
Well, John, see,
sure
but hold on. This is the problem, though, that I have here, right? Again, we're jumping to a bit of a premature conclusion, though, right? Now, John, I'm assuming, is aware of Joe's remote viewing because he was at SRI, I guess, when they were doing this. Although Joe was at Bob Monroe's lab when he did the Mars remote viewing, but we don't know what the fuck happened. We have no idea what happened, right? What we know happened, we could imply what might have happened here, looking at the data, is, there was a nuclear holocaust on the planet. Now, is that the only planet those people were on? Right? Who knows? Maybe they weren't even from that planet, right? We find similar structures on Earth, don't we? Who are these people? Who are the gods, John? I've tweeted at John. I've sent John a message. He's probably not going to ever see it or give a fuck about it, but although maybe he liked it, I can't remember. But anyway, I don't remember. But really, the question we should be asking here going forward, and now the problem is we're going to have to go there to find this out definitively, right? And this is why I've been bringing this shit up about the giant bodies and whatnot, right? Because who the fuck are these people? Right? So they destroyed Mars, according to John, and John has evidence to back that up. So that's not good, right? So let's just say, for instance, you're someone who has more, you have a top-down view of all of this. Maybe John hasn't been privy to all of this classified information. It's been compartmentalized. Maybe you're Dick Cheney. Maybe you're one of these global elite. You know everything. Or you know a lot of it, right? Maybe you know who those people were, right? That they're not just on Mars. Like Joe saw remote viewing, they weren't even from Mars. They were from another planet in our solar system. They were also on Earth. They destroyed Mars with nuclear weapons. How's that going to sit with everybody here on Earth? Right? The gods are the warnings of giants of old. Well, what do you make of petroglyphs, Jim? Which petroglyphs did you? The gods of old are not from Earth. They're in the solar system still. I mean, I'm assuming John knows or knew Norman Berggren, right? They're still in the solar system. They're not all gone. They're out there, and they blew the fuck out of Mars however many thousands of years ago. That doesn't sound great for us, though, does it? When you really think about it, right? So our neighbors, right? Our cousins are out there somewhere. This is under this hypothesis. Our cousins are out there. They're more advanced than us. They're bigger than us. They're smarter than us, probably. And they maybe aren't the nicest people. Who knows, though? That's just going from stories. We don't know that. Do you think they blew up Mars, or that whoever lived on Mars blew up Mars? I don't know, right? Ultimately, I can't say with conviction one way or the other what the fuck happened, right, Digi? What I can say is that if you go through John's narrative, somebody lit off a bunch of nuclear devices on Mars. Like you were saying earlier about the Bhagavad Gita and some of these other Hindu stories, there may have been incidents on Earth in the past where nuclear detonations happened. That's also very controversial, but there are some people that point towards it actually happening. One of the cities, I don't think it was the city that we think is Sodom and Gomorrah, but there's another city, I believe it's in India, that has some evidence. I don't think call it strong, but there's some evidence that there was an event that happened that irradiated all the bones there and that everybody died in the city and there's melt glass everywhere. I forget what the city is called. Maybe the two of them had a war on Mars and one side had the tech to come to Earth and the others did not. Well, who knows, Hendrix? Yeah. So I forget what it's called, but there is an incident that this is a real thing. We'd have to find it. I don't think it's Sodom and Gomorrah, the site of Sodom and Gomorrah, although it may have been. But there was a scientist who did the work and found that some of the bones were radiated. And they found similar compounds. I don't know if it was xenon-129, but they found some radioactive isotopes at the area. So if that happened in the past, and if this happened on Mars, there's a trend here. So again, like when we look at things like remote viewing, some of this woo, we're not going to know with conviction, but what it could do is get us to ask the right questions going forward. So what we could say with Joe's remote viewing, right, of Mars, and what happened in that remote viewing is that there was a group of large people who are depicted all over the planet on Earth in our ancient past, influencing ancient cultures. They were considered the gods by all these ancient peoples. They were living on Mars looking for somewhere new to live. So they essentially fled where they were from in hopes of finding a new place to live, because where they were from was having some kind of an issue with its atmosphere of the planet. It was a comet-like planet where they were from, right? And at the end of Joe's remote viewing, they go back there. Now, this is what you can digest. And Mesopotamian cylinder seals that I bring up all the time, right? It may even be right here. Fuck. Wrong one, everybody. Uh-oh. Where did we get that from? No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Just let me get my CPU here for a second. And uh-oh. Let me go to my stuff folder. Sorry, just a minute. Actually, where's my Nibiru collection? Yeah, ignore that one. That's not the one we're looking at, all right? Wait, wrong one. There, right one. There, this is the one, all right? Yeah, clip it, you motherfuckers. Yeah, that's my other special folder, right? That is my Skinny Bob, late night, pray for Skinny Bob, fucking. Okay, we got thrown off track here slightly. But in Joe's remote viewing, these giant humans, okay, are on Mars. They, at the end of the session, go back to where they are from, which is a comet-like planet. We have on our planet cylinder seals from cultures from Mesopotamia depicting giant humans who are literally pointing up to a comet-like object, saying that's where they're from. Joe did that remote viewing blind in an isolation tank at the Bob Monroe's Institute for the U.S. military. And that's who was on Mars. So, yeah, I have a folder, yeah. Where's this video for science? Oh, fuck. Yeah. That's the significance of this, potentially. That in the ancient past, this is everywhere. What's the problem here? The problem is that we as a species are all too fucking stupid. We as a species might be too stupid to put this puzzle together. It's been in front of us the entire time. And we thought, oh, that's a funny story they told. They were so creative. No, they weren't. They literally may have made these. We have no idea really where some of these came from, these cylinder seals. So whoever they are, these people, we may have got history all wrong. And this may be the real history. And these people may still be out there, because guess what we're looking for right now in our solar system? Planet 9, which is effectively Planet X, which is a large comet-like planet. It is a planet that is in orbit much like a comet. just an icy body, I think, though, they think. Guess we're going to find out at some point. Actually, probably next year we're going to find out because they're going to get the fucking telescope up that's going to be able to find it. What a surprise it'll be. We find out it's not an icy body. Uh-oh. What's going to happen then? Everyone's going to freak the fuck out. Listen, before this happens, we're going to fucking invest. We will the insider knowledge on this, all right? So when everything crashes, we can bet against the market before it happens. This is where we're going to make our wealth, everybody. Fuck. Anyway, Nibiru, fish, yeah. That's literally where this goes, yeah. Nibiru is never mentioned specifically really anywhere in any Mesopotamian text. It simply just means crossing. There's one mention of it maybe being associated with a celestial object, but it just means cross. Sitchin just used it as a way to signify that this object crosses the ecliptic plane, which Planet 9 does. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll continue John's interview here, but this is why this is important, because this is our own ancient history, is where we're getting to. Now, this is threading together. We've used a bit of remote viewing to thread together this scarf, right, that we're wearing, or whatever, hoodie, whatever, like this narrative, this tale that we're you get what I mean, like to fucking weave a tale. Anyway, I tried to do it. So it's not maybe held together the best with remote viewing, but still, there's a connection piece there. So, yeah, it's, yeah, I'll continue it. But this is why this is important. This could be very well our own origin story too, right? Because in these Sumerian stories, this is Akkadian or Assyrian, but in the Sumerian stories out of Mesopotamia, the creation stories, the Anunnaki fashioned us in their image out of clay. So where did the human species originate? This could get very deep, right? It could have originated on this other planet. We could have even had something to do with Mars as well. But ultimately, it doesn't have anything to do with either of the planets, would be my argument. But anyway, John looks like he's unwell, actually. Does he have cancer, maybe? Is that that little thing he's got hanging on? Maybe it's just his wallet, but anyway. Chromosome 2 is fused, DNA manipulation. Is that indicative of that, Aaron? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows, right? I mean, who fucked with our DNA in the past, or what the story actually is. But that's what's in our history. That cylinder seal that I had up there is literally, and sorry, I still have up there, I got to close it. This is literally our history, right? And so we're just now starting to maybe unravel things, but it's a long process.
What happened here? So I became very, very dedicated at that point to see that we have a human mission to Mars, boots on the ground, to find out exactly what happened on Mars, to make sure it doesn't happen here. That's my focus.
Isn't one popular theory, even in, again, conventional circles, that Mars had a magnetosphere?
Yes,
and that allowed for water to exist and stuff, and that its magnetosphere was somehow stripped?
Well, Mars is only half the size of Earth. It has about 1/8 the mass of Earth. What that means is its core would have cooled off quicker, and the molten core is what allows the liquid iron dynamo
It's Skinny Bob cylinder seal stuck in your head. God damn.
To exist. So Mars may have just run out of gas, but
okay, so the magnetosphere just died out.
It just died out.
And that wasn't, so you think they had actually extincted themselves before that or after that? They were unrelated?
I think so. I think Mars...
And for the audience, the magnetosphere would allow a biosphere to exist.
Yes,
would allow water, but also possibly life.
Well, and it's, as they're finding out at Chernobyl, by the way, life can thrive in areas with a lot of radiation. It just mutates faster.
Yes.
And so accelerated evolution on Mars may have proceeded after the magnetosphere died. But there's other things going on. Mars looked like it had a dense atmosphere with a nice greenhouse going. On Mars, greenhouse effect was not a bad word. It helped Mars to have Earth-like temperatures, even though it's farther from the sun. And what happened then was suddenly all that was gone. Some cataclysm, what looks like a thermonuclear holocaust, blew most of the atmosphere off into space. So it's only got a thin, tenuous atmosphere left, and it leaked all its heat. And a planetary greenhouse traps heat. So even the core stays hotter. So it could have accelerated the decline of the magnetosphere on Mars, losing its atmosphere. And there's still areas of Mars that are still strongly magnetized, and they found aurora over them.
Due to the magnetic field presence.
Yes.
Wasn't there a meteorite found in Alaska as well in the 90s that Clinton then spoke about publicly?
Actually, it was found in Antarctica. And that was
Antarctica.
ALH 8401. There's a certain type of meteorite called CI, carbonaceous chondrites. They're basically old lake bottom from some planet.
And this meteorite was from Mars?
Yes.
We know.
And that was a piece of lava, but it had a vein of carbonate inside, limestone, and it was full of organic matter. And it
looked like bacterial fossils.
It looked like bacterial fossils in there. Yeah. I found their evidence to be rather convincing. But they were attacked viciously.
We have archaeological structures on Mars that seem to imply that water existed at the very least.
Oh, yes.
We have, conventional astronomers saying, there was probably a magnetosphere back in the day, and that would allow for a biosphere.
Yes, it would.
And then you have these artificial.
You don't even need, there could be water in the ocean, life in the oceans without even it being on land. And it would.
I wonder, does he talk about Jim McMahon-Eagle? I'm just curious. He talks about Roswell for a long time. And Janel and Hynek. Nibiru translates as, I'm not taking in Latin. Yeah, it means in Sumerian CFG, it means crossing or to cross is what the word Nibiru means in Sumerian. And that's why Sitchin named this object. The other name for it too was Marduk. Marduk was the other name, which was a god. Part of the creation story. Is it the Enuma Elish, I think, talks about him. But Sitchin named the planet Nibiru because he was convinced in the stories that this object crossed the ecliptic plane of the solar system. And so he was convinced in his readings too of some of these stories that they were implying that as well. So that then its name was given, he gave it the name Nibiru, yeah. Crossing is in the Nibiru translation, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, that's the official one, is the crossing or to cross or cross, yeah. And it's interesting, again, not to get off of topic of this video, but there are cylinder seals literally depicting this cross in the sky. And I can find this is an impression of one here, but you can see that this cross was, and now there's no explanation for what this actually represents. You can see it here, this cross in the sky. So Sitchin was convinced that the Mesopotamian academics were daft and were not connecting the dots properly on this, where this winged disc has a cross within it because, well, there's for two reasons. One reason is that if you look actually on SOHO, on the Solar Observatory, right? It's a satellite that NASA uses. You will sometimes see incoming comets look like crosses because of how the tail comes off of them. They'll look incoming towards us like a cross. So it will sometimes, you'll see a cross depicted on these cylinder seals. But the winged disc that these gentlemen, these god pantheon, like Anu, ride upon, is literally represented by a cross. Like I just showed before, there's another depiction of it, the cross within the winged disc. So when you see it isolated by itself, it's representing this winged disc usually in the sky. This is Sitchin's argument, which I think is pretty interesting. Like there's another depiction of it there with Inanna or Ishtar, depending on where you're from and what time period. There's another. I've got another one here of. I'm not going to go through them all again. I got a fuck ton of them on here. I've showed them ad nauseum. Like there's another one there. You can see the winged disc, right? And the head of it is represented by a cross, right? And it goes on. And the cross is a really ancient symbol. There it is again at Valcamonica in Italy. That's almost 10,000 years old, that petroglyph. That precedes even the Sumerian civilization, right? And you can see it there. It's got these 4 dots around it. Other cultures too, like the Hopi had the cross in the sky. It's endless. So the idea is that these cultures saw this thing as well, but that the Sumerians were representing it as a cross. And so to call this winged disc, this object, which Sitchin's convinces is another planet in our solar system, Nibiru, actually does kind of fit with it because it's depicted as a cross on the cylinder seals. So he's actually not that far off base. If you wanted, you can make a decent argument for this. Now, I mean, again, where's the planet? I mean, it all comes down to that as well, right? So anyway, yeah, it translates to I'm not taking in Russian. Fuck yeah. Marmaduke is a dog, bro. Is it? Marduk is the name. Yeah. That's the other name it was known by, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I'll continue the talk here with him. But, yeah. Crossing is an area. Yeah, I just realized what the second coming means if Nibiru is a cross on the disc. Well, I mean, the great dragon, the red dragon in Revelations, right, Aaron? I mean, right? It's red. That's usually, right? I mean, you can see supposedly, and same with the caduceus. Where's the caduceus? This is another representation of it here. The serpents entwining around the staff, right? That you can see literally in some cultures, this winged disc has these serpents coming off of it. Look, this is Egypt. Look right there. 2 cobras coming off of the bottom of it. It's everywhere. It's a mind fuck of a rabbit hole when you go down it and start digging it up. In Ra, I've gone over this before too, but Ra, who's sitting there, right, with the red orb over his head entwined again by a serpent, Ra translates to evil. This is something I dug into through Emanuel Velikovsky's source material. But Ra translates to evil, right? R-A-A in Hebrew. It means evil. And there is an interpretation from a long time ago from these rabbis. They're called these Midraic rabbis, that in the Exodus story, there's actually a line where the Pharaoh says to Moses, you may leave with the Israelites, but know that evil is on the horizon waiting for you. Ra is waiting on the horizon waiting for you. That it translated to evil, but the actual original translation, some people believe, some of these scholars believe, but they're not in the majority, is that Ra actually is supposed to translate to evil red star. And it was shortened down to just evil. An evil red star also then turned into this evil red creature, like demon, Satan, like this this great dragon that approached the earth, right, with 7 heads. But you can see Ra here sitting, the god Ra, with a red star over his head, entwined by a serpent. And there's stories from Pliny the Elder, a Roman philosopher, who talked about this object Typhon that appeared over Egypt, and it twisted like a coil. It was blood red. So, I mean, there's all kinds of connections to this, and it gets very fucked. It gets very disturbing. Yeah. The serpents on the winged disc, maybe it's a representation of Enki. I don't know. Well, I mean, the serpents on the disc, I don't know. I mean, well, this is a sun disc for Egyptologists, but Enki is always represented as a serpent in Sitchin's translations. Yes, yeah. There's Enki and Enlil and Ishtar or Inanna and Anu, and that's all the pantheon. But yeah, the sons and daughters of Anu. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what I would argue, what I'm trying to argue with this, and I have in the past, is that what we're looking at here is a celestial object. And what we're looking at here actually is celestial mechanics. Even when you look at the caduceus, this pattern is something that you see even in our solar system. Now, if you look at how our solar system actually moves through the galactic plane, this is what it looks like. At the helm, you'll see the sun, and you'll see all of these other planets. Like, we're not on a disk moving like this. We're orbiting around the sun, moving along the galactic plane, right? And so that's what it actually looks like, is we're trailing around the sun as we move in this solar system, right? And it happens with smaller objects too, right? So if this object's on a comet-like trajectory, it would likely have a long tail of objects trailing behind it. So what you'd see is something like this from a distance. You'd see all these objects entwined around it. I was speaking with one of the astrophysicists that's looking for Planet 9. And he wrote a paper that I saw, and I emailed him. And his hypothesis was that we can find Planet 9 not through looking for the planet itself, but by looking for a heat signature of the objects swirling behind it. Because if it's a planet-sized comet, essentially, it's going to have a fuckload of trash swirling behind its tail. And so I emailed him. I said, "Oh, that's an interesting theory there." And I talked to him for a while about this kind of stuff as well, actually. So I'm going full globetard. Yeah. Oh, yeah, brother. This is going full. I've gone right down the fucking goddamn rabbit hole with this. Like, anyway, I haven't published anything on it, obviously, but anyway, probably best I don't. Anyway, this one, I just said this before. Like, we meme on here. I meme on here. This one scares me a bit. This one scares me. Like, and I think, you know, if I was a more accredited person, I'd be much more cautious about talking about this too. But I don't have any kind of background academically in that field that will really carry my argument forward with any weight. So I think I'm fine to meme on it, but it does concern me because we talk about these cycles of catastrophe here. And I mean, there's really only one thing I would argue that's going to cause some kind of cyclical catastrophe, and it's something like that. So, you know, anyway, see, that says to me, double helix from Enki is represented as a serpent. So changing of our DNA by Anunnaki. Yes. And that's interesting too, Aaron. Yeah. And again, Sitchin interpreted it as that as well. That is also how the double helix is represented. Yeah. But as above, so below. I mean, there's similar mechanisms at play that maybe in celestial mechanics and astrophysics, when you look at how objects entwine behind an object, it does look like this. And now, why would I argue this isn't DNA, but it's more reminiscent of celestial mechanics? Because the object at the top is the winged disc. And the winged disc is almost absolutely some kind of celestial phenomena. And there are far too many connections to suggest that it is. There are many stories from ancient cultures also that speak of a large winged disc sweeping by the earth and causing a cataclysm. I just mentioned it last night too, but the Ojibwa speak of the long-tailed heavenly climbing star that swept by the earth with its tail, lashed the earth with its tail, and caught everything on fire. So again, and it's not just them. You look at Quetzalcoatl as another one, right? Out of Mesoamerica, or Viracocha as another depiction as well. That is further south, but where is he at here? I mean, you know, the depictions are everywhere of this object. It just comes in different forms from different cultures. A red dragon at times gets depicted as being red, right? The red Kachina, right? From the Hopi prophecy. It does come back to Nibiru. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely concerning if someone could be big enough to rip and tear the earth as it passes. Why wouldn't it mess up our orbit? That's the problem, Warp. And that's precisely correct. That the issue that you come up with, there's a couple issues with this. The first one, you're right. From our understanding of celestial mechanics, at least, an object like this entering the inner solar system, or at least entering the inner solar system enough that we could see it visibly on Earth, would be a problem, because we would think it would sorry, choked on this fucking whiskey at the same time. It would absolutely fuck everything up. But I don't know to what degree we know that's impossible or improbable. I would say it's improbable. People, if you talk to people like in astrophysics, they would say it's improbable. But I don't, again, how much do we actually know, even about gravity and about the interactions of large objects, gravitational objects? I mean, is there a repulsion force with gravity? If an object like that were to enter the inner solar system, would it fuck everything up, or would it simply just be a repulsion force? I mean, I would just repel things back. Would the predominant force in the solar system, our sun, still take precedent? And could it potentially even function in an orbit that extreme if we're talking about like flying right by the Earth or close enough by the Earth that we could see it? So that's the conundrum with these ancient cultures. And maybe it speaks to this being a misinterpretation, like of people seeing, for instance, Sitchin. This is from a documentary with Sitchin, right? Where the fuck is it? Here, where he brought this up because this cross is pictured during the day because they're farming, and that it's approaching in the sky. And you can see, and this is a cylinder seal that he imprinted, but it's a real cylinder seal, that this cross appeared to them during the day, which implied that it was coming from the direction of the sun, which means that it was coming into the inner solar system, or it had already come into the inner solar system, which implied an extreme orbit, which doesn't make any sense to us. So, you know, in his orbit of 3,600 years, I've had people do the math. The gentleman who I talked to, who is an astrophysicist and he's a philosopher, he's 2 PhDs. He's in Hong Kong, I think. He did the math. It's not sustainable. A 3,600-year orbit is not sustainable for an object of this size. So it doesn't necessarily make sense. But there might be another scenario that this was knowledge imparted to these people, and this was like representative of this object approaching. Maybe it doesn't enter the inner solar system, but maybe it comes close enough that it perturbs the Kuiper belt. It perturbs, even maybe the asteroid belt. Objects get thrown into the inner solar system, and it creates chaos in another way. It's hard to say. We don't know. This is all unknown shit right now, right? Like, I know the guys looking for Planet 9 don't want to hear this. So I know that much. Because to be fair to them, all they're concerned about is the math. That's all they know. That's what they do. They do math. They don't do digging through scholarly work and, asking philosophical questions about, the what ifs of what all this fucking can mean. And they're more concerned with mathematically finding the planet. When they find the planet, if they find the planet, when they find it, let's put it that way. When they find it, and if it wasn't what they think it is, then Jim's going to give them a call. Or maybe they'll give Jim a call because I pestered a couple of them in the past. But anyway, just memeing, of course. Yeah. Let's read the book of Revelations now. The sky turned black. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, it's, where's the dragon at again? Yeah. Oh, where the fuck is it? Yeah, there it is right there. The idea and like what Sitchin put forward was that this dragon is a comet planet. It's this great red, and the reason why it's red is because it comes through the asteroid belt. And there's a lot of oxidized iron in the asteroid belt. There's also some in the outer solar system, but that it acts as a big magnet. And so it's like a blood red object. So it's like this giant magnet, and it trails all this trash around itself. So when it appears as red. Now, I mean, again, we don't know really if this is possible. So freaking people out and telling these stories isn't really going to do a lot. But when you read through the Exodus, what's one of the plagues that happens during it? I think some people here probably know. But the waters become bitter red. Mind you, bitter red and undrinkable. Right? So what does that mean? Well, like the Ojibwa in this great comet lashing us with its tail, it lashes us with its tail filled with debris, but also this oxidized iron. right? What would that do? It would turn the waters bitter red, and they'd turn blood red, and they'd be bitter because it'd be rust. So there'd be rust everywhere. Everything would turn blood red. It'd be a form of pestilence. So the red dragon, yeah. Wed Dwagon. Anyway, So you can go through some of these stories and start to, if anyone isn't interested in this and freaking yourself out, read through Emmanuel Velikovsky's book, Worlds in Collision. And there are some stories he brings up there and connections that he makes that even today are pretty unbelievable. I mean, the idea of dragons even may harken back to something like this, right? These serpentine creatures in the sky, which are usually tied to comets. But in China, they have stories of a great red dragon appearing as well. It's all over the fucking planet. But anyway, as much as I don't want to be the Nibiru guy, but this ties into Mars because, again, if we're going to go through all this woo with like remote viewing and shit, the remote viewing also, it's not all remote viewing. It's mainly just Joe McMoneagles because he's one of the most accredited ones. I just find it extremely interesting that Sitchin tells a story, and it is just a story, of where these people are from. And now this is not mentioned anywhere, so I don't know where he pulled this out of his ass. But that there was a planet, Nibiru, and the people on the planet left because this planet actually isn't cold and barren and dead. It's this brown dwarf of sorts. Maybe it's our dead binary twin, right? Our binary star. But it's actually encapsulated in this cloud cover, and it acted as a cocoon. And this cocoon is what allowed for life to thrive on the planet. What happened was the planet was slowly cooling, and as it cooled, the volcanic activity was slowing down, and there wasn't a cocoon anymore, and a rip opened in the cloud cover. This is Sitchin's story of Nibiru, and a hole opened, and it let all the harshness of space in, the coldness of space, and the planet began to become unlivable. And as it approached its apogee towards the sun, everything started to cook. So it protected it in the coldness of space. It protected it as it came towards the sun. The reason they left was because they were trying to find a way to fix the hole. So Sitchin thought they were diffusing gold up into the upper atmosphere to try and fix the hole. But what ended up happening was it didn't work, and they had to just go live on these other places. So they fled to Mars, they fled to Earth, and that's why they were there. And in Joe's remote viewing, Joe sees this group of people who left where they were from to find a new place to live. They're on Mars. Where they were from, literally in the remote viewing, he says they're from a comet-like object. And when he was talking to the person on Mars, this giant person, he said there was a warp in the something of the comet-like planet. And that's literally what Sitchin had described. There was a warp. There was a hole in the cocoon. So that's why I'm suspicious too we should be suspicious of the remote viewing, because it's literally verbatim Zechariah Sitch's 12th planet. So, then we can maybe breathe easy again. Yeah, I've written the second coming into lore now. You can't take it back. Oh, fuck, brother. Listen, listen. If we ever see a great red cross in the sky, run. Media will probably try and tell you it's nothing. But if that happens, we're in trouble. You just know that much. Red meteors red, produced by the presence of iron and magnesium in the meteor's surface. These elements are excited by the heat of the atmosphere and emit light at a wavelength around 650 nanometers, which we perceive as red. Interesting. So it is to do with iron and magnesium. Yeah. Intriguing. Oxidized iron, maybe? Yeah. Rust, which is essentially just rust. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll continue this. I'll continue this talk. I want to hear what he has to say here, because I think we're getting into what's he about to talk to right now. This is a cover-up, which is what I really wanted to hear the next 10 minutes.
It survived the radiation because the seawater stops all the radiation.
Right. And then you have artificial structures. Yes. And then you have Carl Sagan calling you saying, why are you making all this trouble? So seems like a decent amount of evidence that at the very least, this is worthy of further investigation. And, maybe we should move our probability from 0% life on Mars to much higher than that.
I think the data has received,
and then you have the isotopes.
Has achieved critical mass now.
And you have the isotopes, which are really like which nobody can explain, the xenon-129 and the argon-40. So here, this brings up another question, which is, I just interviewed Joseph McMoneagle, who's remote viewer number one in the
remote viewer number
psychic
one
spy program. And he was given, this is now public and declassified, he was given coordinates to remote view on Mars 1 million years in the past.
Yes.
And so you can say that, as a modality, remote viewing is imperfect. But the fact that he's being given coordinates for 1 million years ago is fascinating. Wow. And so and then I was just at his place and he's showing me all these correspondences between him and JPL people or whatever, and with these photos that they're sending him. And I'm like, are you sure this is real and you're not being duped or whatever? And he's showing me these photos of tons of artificial structures on Mars. And I'm like, he's basically implying to me that it's an open secret at Jet Propulsion Lab that there was life on Mars. And I'm like, why are they not publicly making a statement about this? And he's like, oh, well, they don't need to. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Neil deGrasse Tyson, these other, Citadel keepers.
I know.
Rule the day. But
the old guard of Mars.
If you were to walk into JPL and talk to a random sampled scientist there, randomly sampled scientist there. If you were to walk into JPL and you were to talk to a randomly sampled scientist there and say, hey, I think there was life on Mars, a long time ago, and they might have, extincted themselves, what would they say? Would they call you crazy and laugh you out of the room, or?
Their eyes would dart around to see if they were being, or anyone was listening. And then they'd say, yes, but don't tell anybody I told you so.
Why is that not some thing that humanity should just immediately know? That's just interesting and exciting. And
it's
terrifying.
My explanation is it's partly due to just old-fashioned institutional politics and agendas. Jet Propulsion Lab versus, the robotic space program versus the human space program based at Houston. But it also has to do with the chilling effect on American science and global science because of the UFO cover-up. I can say the Mars bone is connected to the UFO bone, and the UFO bone is connected to the head bone of this government.
And so it would be disruptive from we are the sole authority on Earth, or disruptive from a religious perspective, and it would just kind of upset people's worldviews and mass or something.
There's a great deal to that, and that's kind of old-fashioned thinking. The public's understanding and awareness has evolved sufficiently now that if you told them there was life on Mars, they would just accept it, especially this bacterial life. And even a dead civilization on Mars is not threatening. It's not going to invade us.
We've gone so far beyond. We're saying that there are saucers and hangars at aerospace corporations and stuff. And people are getting into all this psychic stuff. There's number one podcast in the country for a bit was the telepathy tapes. And you're saying that people can't believe that, 1 million years in the past, there was life on Mars. If anything, we live in this multipolar world that's a complete powder keg where you...
Well, yeah, but this is the thing, boys, that I don't know if they're considering, right? Which is, who's involved today with the UFO cover-up? And what's their intentions for still covering it up? What do they know? Right? And with this stuff as well, you've got to consider that they're like John's conclusion is that they're all wiped out. We don't know that. If we know they nuked the fuck out of Mars and they're not all wiped out, and that gets out to the general public, again, what does that do to the psyche of people? Just think about that for a minute. Okay, there's other aliens and they destroyed a whole planet with nukes? What's that going to do to the fucking stock market? Right? This isn't like Skinny Bob picking up cows and shit. This is a different ball game. And then they could go, or people like me could be yelling about Mesopotamia and saying, look at all these funny connections here. I've done this before too. This is something Sitchin did. I brought this cylinder seal up before, right? And this is where like you could get weird with things. And it would upend a lot of what we thought we knew about shit too. But, you know, you can play this one too. This is a fun one. But this is one that he used to pull up. But you pull up this cylinder seal here, right? You say, oh, there's a giant winged disc. And, 7 dots. It appears in all the cylinder seals. And, Venus is the 8-pointed star on these cylinder seals. And this guy has 7 dots and the crescent moon in his hand. And he's to the left. What is that? The Earth is 7 dots? Oh, well, I would think probably logically, well, he's got the crescent moon with one hand and 7 dots in the other. Okay, so maybe this guy represents the Earth. The 8-pointed star clearly represents Venus. And then we've got a guy to the right of him in a very different kind of garb holding a 6-pointed star. Oh, that's weird, right? Well, again, like if you were to count inward to Earth from Pluto versus outward from the sun, Earth is the 7th planet. Now, think about this for a second, everybody. The significance of 7 through religious traditions. Why do we have a 7-day week? How deep does this go? Right? Okay? Its origins are with the gods. So again, 7 dots, the Earth, Earth's the 7th planet. Here's another guy representing Mars on the cylinder seal that's thousands of years old. Mars is the 6th planet in that order. And it follows from left to right that Mars would be in this order as well, right? So, or the Pleiades, Aaron, is the other possibility, yes. But when you look at how things are arranged, and when you look at Venus as being represented by an 8-pointed star, and when you look at a crescent moon and the 7 dots here in his hand, maybe. It depends how we want to look at it, right? We could look at it like that. Now, is this how the Pleiades are arranged? No, not usually. But that's the alternative as well. So it could very well be the case. But if it's not, again, yeah, history, it's a different bend, right? So what does the 6-sided planet mean here then? Right? Who knows? Ultimately, we don't know, but possibly, maybe this is a thing. This is something, this argument that Sitchin had brought forward. So, yeah. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, that's literally it. That is you're correct that is the official interpretation of those 7 dots and the cylinder seals, is that it's the 7 sisters. Yeah. But Sitchin disagreed with that, I guess. I don't know where I would stand. I'd be agnostic to it, honestly. I'm not necessarily invested in one way or the other. But I would say it's interesting logic that Venus would be an 8-pointed star, and it is on these cylinder seals. Earth would be 7 dots, and the 6-pointed star here to the right, I would presume would be Mars. So again, in the cylinder seal, we're seeing a representation that there were people on Mars, is what this is pointing at. If you're subscribing to the fact that the 7 dots here represents the Earth, not the Pleiades. So, again, this is the depth of it. Now, Sitchin was doing lectures on this from the mid-1970s onwards. Now, if you were a hyper-wealthy group of people and you had access to more artifacts than the general public, let's say you had a bunch of giant bodies that you pulled into Native American burial mounds in the eastern U.S. Let's say you had some of the relics too. And maybe some of the relics were eerily close to Mesopotamian artwork and, iconographies. You would look at all this very differently. We don't have access to that here. We know they found the bodies, right? But the whole thing looks very different. And so maybe you've known since mid-1970s that Zechariah was onto something, or maybe that he even figured it out, but that he didn't have the resources to really prove definitively his theories. So you let academia and my phone's listening to me. No, you're not going to do that. You let them kind of lambast him and throw his name in the mud. Meanwhile, you know what's going on. Hang on, look at that pic There are a number of circles drawn on the table and his knees. What do those represent? Good question. I have no idea. I don't know if anyone has any idea. Even there's a dolphin of sorts there. There's a small object to his right. He's got like a weird arm coming out of his sternum. There's a table, and then there's the winged disc as well. So, hard to say. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. He's got a sword to his left. And this is the thing about some of these cylinder seals, is I ran into this myself because I would ask these questions, not just in regards to this, but into other cylinder seals as to what does this mean? And we actually don't know a lot about the culture. You'll get, I don't know, or we don't know a lot when you're looking through it. It could be, man. It literally could be. It could literally be that, and we would have no idea. We just don't know. It was lost, right? When the Sumerian civilization fell, they were essentially just eradicated, and their culture too was kind of eradicated, although the Akkadian, Assyrian cultures that came after them and that were also involved in destroying them, I believe, adopted the cuneiform text, but it was slightly different. So the problem is that there is a lot of shit that's been lost to history as well in explaining some of this stuff. Although this cylinder seal isn't Sumerian, this would be Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian, one of those, yeah. Did you know our moon is over 2 times larger than Pluto? Yes, and there's 1 kilometer dwarf planet orbiting the sun between Mars and Jupiter called Ceres. Yes, CFG, we did, yeah. We were going over that recently, actually, yeah. Pluto, some people think, is an escaped satellite of Neptune. Actually, yeah. Robert Harrington, who came up with the Planet X theory, well, he didn't really come up with it, but he came up with a theory to search for it. He concluded that the planet originally did enter the inner solar system and that it dislodged Pluto from Neptune, that Pluto's an escaped satellite of Neptune. That was his theory. Honestly, we have no fucking idea. I guess this is the problem, but...
You have mutually assured destruction between global powers that have nuclear arsenals. It would be an amazing wake-up call.
Oh, it would be. It'd be wonderful. But at the same time, you got to realize the public needs to be brought up to speed. It's once you find life on Mars, then you know there's life.
In Harrington's theory, so Robert Harrington was the chief astronomer of the U.S. Naval Observatory. He was like the astronomer in the U.S., and he, in the 1980s, came up with Tom Van Flandern, who was another prominent astronomer, the theory for Planet X. Planet X had been known about since the 1800s, late 1700s, 1800s, after we found Uranus and Neptune using math. But his theory, their theory, had Planet X, or whatever you want to call it, enter into the solar system and dislodge Pluto from Neptune. And it also knocked Uranus on its side. When it came in, it tilted it because Uranus is literally on its side. Our solar system's fucked. Something you also realize that it's a bit anomalous. Where also the whole solar system is tilted by 30 degrees off of the galactic plane. So you got to think like, here's the galactic plane, here's the galaxy, right? Here's our solar system. Something fucked it up. Yeah.
Life in the stars. It's just a given. If it's here on Earth and it was on Mars and it's still on Mars, by the way, there's a remnant biosphere there, and we have very strong evidence for that. Then people know that there's life elsewhere in the cosmos. They've gotten over the first hurdle. The second hurdle is, are we the only intelligent life in the universe? And then you find the Martian archaeology, and then you realize, oh, no, we're not the only intelligent culture in the universe. There's a dead humanoid civilization.
We should get an eye tracker.
It's interesting. The faces look human. They don't look like lizard men. They don't look like praying mantises. They don't look like little gray aliens.
You think the faces are fake? Because there is a concept called pareidolia.
Sure.
Where you see a face because it's a pattern that you're used to seeing or whatever.
Yeah,
and so you're sure that face is a monument that was specifically built to resemble.
It's slightly eroded like all archaeology. You look at pictures of the Sphinx when it was first photographed, it looks like hell.
Yeah.
They've spruced it up a lot for the tourist bureau in Egypt because it's money. You know, people want to come there and see this good face.
And that's 4,500 years.
Is that there's
Not
pareidolia, and there's also another phenomenon in Egypt. It's called denial. It's called denial. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. There's what's called a reverse hallucination. Means you see a pattern there clearly, but you deny it exists because the implications of it are unacceptable.
So
the implications of it contradict your established narrative of reality. It confronts you deeply, and it upsets that. That's what it does. It pulls apart those threads of your very neatly kept version of reality, right? And what that does ultimately is it unsettles you. And it's also potentially a call to action if you see it, where others have not seen it. And this is a common phenomena we find time and again, where for whatever reason, the majority are incapable of seeing these nuanced things. They don't have the foresight or the vision or what. That's why we have visionaries that come forward and bring these things forward like John, right? And so... And that's also that angers some people where, well, I didn't see anything here. This just seems to me to be like, no, you're a fucking idiot, I guess. That sucks to come to terms with, doesn't it? You're a fucking idiot, right? I mean, like, and it's maybe you've never asked yourself that question. Am I? I ask myself that question every fucking day, right? It's always yes. Yes, I am actually. But I'm ready for it. Some people's egos aren't. They're very poorly constructed, fragile ego. It comes down to individual psychology as well. So it's very complicated, I think. And it's very right. And that's very right of John to push back that, yeah, there are other psychological phenomena at play other than pareidolia when it comes to these kinds of things. We should be very cognitive of. So anyway, yeah. Interviewer even looks a tiny bit like Trevor, the Twiggy alien fuck. Holy fucking Christ. Is it like, oh my fuck, man. Yeah, anyway, yeah. It's challenging to say the least. Complete cognitive dissonance for most. Flat earth, go get fucked. If you want to worry about shit, worry about this. This is the meme, man. Yeah. I mean, for us globetards, like, this is like really where it gets real. So unsettled, resettled, man. I mean, anyway.
Who is covering this up? Who's at the top of the pyramid, so to speak, no pun intended, understanding, that there is, because one more piece of evidence, you have Haim Eshed, who ran the Israeli version of Space Force. So all their, space signals, comms, I think he won some like national security award for Israel 3 times or something.
Absolutely.
He's like very well respected.
Yes, he is.
And in conventional circles. And I actually am in touch with like an understudy of his who speaks
very good.
And
the Mossad knows.
Yeah,
the Mossad, they know. It's their business to know.
I'm sure they do. And hopefully, I would love for Haim to speak and for him to come out, because that would be such an amazing crossing of the Rubicon as far as his background and credentials. And he's getting older, but he says that there's a galactic federation, that there are like factions of aliens fighting each other, and that there are American astronauts working with aliens under the ground in Mars, that there's like a biosphere underground or something. Does that seem crazy to you?
I'm amazed he's saying that.
Let's talk about a guilt-free alternative.
Oh, we fucking went to a goddamn commercial break.
Perfect.
Holy fucking Christ. There needs to be a 50K channel point redemption for Jim to Steelman Flat Earth for 5 minutes. This has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I have 50K channel points. Redeem them, brother. Well, listen, I don't need 5 minutes. I need maybe like 30 seconds. I've already done this. None of the flat Earth fucking people know this argument, but I can teach it to them. And listen, you're already off the deep end, so you might as well go completely off into some insane territory. This is literally drove people insane. But Descartes, right? So people know who Descartes is, right? I think, therefore I am, right? He was a French philosopher. Rene. He had this, when coming to that conclusion, there's a reason why I came to that conclusion. I think, therefore I am, right? And that's, at the very least, we know that we exist because we think, therefore we are. And he argued that actually that's the only thing we actually really ever know with complete conviction, because you could concoct an evil wizard, or I prefer I don't know if it's a French pronunciation of it, but the Deus Deceptor, the great deceiver. I think so. So the Deus Deceptor is what I like. But we'll call it the evil wizard. So the evil wizard, essentially, Descartes to his mates, Descartes, yeah. So the evil wizard can manipulate all of your senses from a distance, from afar, right? It can make you think that 2 + 2 = 4. It can make you think that you're on a globe. It can make everyone on Earth think that, right? Depending upon how you want to extrapolate this out. Look at aliens. They can wipe people's minds. They can pull people through walls. Who knows what else they could do? We could be in a completely holographic universe created by these beings. Our actual reality could end up being on a flat plane. That's it. You could even say, you could take it a step further in simulation theory and say that an actual reality outside the simulation, it is just flat. It's just a flat plane in the middle of nowhere. That's where we reside, locked into this machine. But you could use the Deus Deceptor as an argument for the whole globe situation and say, well, yeah, it looks like that, but actually there's these evil beings that fly around that make us believe it. But in actual fact, it's flat. So there you go. I want to shill NordVPN. Fuck yeah. You could use Descartes and the Deus Deceptor and the evil wizard argument. If you really, none of them go that far with it, or none of them even know, probably, because it's like a thought experiment and they're not into thinking at all. So that's the problem, is these fucking flat earth fucking boys aren't into thinking to begin with. So they're not going to do some fucking Cartesian thought experiment. But anyway, yeah. So the only thing we know is that we exist, ultimately. And we very well could be on a flat plane, I guess. There could be some evil demon. Now, I like to think that that's not happening. If we find out it is, and so be it. But we kind of take reality as it is up until that point in time. Would be the wise way of approaching things. But if you wanted to like cope, you could just invoke the fucking evil demon or the evil wizard. But like, you know, depends what you want to do. Like, yeah, I can make you stay in psychedelic world for months because lysermides are cheap. Oh my God, brother. Holy fuck. Can you meet the evil demon? Buy AG1, Factor Meals, NordVPN, Temu Shop like a millionaire. I would love to get sponsored by Factor Meals. I actually really enjoyed them when I got them. I just don't want to pay for them. If I could get Factor Meals for free every week, holy fuck, I'd love to get sponsored by Factor. Would you guys buy it? Would you guys buy it? Would you guys buy it so I can eat it for free? Fucking. The problem with the Factor Meals is I would have to eat 6 of them a day to eat my daily calories, which is how many they send you a week for the basic package. So daily intake, no, not really feasible for me. But hey, if they want to send them for free, guys, I'll fucking eat them. Right, but yeah, we'll get to that at some point later down the road, you know. Jesse's got a bunch of ads in these fucking things now. Cornbread hemp. Holy fuck, this guy's, what is this?
For your dry January or any time you want to unwind. Cornbread's organic CBD gummies. These gummies are an absolute lifesaver for my evening routine. They're a natural way to relax, celebrate, or wind down without the hangover. I've cut back a lot on my alcohol consumption over the last few years. For a lot of you trying out-
fuck that. So what is CBD's not doing fucking anything for you? Oh my God. Fuck no. You need to get that cancer patient weed, and you got to get something at least over 46% fucking alcohol. And that's a good night. That's how you relax. Yeah, you'll be a little bit hungover. Walk it off, you pussy. There you go.
To send astronauts to Mars. But my basic thing is 1, 2, 3. You go, there's life on Mars, past and present. There's a dead civilization on Mars that looked just like us and built stuff that looks like us. It's not a threat to us. It's not threatening. They look primitive. They look Bronze Age. They look human. And they're dead. And did I forget to mention, they're dead. They can't invade us.
We don't know that,
and
John.
That means, but something happened up there that looks like it may have been that they were attacked from space by somebody else. We have to go up there to Mars and find out what happened as quickly as possible to make sure it doesn't happen here. And you don't tell me you're going to send a bunch of rovers up there. You could drive rovers around Cydonia Mensa for years and maybe not find anything. You have to go up there and dig. Ask any archaeologist. Archaeology is based on digs. You have to get astronauts or with tools, shovels.
Send up Matt
Damon. They have to dig down. They have to find hieroglyphs and
you think at
Matt Damon.
So we have to go up there.
The final, I keep saying the final piece of evidence. Another interesting data point is Donald Trump on Joe Rogan Experience. He immediately pointed to Mars because he goes the people from space. They're talking about JFK, and then he goes, what do you think about the people from space? And then he immediately, there's some weird non sequitur to Mars.
There's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, because
Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know, but maybe
there was life there at one point.
Fucking imagine Don literally just told fucking Joe, like some fucking, some classified briefing he had. He's like, oh, wait, I shouldn't have said that probably. Straight over Joe's fucking head. Right over his phone. Well, maybe there's life we don't know, but that's on Mars. Don, we got to talk about the giants on Mars. Sorry, the what? The giants on Mars. Fuck. Trying to give Joe a hint.
Point in time.
So do you think the highest levels of our government are aware?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Okay, and there's just some tacit cover up because of some kind of Cold War secrecy overhang of not wanting to kind of rock the boat too much.
Well, the UFO cover-up is the crown jewels, but the treasury, the box of treasure, is actually on Mars.
What about the moon? Is the moon bound up? Because there are some weird.
Well,
the moon has
we've already, we've been to the front side of the moon.
Yeah.
If people want to watch Earth and monitor our stuff, then the moon is strategic. So you would have bases there, but you have them on the far side, interestingly enough. It's almost as if you're afraid we'll see them. The UFO cover-up people didn't want any extraterrestrial life or intelligence talked about. But Mars, my view is the human race is extremely fortunate. We have a nearby planet, easily accessible just by we don't even need to use breakthrough propulsion to get there. We can get there with sheet metal. Liquid propane or methane, liquid natural gas, and liquid oxygen. And you can make that on Mars to refuel. We've got all these rovers roving around. It's very easy. Has anyone?
I think he must be sick, huh? He's got I think that might be a, what do they call it again? It's a little baby bottle when you have cancer, unfortunately. You see the tubing that's going. His shirt's starting to come up too a little bit, but it looks like it. Yeah, he's definitely got gout or something going on. Yeah, his feet bother the fucking. Yeah, I think he's sick. Look at the tubing. He's got that little satchel. I know that. I've known people who've had that. Yeah, I think it might be a baby bottle, which people who have cancer. I think that might be what's going on. Yeah.
Anyone interfered with us doing this? No. They want us to get acquainted with the fact that we're not alone in the universe. I believe the Galactic Federation, whatever you call them, they want us to advance, and they're watching out for us. But Mars is a golden opportunity for the U.S. government to advance disclosure without making the public feel threatened.
Various it's good. I like that. That's a political
You don't want. It's the bat signal.
Well, okay. Let's hope the right people hear that.
Is that what it is?
That would be an interesting kind of.
Elon Musk can call me anytime he wants.
I love it.
And I'll take calls from the president too. President Trump.
I'm sure you will. You mentioned a name earlier, Richard Hoagland. He wrote a couple of books. He wrote Dark Mission and then another one about monuments on Mars. The Dark Mission stuff gets into like NASA being some like occult, ritualistic, like organization, literally like doing launches at specific times of the day and year and engaging in rituals.
I don't know. I don't believe it.
You don't believe any of that?
My favorite quote about Jet Propulsion Lab is actually from Whitley Strieber, who I've sat down with a couple times. And he said one of the management people had said at Jet Propulsion Lab, they were talking about finding life on Mars, and one manager had scolded the rest of the managers saying, "Don't you realize that life on Mars means death for JPL? Because that'll mean Houston. This is Houston versus Pasadena. And Mars right now is an all-you-can-eat buffet for Jet Propulsion.
Why is it death for JPL?
Because it means that they'll get all the money will go to the human space flight, not robotics. And by the way,
that's really limited thinking.
Well, that's a very limited thinking. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, but they do.
That can't be the they have to be smarter than to actually believe that. I'm sorry, but like, you have to believe that if we found life on Mars, you would get a net increase both on the robotics and human side as far as exploration of Mars.
At least, yeah.
But that's not the way. If you're an upper management at Jet Propulsion Lab, you might not look at it that way.
You're risk averse, and you're a bureaucrat, and you don't get fired. You don't want to rock the boat. I understand all those local incentives, but the idea that you wouldn't have more resources poured into your organization, which ultimately is probably even good for your local incentives if you were higher up there. But you are talking about this ontological truth that rocks the boat on a social level.
Rocks the boat.
And usually the people that work at these places are not selected for based on their, desire to rock the boat. So I could see how emergently you'd net out anti-disclosure of something like this, maybe. But I still think it's ridiculous and like, they should just disclose it if they believe
the amounts
that.
of money get large enough, even ridiculous things that normal people like us would think are ridiculous become concerns. And they view that things are working fine. Why fix it? Why change anything?
Can you, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to accuse both of us of being quacky or crazy just because.
Oh, get used to that.
Of course. I am used to it. But is there anything you can say about updates in tech or science that you've contributed to just in a conventional sense?
I think that's the end of the conversation around Mars, because he talks about gravity, talks about Area 51 and recruitment, Roswell, J. Allen Hynek. So, I mean, I just wanted to hear about fucking the Martians, brother. That's what I fucking cared about personally. So there's other things I have up here to talk about that we can go over, actually. Other than that. But anyway, interesting breakdown from John. John's book, I'll pull it up. John Brandenburg, Mars book. Life and Death on Mars. That is the book. Right there. Mass extinction and nuclear catastrophe on Mars. There you go. Yeah, right there. Looks like he's got a couple of them, actually. Mike Barra, he's that dickhead from Ancient Aliens. Death on Mars. Discovery of a planetary nuclear massacre. That's another one. This might be the extended edition. Life and Death on Mars. So, oh, brother, there's always a book. Yeah, this is a bit different. This is like a dissertation of sorts on this, I think. Yeah, which is good. I mean, it's good to have that data. But anyway, yeah, it's intriguing, very intriguing stuff. Speaking of this ancient history shit, which is all very interesting. All this is very interesting. I'm seeing what else I pulled up here. That's the old one we were going over a little while ago. Stop playing it. Fuck. I'll go through some of this stuff maybe. This is kind of interesting. I just saw this. So, I mean, the connection obviously between John's work and other people's work like Joe McMoneagle is that in the past, these same people on Mars were here on Earth. That's what some people have proposed. And they had affected some of our ancient cultures. Remembered in their stories or myths or legends. Lost ancient civilization discovered in Ecuadorian Amazon. Archaeologists have made a groundbreaking discovery in Ecuadorian Amazon near the Andes. A vast ancient civilization dating back around 2,000 years has been uncovered, rewriting the history of Amazonian societies. Using advanced LiDAR technology, researchers revealed a sprawling network of interconnected cities linked by massive roads, some measuring 33 feet wide and stretching up to 20 kilometers. The settlements believed to have housed at least 10,000 people from the Upano culture, so around about 2,500 years ago. Features sophisticated farmland and an advanced drainage system showcasing a high level of engineering and social organization. There you go. So we've covered this before. I guess maybe there's an official post. I love how Jay didn't forward the link to the article again. Wonderful. I expect nothing less. $5 to be a subscriber. Is this an ancient soy jack? It kind of fucking is, actually. Look at that. Holy fuck. Cool. So I'm assuming there's a paper out. I guess I could search for it if I wanted to, but fuck me. Yeah. Very interesting shit. You know, again, it's just rewriting history, things we thought we knew, and then we realized, oh my God. I have a book about a boy being relocated to Moldova from some African country, and he felt empty knowing he's no longer contributing to making Tesla battery packs. Really? He lost his purpose being a slave for Elon? Holy fuck. It's giving come inside, we have cookies. That is kind of what it looks like, wasn't it? I'll pull back up for people. Right there. But it looks like an entrance, though. It must be an entrance, huh? Interesting. I don't know if I would go inside. Watching Indiana Jones growing up, there'd just be booby traps and shit and snakes and poison darts and whatnot. The hill bussy. Holy fuck. Crawl inside the hill bussy. Fuck, what could be? It's gonna be dirty inside. Undoubtedly. Looks like an ant. It does kind of look like a soy jack, though. This is the soy jack. Where is soy jack? Oh, come on now. No. Oh, yeah, like those are the fucking... Where is the boys? Yeah, you fuck this. It does kind of fucking look like that, where his fucking buddy zoomed in on it. Yeah, he just got his fucking eyes closed. He's just got his eyes closed. Oh my fucking God. Is this meme permeated through time and space? Jesus Christ, yeah. Pareidolia, it's a hill. Fuck. Send a Tesla bot. That'd be a good idea, actually. I love this meme. What was it? Like two guys, like a chicken tender place or some shit. Someone 4chan fucking grabbed it and did this to it. It's so fucking funny, man. I love the Wojaks. They're my favorite meme. All of them. Anyway. This architectural design similarities between these two pyramids is clearly not a coincidence. Despite what our outdated textbooks tell us, ancients were inexplicably global. Jimmy is just like going at archaeology with his dick hanging out of his fly, jammed in his fly, actually. Violently jammed in his fly. Like running at them, screaming. He just does not let up. He has eviscerated Flint Dibble. Flint is now in multiple pieces scattered throughout probably Cambodia and Guatemala. No one's going to stop this guy. He just posts constantly. Like there's not a breath. He just doesn't let up. Like a lot of entrances that were built were built as warnings. It was a cave filled with vampire bats. They would carve a bat face inside the cave. So if it's a soy jack, what does it mean, brother? The dibbler is fucked. He is fucked, yeah. Yeah, Flint did that to himself, though. I don't really have a lot of sympathy for him. Did ancient civilizations all just coincidentally use the same architectural techniques? Or was there some kind of contact between them? Look at these two temples, one from Cambodia and another from Guatemala, separated by 10,000 miles, built by different civilizations. The Khmer, if the fuck you say that, and the Maya. Yet they share striking similarities. Let's look at the similarities. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you're going to build a fucking pyramid, you're probably going to make a step pyramid because that's going to be easiest. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. There's better examples of this. There are better examples. There are more identical structures from similar distances. I've seen them. So, separated by 10,000 miles, yeah. I don't know. This was like Carl Jung had a meme about this, like this collective unconscious. We were talking about this last night, one of these theories that why are there crosses all over the planet? Right? Why are the crosses everywhere? There's other similar phenomena as well. You can say winged discs. That's another one, like that's relevant to the meme here usually. Why is this? And there's some interconnectivity even with language. I brought it up here before too, but I think it was a Hopi. They had these ant friends who came down from the sky and helped them. And they called them, they were known as the Anunnaki, is one translation. So Anunnaki came down from the sky and helped them. They're ant friends, like Anunnaki, those who from heaven came to earth in Sumerian, right? So Mesopotamian, whatever, Sumerian. So is it that there was some kind of influence, or is it something deeper in all of us? Who knows? I would probably bet on influence personally, judging from all the stories being identical, the creation myths. But anyway, pantheon of gods arrives. They're assholes. They essentially enslave everybody to worship them. Then they fuck off and leave. It's almost like it's too similar, really. Yeah. Sounds like something people would do too, honestly. That's not an ancient structure, you white supremacist. It's a weather balloon is seen through swamp gas. Golf, I apologize again, yes. I'm sorry. The heresy on here, I mean, oh my God. The endless amount of content to drag my balls through the glass. That's what they'll do. Yeah. In no time, I will be known as the Grand Wizard. That's literally what they're going to know me as. Holy fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. I do have a wizard as my depiction on Discord, so they're just going to flip this all around on me. How dare I suggest there are similarities? Jesus. Celtic cross is everywhere over here. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. It's literally all over the planet. I didn't realize any of this until 10 years ago. I started really looking into this, and I was like, oh wow, that's fucking weird. And yeah, that's kind of the way it's been since then. It's just time and again, like, that's really fucking weird. That's fucking weird. Well, what a coincidence. Wow. And it got to the point where I was like, okay, this is probably not a coincidence. And then that's where I am now. Sprinkle fingers. But the Fire Tribe wiped out all of their air nomads. This is airbender shit. Grand Wizard is a thing. Pretty sure you don't want that title. No, I know it is. Did you? No, I know. And no, I do not. No, I do not want that title. Oh, I know full well what it is. Yeah, it's an actual title from all those imbeciles that dress up like fucking. I don't even know where the KKK thing came from. Like, anyway, stupidity in line with like flat earthing. Fire mages. There are Scythian decorations from the territory of Ukraine, and there are temples in Myanmar. More than 10,000 years. Those kind of look like dick tips, brother. What the fuck is... Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. I mean, now that's like phallic imagery is kind of like... I mean, listen. What are you going to do? You're in the woods. Fucking, 3,000 years ago. You're pretty much naked. You don't really have any toys. There's no Game Boy. There's no PS5. You're just going to be playing through dick all fucking day. And then at some point you get together with a bunch of other people And there's also, there's also women, but the women are probably too busy actually like looking after the family. So these guys fuck off, and what do? They just build shit and useless shit. And then it just looks like phallic because they just plant their dicks all day. So it's a butt plug too. Well, yeah, there you go. That's maybe what else they were doing. Yeah. Tom and Jay-Z have a title for you. Who's Jay-Z? Earthbenders made pyramids. Jesus was a waterbender. Was he actually? Oh, fuck. You sure he wasn't an earthbender with the fucking crown of thorns? Yeah. In the woods 3,000 years ago, run one out and go hunt. Well, that's literally it. Yeah, that's like fucking just playing with your dick all day and they make phallic looking things. But who knows? The interconnectivity. I thought I'd bring this. That sounds interesting. I don't fucking know. It's just a meme, right? Graham Hancock posted this article. Oh, heavens. Oh, my. It's just essentially a collection of his ideas, I think. Listen to the article now.
Don't miss the latest historical news and updates. Take ancient origins.
No, we're good. Did an advanced civilization thrive 10,000 years ago? Mind-blowing evidence is stacking up. What if everything we've been taught about the dawn of civilization is a lie? Or at least a half-truth? Or we were just wrong? Perhaps, picture this. More than 10,000 years ago, while the last ice age glaciers retreated, a sophisticated society flourished, cities of stone rising from the earth, astronomers charting the heavens, engineers bending nature to their will, not a ragtag band of hunter-gatherers tumbling with flint, but a lost civilization rivaling Egypt or Mesopotamia, erased by time and catastrophe. Brother, those pyramids have glass all over them. I don't know if that happened or not, but Hancock pilled. Can we just say cock-pilled? Or would he appreciate that or no? I don't know. Mainstream archaeology has long scoffed at the notion, relegating to the realm of crackpot fantasy. Yet a cascade of recent discoveries, monuments older than history itself, submerged ruins whispering of drowned worlds, artifacts that defy explanation, is prying open the coffin of conventional wisdom. Could an advanced civilization have thrived millennia before we dared to dream? The evidence is growing and it's turning our past into a tantalizing enigma. Göbekli Tepe, the temple that shatters time. We know about Göbekli Tepe. It means Potbelly Hill is what it means. Interesting. The Sphinx's secrets, forgotten dawn. Interesting. Yes. We thought it was 4,500 years old until Robert Schoch said, "Fuck no, are you stupid?" And ever since then, people have said it might be 10,000 years old. That's all he had to say, really. Drowned worlds, Atlantis in plain sight. Yonaguni. Yonaguni is a very interesting structure that Graham is convinced is constructed. And Robert Schoch actually isn't convinced it's constructed. Right here. This is actually an interesting one to bring up. I would love to go diving. I've never gone diving. It'd be so much fun. This is it here. It's off the coast of an island in Japan. I would just love to go there, like, samurai role play and then go down in the water. Fucking sick, brother. I'd love to go to Japan. Where's the fucking pictures of it? There's one picture of it. Robert Schoch thinks it's it's a natural formation. So, yeah. Hey, the 15th, they're going to announce what they found with radar, the hulls of a Menti thing will. Oh, fuck yeah. Interesting. When's that? Oh, that's on Saturday? Interesting. God damn. Yeah. I love when Keanu Reeves briefly appeared in Nation Apocalypse, and because he's Reddit's darling, they couldn't say a word. Yeah. I love how he literally just briefly appeared. Like, he literally had a 3-minute conversation with Graham that they turned into, like, the entire show. They stretched it out. I thought, is this when Keanu's going to, like, come along and, like, look at these structures? It's like, no. He just wanted to, like, go get high with Graham out in the woods, and they talked for a couple minutes, and then that was it. I was like, oh my fucking God. Like, a little bit disappointing, but anyway, I still enjoyed the show. It's the what ifs, right? I would love to fucking light one up with Graham. I think Graham stopped smoking weed, though. But him and Randall both, my God, two wizards. It'd be a treat. It'd be like fucking Bilbo Baggins' 111th birthday, hanging out with those guys. I'd be like, holy fuck, like I'm actually with the fucking the wizards in Middle Earth right now. Yeah, anyway, where'd the fucking article go? Here we go. The Younger Dryas Cataclysm. Yes. Jesus Christ. Another sip of water. I think I might need more liquor. Is that the problem? I don't know. My throat's too dry. Might need more liquor. It was just cool that Reeves was happy to go on a camera saying he was down with it all. Not many would stick their neck out for the cock star. Yeah, it's true though, man. It's true though. Keanu doesn't give a fuck. Keanu's cool like that. He's like, what if? It's like, you don't fucking know. He's like, what if? It's like, yeah, that's what's fun. Like, what if? What's wrong with what if? Keanu knows. Keanu's fucking been in the Matrix. Keanu has killed a bunch of people in John Wick. Bill and Ted was the other thing. I mean, they went back in time, met Socrates. I mean, he's met all kinds of people. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, interesting. So this is essentially just a brief summarization of all the things Gramps argued for. What the fuck is this on? What's this website? AncientOrigins.com. Intriguing. Oldest human face on Earth in Western Europe from 1.4 million years ago. Holy shit. This is kind of a cool website. I think I may have been on here once before. Interesting. Discovery in Israel show human Neanderthal cooperation 100,000 years ago. Oh no, I don't fucking believe that for 1 second. The fuck? You think we were friends? I doubt that. I think we definitely killed them off. Or some people think they died of disease or something. The dwarf race. They were literally like dwarves. They were like 5 some feet tall, like 5'2", maybe 5'3", and like strong as fuck. God damn it. Yeah. Interesting. There's so many. Oh, I love this stuff. I'll have to go take a look at this. 7 million years of human evolution. Oh my God. 1.4 million year old human face. Oh shit. Reconstruction of the face of an adult female. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Well, interesting. Evidence of hominin presence in Western Europe. Cave people. 1.4 million years ago. God damn. Wow, look at those people too, huh? Wow, we did look different back then, didn't we? A little bit different. We're a little more refined nowadays, aren't we? It was just like, we were like more like stout. Like people were like built like brick shit houses. You probably had to be because you just get hit in the head all the fucking time. Like, it's Chris Angel. Quiz? It's Quiz Angel. Homo sapien might have ancient memed the Neanderthals to death. They did, I think. We have their DNA. Somebody was shagging somebody or their genetics were at work. Yeah, I saw some guy at the supermarket the other day, actually. 100%. He had a little bit more than like 2% of the DNA. Holy fuck, he had red hair too. Jesus fucking Christ, he's built like them. Like, monster of a guy though. And it wasn't short. You see it occasionally in people. Well, you gotta think Homo florentes too. We've got their DNA, I would think, as well. Maybe the giants. I argue that we have their DNA. There's people that may have their DNA. It's all spread throughout, right? It all comes out once in a while, right? Yeah. Homo sapiens won, though. That's why we're all over the fucking place. Just different ethnicities because we grew up in different climates, but we killed all the other actual human races. Yeah. Yeah. You don't think we'd even notice, huh? Oh, we think we definitely notice. The Neanderthals, man, looked like cranial features of modern versus Neanderthal. Like, there it is a good depiction right there. Look at that, man. Look at that. That's pretty terrifying. Look at the size of that head. It's just radically different. So it's still human, but like very different. Like, this is the thing about like all the racists back like 150 years ago, where they're pulling all these different ethnicities and we're all the same. Like, we all look all our skulls are exactly the same. We're all Homo sapiens. But these motherfuckers were actual different race. And you can see what it actually looks like when you're a different race. Like, look at the fucking brow, man. Oh my God. The size of the jaw, the skull. Man, they were way stronger than us too. Would have been fucking terrifying fighting them. Yeah. What was that? Probably the scariest Y-Files episode they ever did. I don't know if you guys saw this. I streamed this here when they released it. Was the episode he did on the Neanderthals, where he like framed them as these monsters. And like when you really think about it, from all that we know about them, they possibly could have been. Like they would have been now, just imagine if the giants were on the earth in the past though. 8 foot tall motherfucker. That would be an actual terrifying scenario. But look at they're dwarves. They were kind of built like dwarves. They're very short. They were shorter, more stout people. Like it's fucking sick. And we had gnomes too. We had the fucking Homo florentes. And we may have had giant people too. Fuck, Earth was cool like 150,000 years ago. Giant ground sloths the size of a school bus. Like this place was fucked, man. The world we live in now is not nearly as exciting. I don't know. I vote to go back. Well, let's just go back. Yeah. Yeah. Man, it's crazy though, huh? It was a good episode. Yeah. Damn, they're half ogres, man. I know. Half orcs. Yeah. That's kind of what it is, Will, isn't it? Like, it's what they look like. But that's like what we were contending with. And this is so far what we found. There's rumors of other groups. There's the Denisovans, which is supposedly another human race. Like, crazy shit. It's weird too that there was so many trees. When you think about it, that there was so many different trees that came down from all these different monkeys. And then we all kind of evolved at the same time. And we were able to all interbreed with each other too. It is almost like someone was doing a fucking experiment on monkeys. And then one of them won out. Because we were the smartest. Fuck, man. Yeah. Wonder who were the elves? Us. I guess us, man. When you can think about it that way, maybe. We were the smart ones. We were like the smart ones that outsmarted them. We survived. We could literally be the elves, maybe. You could look at us as the elves, maybe. Well, I mean, we're human. We look at ourselves as human in fantasy, but when you comparatively to the other races, like elves typically, right, in most lore, like the really intelligent ones, like the hyper intellectual groups who have more finesse, that would kind of be us, I think. Anyway, yeah, the Y-Files is the first, they were first with the AI generated art, yeah. Flesh Simulator has done a Comet ping pong video. Oh, Jesus. Genetic manipulation put us on top of the food chain. Yeah, man. Yeah, on the monkey with the fur. Like, where's fucking ChatGPT at? The Mars thing. How many human races have there been that we know about? Oh my God, that's brutal. Anyway, I don't read it. Yes. Homo? Oh my Jesus. Oh my gay. What? Oh, there's even more than I thought. Oh, there's way more than I thought. Okay, but these are some of the ancestors of the Neanderthals and shit. Homo longi, the dragon man, recently identified species from China. Homo naledi, found in South Africa. The Denisovans, close relatives to Neanderthals. Homo luzenzivos, discovered in the Philippines. Another small-bodied human. Homo forenses, we know them. Small-bodied humans. Homo sapiens, that's us. Homo neanderthals, the Neanderthals. Homo habilis, however you say that. Ancestor to both Neanderthals and modern humans. One of the longest surviving human species, widespread in Africa and Asia, Homo erectus. So some of these were all at the same time. Holy fuck, man. This is fucking crazy. Shit was crazy. It was actually fucking crazy. Yeah. We're all homos. Yeah. To some degree. Yeah. It's all right. There's nothing wrong. What the What the fuck is Dragon Man? Homo longi. Hold on here now. What the fuck? Is this like the Asian? Well, the Asian people are Homo sapiens. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh shit, brother. What the fuck? Is this him here? What the fuck? Hold on now. Is an extinct species of archaic human from a nearly complete skull nicknamed Dragon Man. The fuck? What made him special? He kind of looks like a fucking dwarf. How tall was he? By Dragon River. 125,000 years ago. Jesus Christ. The fuck? It's so interesting. Hold on. We're going down further. Many of the species have interbred. Interesting. And then we came out on top. How tall was he? How tall was... Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. How tall was the Dragon Man? 5'9". It's actually pretty tall. Okay, I am wanting this idea of a fantasy universe in Earth's past. These human races seem like dwarves, gnomes, orcs, and elves. Make sense of this. Interbred, yeah, rape, yeah, probably, yeah. Oh my God, holy fucking. All right, here we go. The Homo longi were the high elves of the ancient giants. They had a massive skull, large brain, and likely stood tall compared to other ancient humans. If you add a bit of fantasy flair, they could be a mystical, long-lived race with great intelligence, think noble, reclusive elves. The Neanderthals were the orcs. we survived that much from the fucking skull. Homo forenses are the gnomes and the halflings. The Denisovans are the mountain dwarves. They were adapted to high-altitude living. Oh, Jesus Christ. They likely had broad builds, strong bones, and lived in caves. Perfect match for dwarves. Homo naledi, goblins are deep-dwelling tricksters. Wise, small brain, but upright. Homo naledi had curved fingers suited for climbing, suggesting an underground or forest-dwelling lifestyle. If you had a fantasy element, they could be clever scavengers. We're going to be careful here now. Careful now. Homo erectus, the ancients and titans. Why? For nearly 2 million years, spreading across continents, that's mythical endurance. They could be legendary first beings shaping the world before the rise of younger, more specialized races. And they persisted up until 100,000 years ago. So these OGs were around while these other offsprings of them were happening. Homo sapiens from the upstart race. We came late but outlasted the rest, possibly wiping out some. All? All? Wiping out all? That's kind of cool though. Look at this though. We got fucking elves, we got orcs, we got gnomes, halflings, mountain dwarves, and they got fucking goblins too, for Christ's sake. Holy fuck. See, literally though, Middle Earth, Pangea, brother. It was actually, yeah, where the Dwemer though? Well, they're supposed to be dwarves, I guess. So, what about the giants though? What about the actual giants? We haven't figured that one out yet. That one will come later and that'll be another shock to our system. Well, we're like, oh, there were actual giants. Oh, fuck. Maybe they killed everybody too though. Who knows? Some of the stories suggest that they actually may have. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, they came later. Actually, they may have come earlier. Maybe they came earlier. It's so cool to me, though. I just think I love archetypes and like fantasy archetypes. So it's cool to me that in the past, this would have been some real shit, right? Fuck, like the Elder Scroll. Maybe the Elder Scroll was real. Maybe that shit. It could have been. Yeah. Secret of reptilians go unmentioned. Sparks, Chrono Trigger memories. Fuck. Yeah. What about the reptilians underground? What about the reptilians underground, bud? Fuck. The infamous reptilians under Bud. What? Reference supposed underground reptilian civilizations tied to conspiracy theories and ancient civilizations. A possible real-world ancestor. The Triassic period had intelligent, upright walking reptiles. The troodontids, dinosaur lineage, were small bird-like and relatively large brains. If they survived extinction and evolved over millions of years, you get intelligent reptilians. Some theorists believe deep-sea species like Ichthyosaurus could have evolved intelligent and isolated oceanic or underground ecosystems. Holy fuck, yeah, there you go. The Nagas, ties to mythology, right? Snake-like underground beings. Serpent gods, Quetzalcoatl, Dagon, common in ancient cultures. Medieval dragons, Lovecraftian elder things. Fuck, yeah, we can make it fit. It can fit. It can fit. We'll make it fit. Just like we made this fucking fit. We'll make it fit. Yeah. Anyway. It can stretch. It can stretch. We'll make it fit. All right. Anyway. Oh, this is what I was talking about earlier. I thought I pulled this up. So we were talking about Mars getting nuked, and that there was a site that may have literally had evidence of a nuclear explosion in the distant past. And it is Mohenjo-Daro. Something really horrifying happened around 4,000 years ago in the ancient Indus Valley city of Mohenjo-Daro, a once thriving city mysteriously destroyed. Its ruins, a story of unimaginable devastation. Excavations in the 1920s revealed bodies scattered across streets, preserved in positions suggesting they fell suddenly, violently, yet no weapons or signs of conventional battle were ever discovered. Stranger still, portions of the city walls and pottery were found melted and vitrified, indicating temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Celsius, something fire alone could not achieve. This scenario eerily depicts ancient descriptions from India's epic, the Mahabharata, which vividly depicts catastrophic weapons reminiscent of modern nuclear devices. A single projectile charged with the power of the universe, a column of smoke and flame brighter than 10,000 suns, reducing the city to ashes. Could these ancient accounts actually be historical records rather than mythological exaggerations? Well, supposedly, there has been work done here, and there are other pieces of evidence suggesting this may have happened, which is fucking crazy. There's some pictures of it there. Nutty. Actually, you know who did a really good job documenting this? Was Ancient Aliens. You know, I wonder if they wouldn't have a clip. I can't watch like the actual show, but on YouTube I can watch a clip. Nuclear. Oh, here it is. Fucking first thing we fucking see. Right here. Okay. Anyway. Interesting shit, right? Yeah, that was the gentleman I was thinking of, the mineralogist, the geochemist. Yeah, that there was absolutely something that vitrified it all. I mean, you could think like asteroid, maybe, meteor hit, but it's interesting in the Mahabharata, you have the stories of those particular weapons that, like, you know, were reminiscent of the sun being detonated. And that does sound like a nuclear fucking detonation. Literally, right? And you find vitrification as well. That's a hell of a coincidence. But, you know, some people write it off like that. And yeah, was it a fucking Kamehameha? Was it a spirit bomb that went off there maybe instead? Who knows? Was that what happened? I mean, we will never know for sure. That's the thing. Yeah, fuck. Anyway. Oh, Christ. Speaking of like cover-ups and whatnot and of archaeology, Göbekli Tepe, which I've talked about here quite a bit, which is a very interesting site. There's been drama around Göbekli Tepe ever since Klaus Schmidt, who was the German archaeologist involved with originally digging it up, passed away, where it was acquired by the World Economic Forum, I believe. And we, of course, know that these people are a bunch of fucking shitheads. And supposedly, work on this site was being stifled. and they were planting trees, and they had no interest in going any further with it because they wanted to preserve the site for future generations to dig up. Now, honestly, fuck that. Dig the whole fucking thing up. Why would you want to preserve the next generation so they can find some stuff? Shut the fuck up. Dig it up. Like, why would you want to do that? Just dig it up. They're going to dig it up anyway. Dig it up now. Doesn't make any fucking sense. So Jimmy Corsetti, Jimmy has obviously ruffled a lot of feathers. So Jimmy wasn't really welcomed here, I don't think. But he said he snuck into Göbekli Tepe. I had to wait until he was out of Turkey. He'll let us know soon. In the coming days, I'll be sharing my most important work to date. Archaeological mismanagement and, dare I say, cover-up is absolutely real. Wants the whole world to see it. He went along with his friends, Wolf Productions. There's a guy I've covered some of his stuff here before. It's really cool. I don't know who this guy is. They have photos, videos of forbidden parts and multiple archaeological sites throughout Turkey. Turkey should have banned me when they had the chance. If my prior work in Göbekli Tepe upset them, what I will share in the coming days is going to take things to another level. Jimmy's going to expose them, I guess, for mismanaging the site. Papa Klaus is trying to fucking lock this shit down. He doesn't want us to figure out what the ancient peoples knew. I mean, the question, I guess, is what the fuck did they know? You know? I think this is more ancient civilization than Atlantis. It's old as fuck, man. It's at least 12,000 years old. So, you know, and when you look at how big some of those T-pillars are, man, it's no joke. Like, and the fact that they're embossed as well, where, like, took a lot of work to do that. Like, a lot of planning would have been involved in doing this, which is pretty crazy. And then when we thought 12,000 years ago, we were still picking our nose, fucking, you know, eating raw meat and shit. Like, they were just hunter-gatherers. Like, we were fucking around. Like, no. There would have had to have been some kind of civilization here that would be doing this. Absolutely. And that's a conundrum. We thought civilization started 5,000 years ago in Samaria. But, guess not. Oh, the India incident, not Göbekli Tepe. Oh, okay. Yeah. It could very well be too, though, Aaron. Yeah. It could very well be. Mohenjo-Daro is what? 4,000 years old? But who the fuck knows, right? Like, well, the Indian cultures, it goes back so far. There's supposedly, well, there is remnants of cities under the water out in the bay off of India. They're like Graham Hancock has dived on. Tons of people have dived in it. But there hasn't really been any archaeological research done in the area. But the depth of it might imply that these cities, and some of these cities are very intricately crafted. Like they've got like these beautiful structures. Graham had footage of it. By how deep it is in the water, it could go back 12,000 years. So culture in India may be way older than we thought it was too. So it's just really interesting. Yeah. I thought I'd share this because this was also intriguing, I guess. And, you know, important because there are people like this guy, the ethical skeptic, who have been using some of this data at Göbekli Tepe, which has been brought up by archaeoastronomers, to potentially highlight that something significant happened during the end of the last my mic fucked. The end of the last ice age. That they were watching this approach, this end of the ice age. They have supposedly at Göbekli Tepe markers for the first meltwater pulse during the end of the last ice age, which was like 14,000 years ago. And then there's another pulse that happened around 11,500 years ago. So, very intriguing. And they were aware of this, supposedly. So, I mean, that's fucking insane. So not only is this site impressive, like physically impressive, but also, you know, astronomically very impressive for a bunch of hunter-gatherers. There's a star chart and date and some kind of cataclysm incoming on the stones. Yes, Aaron, yeah. That's literally it. Yeah, this is what people have been looking into, yeah. Yeah, that they were tracking something. that was implying that there was going to be a cataclysm, or had been. But there was one approaching. So there had been one 14,000-ish years ago. During when the meltwater pulse 1A was when? Hold on a second. Was it 14,000 or 16,000? Yes, 14,600 years ago. 1B. $11,500. Around about 3,000 years later. Interesting. 1C. Oh, another 3,000 years? Oh, this is getting interesting, isn't it? So we got like 3,000-ish years from 1A, 3,000 years to 1B, 3,000 years to 1C. Oh, what the fuck? That's not good. What could be coming around every 3,000-ish years? Causing these meltwater falls, brother. Yeah. Wasn't there one around 18,000? There was 1O. The oldest Dryas. Yeah. Yeah. So there's one that happens around, what is... Yeah, 14,600 plus 3,600. Yeah, around 18,000 years ago. Around 18,000. So you got roughly 3,000 year gaps between the meltwater pulse that happened around 18,000. You got one that happened around 14,600. You got one that happened around 11,000 years ago. You got one that happened around 7,000 to 8,000 years ago. So, that's really interesting, isn't it? Here, it seems like roughly 3,000 year periods between them. Does it not? Yeah, I know that it is, actually. I'm memeing. Yeah. Each of those roughly lines up with a 3,000 year interval. It varies slightly due to regional differences in ice sheet collapse. It suggests, if this pattern held further back, it suggests earlier meltwater pulses. Yeah, 21,000 and 24,000, likely tied to earlier warming periods. Orbital cycles. Yeah. If the cycle continued, it would imply another significant meltwater pulse should have happened around 5,000 years ago. Though sea level data suggests things have mostly stabilized by then. So things had pretty much melted. Interesting, though. So we had 4 periods of roughly 3,000-ish years. Now, if you wanted to, because when you see this date of 14,600, if you actually go look at the variance, so what they'll do in the actual literature is they'll put 14,600 plus or minus 500. And what that means is that there's that much variance in the dating where you could go up and down a degree of 500 years if you wanted to. So if you really wanted to be a dingus, you could insert 3,600 into that cycle and you could try and make it fit, which would be irresponsible. Yeah. Yeah, brother. I mean, yeah, they were tracking some astronomical objects or object is what's implied with Göbekli Tepe. So they were aware of something, cycles, something. They were aware of the precession of the equinoxes is really what the Göbekli Tepe suggests, which is insane because it's a 26,000 year cycle. And to have figured that out 12,000 years ago is so unlikely. So again, things get weird where we're dealing with potentially knowledge handed down from a more advanced culture and of something cyclically happening. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll never know completely now. We'll never know with conviction. That's what it is. Yeah. It's a bummer Randall hasn't been back on Jerry. I think they fell out over the Shocky free energy thing Randall believed in. Yeah. Oh, I know. That was, what's his name? Malcolm Bendel, golf. Yeah. Yeah, Randall's into like sacred geometry and shit. And he thought that Malcolm's generator lined up, you probably know anyway, with his whole theory on sacred geometry. And the sacred geometry stuff is interesting. I think more simply put, it might be indicative there was, again, another advanced culture. I don't, like, he gets kind of like really like literally hot and horny about it. But I don't know. I like when he memes more about like the ancient stories and, you know, some of the climate data too. Yeah. Perhaps the moon regulated the planet. 3,000 year ice melts were a thing before the moon was moved here. Fuck, brother. I don't know. I think actually the ice core sample would show that if it was moved here or not. The other thing, right? We would know if it was by disturbances. There's all kinds of shit they can infer from the ice core samples. Crazy shit. Same with dendrochronology is involved with this too, which are tree rings, which absolutely would be affected by the moon coming in. So there's cross-referencing too with some of these dates. I had a book that I downloaded a PDF of. It was the Fujimina something. It's Japanese, but it's one of like the leading textbooks when it comes to kind of climate history and like meltwater pulses and whatnot. And I think it was this group that came up with this scale. But yeah. So anyway, I remember coming upon this and thinking, oh, that's really funny. You could insert these intervals and not convinced. Fuck yeah. Who knows, right? Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, we don't know. We're just gonna have to fucking wait and see what fucking happens. But yeah, guys, it's a fucking meme and a half. Any way you cut it. But yeah, I hope Randall does come back too, man. I love Randall. People that don't follow Randall's channel, you absolutely should. Randall Carlson. It's called Cosmography or some shit. Oh, they just called it the Randall Carlson. Okay, yeah, that's probably for the best. Yeah, he's been doing videos recently. Cosmic Catastrophe in the Age of Leo. Evidence is everywhere of giant catastrophes, extinction events, global upheaval, and humanity's survival. I'll have to keep up on these. There he is, as a goddamn wizard again. Look, there he is. Fucking wizard, yeah. Oh, I've tried, Aaron. Trust me, I've tried. He's a busy man, right? He has someone that runs this channel for him now. It was these other guys that ran it. And I guess for the last like year, they've kind of changed how things are done. But I would love to have a conversation with him. I've talked with him on Facebook before years ago. But I would love to have him on. Yeah, to just hear his wisdom. I'd be on my best behavior for Randall. Yeah. You want to say fucking chat? Oh, yeah, I'll try not to fucking say all the stupid shit I usually say and meme on here. I try not to meme too hard on him. But he seems like a pretty good sport, though. I think he'd be all right with it. But this is, if I can grow the channel and keep growing it, I would love to have people like Randall on because they will give great insight into this kind of stuff. Like, he's super knowledgeable. This isn't necessarily my area of expertise. It's an area of interest, I guess. And yeah, so I would love to have Randall kind of elaborate, but you know, anyway. Well, I think my voice is pretty toast. I probably should not push it any further tonight. It's about 30 minutes ago, it started really going. I was like, oh, fuck. But yeah. Hi, it's Randall Carlson here. I'm using Golf's computer as I'm staying at his place for the weekend. We were going to get drunk and look for ancient arrowheads. Oh my fucking God. I'm so fucking jealous. Is he sleeping on your couch or did you give him the bed? Holy fuck. That'd be my dream, actually. My dream, eat pizza with Randall. Just lay in bed and fucking talk about ancient stuff and smoke a joint, fucking, you know, have a couple sips, just hang out. Need to find some paranormal sites in Georgia and do some investigations. Man, you're in a good spot, right? Like, you're right down there at that parallel where the ice sheet kind of ended off. There's some interesting shit, man. Like even the mounds bones. Look and see if you have any Native American burial mounds in Georgia. And Randall lives in Georgia too, Bones, actually, I believe. Not to dox him, but I think he lives in Atlanta. But you should look for Native American burial mounds. Look for any Native American burial mound sites. And man, see if you can explore those. Because undoubtedly there are still some around, I bet, that have not even been found, probably deep in the woods, that may still have bodies laying in them of these giant people. Which listen, we can go there. But like, possibly these people, which is crazy to think about, that it could be a real thing. And they could still be lying in those mountains somewhere. So, yeah. I don't know. I think he's in just Atlanta. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Start with the Giants, Jim, you Klansman. Holy fucking great. Twitch flagged that one, Golf. Holy fucking great. I had to allow that. God damn it. Yeah. Anyway, before my voice completely gets eviscerated again, listen, everybody, thank you again for coming around and hanging out. It's always good talking with everybody and memeing and putting up with my memes and this shit. So listen, yeah, when I hope to come back a fresh man. That's what I hope. But we'll see about that. I'll try not to drink too much liquor here over the weekend. So until then, everybody, listen, stay safe, and more memes to come. Take care.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.